Xiao Moxian paused. Just now, she had also felt a powerful sense cover him. From this sense alone, she could tell that this other party was far stronger than an ordinary world king. Although you have a great destiny, who would have thought that I would have such bad luck following you? To think that in this damned place we've been caught by a world king powerhouse. Xiao Moxian took out a long whip from her spatial ring. Fleeing no longer had any meaning, now that they had been locked onto by a world king powerhouse's divine sense. With the difference in their speed, it was only a matter of time before they were overtaken. Who is chasing you? Xiao Moxian asked. Lin Ming frowned. I thought it would be the Saint Race's Imperial Prince Naki. But it seems someone else has come this time. As the enemy approached closer and closer, Lin Ming could faintly feel that this person's aura was becoming increasingly strong. This was, as Lin Ming thought of this person's possible status, his pupils shrank. And in the next moment, his speculations were proven correct. With a flash of black light, a tall and young-looking man appeared in front of Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian as if he had teleported there. He wore a long robe and held a black sword in his hand. His body burned with faint black flames. His complexion was deep and gloomy, and his dual pupils were blood red. This person was Tian Mingzi. At this time, Tian Mingzi's entire body was gushing forth with a dense aura. His long hair flew in the wind, making him look like a demon god at night. It was a tremendous pressure to face this type of person. Lin Ming. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. The man's smooth and melodious voice contained an icy killing intent, as if it wafted up from the nine nether abyss. It really is you. Lin Ming grasped his phoenix blood spear, his complexion dignified. This situation was far worse than he had anticipated. He had thought that only a world king had come, but now it was a great world king powerhouse. 10 years. I've been waiting for this day for 10 years. Tian Mingzi slowly floated down to the ground, landing in front of Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. He glanced over Lin Ming's appearance and fiendishly grinned. Your appearance-changing technique is wonderful. To think that it can even change your aura. Unfortunately, that no longer matters. Lin Ming's vision sharpened. His face began to gradually distort and transform. His skin became fairer and smoother. His looks became much more handsome and delicate, and he even grew, causing him to look stronger and more robust. He had restored his original appearance, and beside him, Xiao Moxian had also lifted her concealment, returning to her originally beautiful appearance, that of an enchantress who could bring the downfall of nations. Young lady, you really are Xianxia. Tian Ming looked at Xiao Moxian, causing her eyelids to jump. She certainly recognized Tian Mingzi. This was because Tian Mingzi had come from the Demon Dawn Great World and had also entered Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace in the past to study their inheritances. However, she couldn't rely on any graciousness that Tian Mingzi owed Empyrean Demon Dawn in the past. Tian Mingzi was already a traitor to his universe, and now he no longer had any scruples. It was likely that he wouldn't mind killing both of them here. Xiao Moxian had the Dark Phoenix bloodline within her body and was considered a top-quality alchemy material. The efficacy was the same as eating a living god beast. So it's you. Why are you hunting us? Xiao Moxian coldly asked. That matter is far too complex to say. All sorts of grudges gathered together have doomed me to kill Lin Ming. I must say that I have waited for this day far too long. Thus, there is nothing you can do or say that will stop me today. Miss Ji, you don't plan on staying with Lin Ming, right? Xiao Moxian continued silently holding her whip. Then that is too unfortunate. Tian Mingzi began to stroke the front of his blade, killing intent overflowing from his body without end. You should know that going against me now is the same as dying. Your grandfather showed graciousness to me, so I could have originally left you alive. However, 10 years ago I lost a hand and I suffered tremendous damage to my blood vitality, even causing the spirit body I trained for so long to have a flaw. Now, it is not possible for me to step into the Empyrean realm. What I need are top-grade blood elixirs to restore my lost blood vitality. As Tian Mingzi spoke, he revealed the extent of his killing intent. At this time, he was like a human-eating beast. Although Xiao Moxian was brave to the heavens, even she felt a cold chill crawl up her back. It was hard for anyone to directly face Tian Mingzi's gaze. He actually used such a casual tone to state that he wanted to eat her. In all her years, Xiao Moxian had encountered many people with perverse ambitions who wanted to befriend her in order to gain benefits from her body. But most of these people's thoughts were to obtain her primordial yin and dual cultivate with her. Very few people were as crazy as Tian Mingzi. Tian Mingzi lifted his sword high, his aura suddenly erupting. A fearful force field came falling down to lock in Lin Ming, preventing any chance that he could escape. Lin Ming, you don't think that you still have any chance of escaping alive right now, do you? I will put everything I have into killing you and will not leave you any chance to escape. After you die, I will inherit your everything and I will even help you accomplish your unfinished dream of reaching that elusive peak of martial arts. As for you, you can become a stone that paves my road to the top. As Tian Mingzi spoke, he hurtled forwards. The long sword in his hand came slashing out to behead Lin Ming. As Tian Mingzi had said before, he didn't hold back anything in his strike. A black sword light emitted a keening whistle as it tore through the surrounding space like paper. Beneath the imprisonment of the aura around him, Lin Ming couldn't dodge at all. Even if he fled to the ends of heaven and the edges of the sea, this sword would still home in on him, following him forever. This was the all-out strike of a great world king. It absolutely wasn't something Lin Ming could hope to contend with. In this critical moment, Lin Ming poured all of his true essence into his inner world. Origin energy violently surged. The moment Tian Mingzi's sword pierced forwards, a palace of black stone left Lin Ming's inner world, rapidly spinning, rapidly growing. This is? Tian Mingzi was shocked. From this black stone palace he could feel an ancient and boundless aura. It was clearly some extraordinary thing. Of course, even if this were some extraordinary treasure, Tian Mingzi didn't think that it had any chance of harming him when used by a mere divine transformation realm martial artist. However, to be careful, Tian Mingzi avoided this black stone palace, his sword light circling around it and continuing to thrust towards Lin Ming. As the sword light was about to cut off Lin Ming's head, in that instant, a dark divine light shot out from the black stone palace, covering both Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Don't resist, Lin Ming quickly said to Xiao Moxian with a true essence sound transmission. In truth, even without his sound transmission, Xiao Moxian was well aware of what was happening. She relaxed her guard, allowing that black light to sweep her up into the black stone palace. In the next moment there was a terrifying explosive sound as Tian Mingzi's sword crashed into empty space. The earth trembled as thousands of genes of sand was recklessly lifted up by energy, shooting into the world like a massive tsunami. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were dizzy for a short moment, but they were protected from the energy impact by the black light. Then, they landed within the black stone palace. Pong! With a muffled sound, the two people hit a wall and bounced onto the ground. Lin Ming felt all the blood within his body tumble around, and he stretched out a hand to brace himself. He felt something soft beneath his hand, and as he looked down he could see that Xiao Moxian was being pushed down by him. Sorry. Lin Ming awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry that you didn't hurry up with that. Aya, that really hurt. Xiao Moxian rubbed her head. Just a moment ago her head bumped into the wall. Luckily she had her god-beast bloodline, otherwise she would have been seriously bruised and beaten. What is this place? Xiao Moxian asked. This is Primordius Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming briefly stated. In the Eternal Demon Abyss, Lin Min had inherited the legacy of Empyrean Primordius. If he didn't consider the Primordius martial intent, then the Primordius Heavenly Palace was absolutely the most precious treasure that Empyrean Primordius had left behind. As long as he entered Primordius Heavenly Palace, then any martial artist with a cultivation below the Empyrean realm would be unable to break through. Of course, the premise of all this was that Primordius Heavenly Palace had enough energy. Primordius Heavenly Palace? Xiao Moxian was startled. Before she could respond, the black stone palace violently shook. Xiao Moxian tumbled about, unable to hold back a shout as she was tossed into the air. Tian Mingzi is attacking us. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and images of what was occurring outside Primordius' heavenly palace appeared above him. Outside of the heavenly palace, Tian Mingzi was holding his sword with both hands and wildly hacking at the heavenly palace. However, his barrage of all-out attacks was only able to cause the heavenly palace to tremble. To break through its outer walls was actually impossible. Just what is this palace? Tian Mingzi grimly said. He had thought he was going to kill Lin Ming, but now everything had suddenly changed at the last moment. This was a piece of meat near his mouth that had escaped at the last moment. This palace is protected by array formations. I can't break through. Tian Mingzi frowned. This palace was definitely something refined by an Empyrean. Moreover, it was definitely an extreme Empyrean powerhouse. Otherwise, there was no way just an array formation would be so firm. It really is Empyrean Primordius. As Tian Mingzi looked at the Black Stone Palace, he could feel the aura of the primal Grand Mist universe. Before this, he had already looked at as many ancient texts as he could find. With the information he gleaned, he suspected that the Supreme Elder who died on the Sky Spill planet was Empyrean Primordius, and now this confirmed his suspicions. The rumors said that Empyrean Primordius controlled some shocking secret in the past, something that alarmed even the Saint race. Now, this secret is likely to have fallen into Lin Ming's hands. If I can obtain it, then I will ascend to the heavens with a single leap. As Tian Mingzi thought of this, he grew increasingly excited. Although Lin Ming was hiding within Primordius' heavenly palace, Tian Mingzi wasn't worried at all. Primordius' heavenly palace relied on its array formations to protect itself, but these array formations needed an astronomical supply of energy. As long he continued to attack and exhausted the energy or Primordius' heavenly palace, then catching Lin Ming was simply a matter of time. Thinking this, Tian Mingzi summoned all the true essence within his body and readied himself to attack once more. But at this time, Primordius' heavenly palace wildly shook. In the next moment, it turned into a beam of light, shooting into the horizon like a meteor with unbelievable speed. What? Tian Mingzi nearly bit his tongue. This palace could actually fly and fly so quickly. Damn! If it continues flying deep into God-burying Ridge, then I will have to face considerable risks to keep up with it. And wanting to capture it will be even harder. Above the endless barren earth, a black stone palace flew through the sky with incredible speed. The velocity of the palace was so fast that it created horrifying sonic booms as it passed through the world. This scene naturally aroused the attention of numerous evil spirits. With a deep roar, dozens of evil spirits soared into the sky, rushing towards the Black Stone Palace. Lin Ming's complexion was indifferent as he saw these evil spirits rushing towards him. His mind connected to the Primordius Gate as he tossed a massive number of violet sun crystals into the array formation, setting it all ablaze. The speed of Primordius' heavenly palace became even more terrifying. With loud banging sounds, these evil spirits were smashed apart by Primordius' heavenly palace. Wow, so fierce! Within the palace, Xianxia happily clapped her hands together in surprise as she watched the juggernaut-like momentum of Primordius' heavenly palace. I have to say, little Lin, if you had such a treasure to begin with, then why didn't you take it out earlier? You waited for Tian Mingzi to chase us, and now this miss was put into such an embarrassing scene by that. Lin Ming said, I waited for the enemy to arrive first before I took out Primordius' heavenly palace, because I wanted to see who was hunting me down and confirm my guesses. Lin Ming originally thought that the one chasing him was Imperial Prince Naki, but he never imagined it would be Tian Mingzi. It seemed that Tian Mingzi should have been one of the helpers that Imperial Prince Naki had hired. Then they divided into groups to hunt him down. Tian Mingzi went by himself while Naki and the Spider Brothers went to ambush Fatty Zhou. Primordius' Heavenly Palace. That name was this palace refined by Empyrean Primordius? Xianxia had an extremely keen understanding of the Divine Realm's history. Just by hearing the name of this palace, she could recall Empyrean Primordius. That's right. No wonder. So it was Empyrean Primordius' work. No wonder this palace is so fierce. I fear that even my grandfather doesn't have the ability to refine such a palace. Empyrean Demon Dawn was known for his unparalleled demonic attack techniques, But in terms of refining artifacts and laying down array formations, he was far worse than Empyrean Primordius. Empyrean Primordius was skilled in the Grand Mist laws. He used Grand Mist energy and a Grand Mist force field to lay down a great array formation, and then used the Primordius stone tablet as the center of this array formation. In the entire divine realm, there was no one that could lay down such an array formation. As for refining techniques, the materials Empyrean Primordius used were often from the forming of the universe. The chaos stones that formed at the evolution of the universe were materials that could only be found by a stroke of fate. And Primordius Heavenly Palace itself was created with a massive amount of this sort of divine stone. Thus, Primordius Heavenly Palace could be called a singularly unrivaled treasure within the entire divine realm. Kacha! With an explosive sound, Primordius Heavenly Palace wildly shook once more, as if it had crashed into something. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian nearly collided with each other again under the powerful inertia. "What's going on?" Xiao Moxian asked, startled. "We struck a force field." Lin Ming frowned. His sense immediately touched upon the Emperor Jade, and he discovered that he had truly gone on the wrong path just now. He had been relying on the lines of the Emperor Jade to move forwards and avoid the endless layers of killing intent in the Dao field. However, Lin Ming had yet to fully understand and clarify the meaning of the lines in the Emperor Jade, and Primordius Heavenly Palace was simply flying far too fast. Lin Ming didn't have the time to carefully analyze the flight path. Thus this situation appeared where they had struck a force field. Pong! The violent collision just now had caused the several hundred violet sun crystals in the Heavenly Palace's array formation to shatter into powder. There were even cracks that appeared in the 8 central 9 sun jades within the array formation. Che! Lin Ming deeply frowned as he looked at these cracked 9 sun jades. It was true that Primordius Heavenly Palace was formidable, but it wasn't formidable for no reason at all. If there were an Empyrean managing Primordius Heavenly Palace, then they could galvanize it with ease. However, Lin Ming's cultivation was a limiting factor that didn't allow him to activate the full abilities of Primordius Heavenly Palace. Thus, in order to activate the abilities of Primordius Heavenly Palace, he had to draw support from outside sources. The reason Primordius Heavenly Palace was able to fly through the skies with such overwhelming speed was that he was burning violet sun crystals and 9 sun jades as if they didn't cost anything at all. Lin Ming wasn't bothered about burning these items, but the problem was that he had a limited number of 9 sun jades with him. Once they were used up, then Primordius Heavenly Palace would have that much less to burn. This was also a reason why Lin Ming didn't take out Primordius Heavenly Palace at the very start. This was a final life-saving card. Unless it was a last resort, he wouldn't easily use it. How many 9 sun jades do you have? Xiao Moxian's eyelids jumped up as she looked at the 8 cracked 9 sun jades in the center of the array formation. A single 9 sun jade was worth 1 trillion violet sunstones. When Primordius Heavenly Palace was normally flying, it didn't require much energy to do so. But in this god-burying ridge, Primordius Heavenly Palace had to break through multiple force fields, evil beings, and also resist Tian Mingzi's all-out attacks. The energy required for all of this was nearly unimaginable. With a series of cracking sounds, the 8-9 sun jades turned into ash. This rate of consumption was simply too bewildering. Lin Ming waved his hand and replaced the scattered 9 sun jades with new ones. At the same time, a massive number of violet sun crystals were tossed near the 9 sun jades, burning in order to supplement the energy of the array formation. "Do you have any 9 sun jades?" Lin Ming glanced at Xiao Moxian. "I do. Take them out," Lin Ming tersely said. Xiao Moxian took out her 9 sun jades. She had 20 some in total. Lin Ming also took out his square-shaped 9 sun jade base. Just this thick base itself was worth several hundred 9 sun jades. This was also one of the treasures that Lin Ming inherited in Primordius Heavenly Palace. This base had been used to hold the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence. "You have such a large piece of 9 sun jade?" Xiao Moxian was surprised as she looked at this 9 sun jade base. This was far too luxurious. What lucky chance did Lin Ming obtain that he was so rich? Lin Ming said, "These 9 sun jades can support us for a long time, but if we are continually attacked by Tian Mingzi, then all of the 9 sun jades will burn out in around half a day. In other words, we will absolutely die if Tian Mingzi catches up to us. Lin Ming rapidly analyzed the situation. Even if Tian Mingzi laid down a force field, he still wouldn't be able to trap Primordius Heavenly Palace. But breaking through Tian Mingzi's force field would require a massive amount of energy. This wasn't something that Primordius Heavenly Palace could continue doing forever. Then what can we do? We can't lead Tian Mingzi in circles all day long. If this continues, we'll run out of energy sooner or later. Xiao Maxian didn't need to investigate with her sense to know that Tian Mingzi was chasing close behind them. Rapidly flying through God-burying ridge was a suicidal move to begin with, something that even a great world king wouldn't do. But Primordius Heavenly Palace was currently able to clear an opening through the air. Whether it was evil beings, resentful spirits, ghosts, or anything else, all of them would be smashed into ashes when they tried to attack. It was also because of this reason that Primordius Heavenly Palace consumed a massive amount of energy. Moreover, it even gave Tian Mingzi an opening through the skies. Since he didn't need to face the attacks of these evil beings, he could fly much more relaxedly. If this continued, Tian Mingzi could wait for his enemy to be completely exhausted before swooping in for the kill. I have an idea? Lin Ming took a deep breath, grimly saying, if we want to throw off Tian Mingzi's chase, then there is only a single place to do so. That is a place where even he won't go. And also where we must. You're saying? Xiao Maxian felt a chill crawl up her back as she heard this. Although there were many terrifying places in God-burying ridge, and they were known as places where even great world kings could die, that was only a possibility of death. In truth, it wasn't too likely for them to perish. It wouldn't be enough for a great world king to shrink back in fear and not dare to enter. If there was a place that even a great world king truly wouldn't enter, then that would be a place Empyreans wouldn't dare to step in. That was Tragic Death Valley. Lin Ming, you aren't saying you want to go to Tragic Death Valley, right? Even though Xiao Maxian's character was that of one who didn't fear the heavens or earth, her complexion still greatly changed upon hearing this. Yes. Xiao Maxian sucked in a breath of cold air. We're really entering Tragic Death Valley? Legends say that is a place even Empyreans can't return from. Do you believe that? If we enter, do we still have a chance of leaving? I have some confidence. We need to stake everything on this. Lin Ming had already confirmed that the Great Desolate God Trove was in Tragic Death Valley. If so, then he would need to go there sooner or later. He believed that the Azura Roadmaster had reasons for rewarding him with the Jade Pendant after layers of tests. It shouldn't be a trap meant to harm others. Even though there were dangers in Tragic Death Valley, it shouldn't be a hopeless dead end. With such a lucky chance in front of him, Lin Ming certainly wouldn't give up on it. And now with Tian Mingzi chasing him from behind, this actually forced Lin Ming to shift his plans earlier and enter Tragic Death Valley now. Lin Ming, I really cannot understand you. No matter what I think of it, it seems you already have some understanding of God-burying ridge. The more Xiao Maxian was with Lin Ming, the more mysteries she felt from him. He was an enigma with layers upon layers of riddles. Lin Ming even had confidence that he could return from a place where Empyreans died. This was simply unbelievable to most people. But Xiao Maxian didn't think this was too far-fetched. Lin Ming was someone who was always creating miracles. All right, if you have so much confidence, then I'll accompany you. Bang! Primordius Heavenly Palace broke through yet another force field. These force fields were not left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, but had naturally evolved in these billions of years from massive clumps of gathered energy. As Primordius Heavenly Palace continued breaking through these force fields and disintegrating evil beings in its way, several 9 Sun Jades also shattered into ash. Lin Ming calmly switched out new 9 Sun Jades. The 9 Sun Jade base that had held the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence was also broken up into pieces by him. In this short period of time, Primordius Heavenly Palace had already consumed 50 to 69 Sun Jades. This degree of consumption left even the wealthy Xiao Maxian panic-stricken. If these 9 Sun Jades were exchanged for Boundless World pills, they could buy almost 10 of them. God-burying ridge is indeed horrifying, Lin Ming thought as he looked at how fast the 9 Sun Jades were being consumed. In this incense stick of time, Primordius Heavenly Palace had withstood an innumerable barrage of terrifying attacks. If they weren't safely within Primordius Palace and had to directly face the dangers of God-Burying Ridge, it was hard to say whether or not the two of them could have come this far and still remained alive. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Divine light shined. Primordius Heavenly Palace was like a meteor as it cut across the horizon. Its speed was extremely fast. At this time Lin Ming had already penetrated 7,000 to 8,000 miles deep into God-Burying Ridge. This brat! To think he even obtained such a strong magic tool. However, with this sort of Empyrean spirit treasure, even if it has recognized Lin Ming as its master, activating it to move isn't easy at all. Lin Ming isn't strong enough to the point where he can supply the spirit treasure with his own origin energy yet, so he must be burning a massive number of 9 sun jades to do so. I want to see just how long your 9 sun jades can last. Tian Mingzi followed close behind Lin Ming, never giving up the chase. This chase wasn't easy for him either. Although the vast majority of evil beings, resentful spirits, and force fields were crushed by Primordius Heavenly Palace, some of them evaded and instead rushed towards Tian Mingzi. Underneath the attacks of these evil beings, Tian Mingzi also rapidly used up his strength. And at this time, in front of Tian Mingzi and Primordius Heavenly Palace, a red mountain range appeared. This red mountain range was terrifyingly high. In particular, the front 2 mountain peaks rose 1,000,000 feet into the sky, piercing through the heavens like divine swords. The main body of this mountain range circled about, spanning across God-Burying Ridge, seeming to divide the tens of thousands of miles wide God-Burying Ridge into 2. This mountain range was... Tian Mingzi's eyebrows shot up. This mountain range looked as if it were carved by a divine being. Such skill could only be called an act of God. From afar, it resembled a giant red dragon. The front 2 perilous peaks resembled dragon horns, and the following mountain peaks looked like the dragon body and dragon claws. This unbelievably lifelike terrain made it hard for anyone to believe that it was formed naturally. At the front of this dragon was a deep canyon that looked like a dragon's maw. It was a jet-black land, unfathomable, seeming to swallow everything within it. This landform is... Tian Mingzi's mind chilled. This red dragon mountain range had its jaws wide open, waiting for any life to enter. Facing this massive maw, Tian Mingzi couldn't help but give birth to a profound sense of despair and constraint in his heart. It was like everything in this world, including space and time, was distorted because of the existence of this maw. Anything that entered would be sucked in, never to emerge. It was like a true black hole of the universe, a path of no return. This is tragic Death Valley, Tian Mingzi instantly thought. Before he entered God-Burying Ridge, he had asked the Spider Brothers in detail about God-Burying Ridge's situation, and thus he naturally knew about tragic Death Valley. Although this was his first time seeing this valley for himself, he instantly recognized it for what it truly was. There was no suspecting it at all. No ordinary place could make him feel such despair and dread. This is a place that even Empyreans cannot return from. Tian Mingzi felt a chill crawl up his back. As he recalled the infamous reputation and stories of tragic Death Valley, he unconsciously slowed his footsteps. Although these rumors might have been exaggerated, they still weren't something he could deal with. This Lin Ming, is he planning on flying into tragic Death Valley? Tian Mingzi asked out loud with shock thick in his voice. He watched with his own eyes as Primordius Heavenly Palace, wrapped in black flames, continued barreling non-stop into tragic Death Valley. That Lin Ming, had he gone insane? He knew he was being chased down and had nowhere else to go. Thus he decided to stake everything he had on this one gamble and break into tragic Death Valley? This was a place that even an Empyrean couldn't emerge from. If Lin Ming entered, then that was absolute suicide. Even that seemingly mighty palace of his would be nothing but a joke. It would offer him no protection in there. This brat, is he really planning on doing something so idiotic? Tian Mingzi found this unbelievable. His divine sense had been locked onto Primordius Heavenly Palace all this time, and he was sure that it was real and not some illusion. Could he have escaped the palace and secretly fled somewhere? This thought flashed through Tian Mingzi's mind, but he immediately denied it. Underneath his powerful divine sense, it was impossible for a divine transformation realm junior to escape his notice. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Primordius' heavenly palace continued hurtling forwards like a falling star, shooting straight towards the entrance of Tragic Death Valley. In front of the massive Tragic Death Valley entrance, even Primordius' heavenly palace appeared extremely small, as if it were a little pebble falling into a giant black hole. Who? When Primordius' heavenly palace flew into Tragic Death Valley, a massive gravitational force seemed to grab hold of it, making it suddenly accelerate. Then, under this pull, Primordius' heavenly palace was drawn into a giant downward spiral, continuing into the entrance. Moreover, as Primordius' heavenly palace neared the entrance, it was like space distorted, causing the palace to seem even smaller. As it completely sank into the dark, it looked as small as a grain of sand. They've gone in. Tianmingzi stopped in his tracks, stunned. He looked at the pitch-black entrance of Tragic Death Valley with incredulity on his face, unable to summon up even the tiniest speck of courage to continue chasing after them. Lin Ming entered Tragic Death Valley like that? Will he perish in there, never to emerge again? All common reasoning told Tianmingzi that entering Tragic Death Valley meant death, with no exceptions, much less with how low Lin Ming's cultivation level was. However, Tianmingzi's intuition told him otherwise. How could a martial artist with such a great destiny upon their body die so simply like this? Lin Ming had grown up in the world of common mortal martial artists. Coming this far, he had experienced countless dangers and near-death situations. Even so, he was able to turn every disaster into safety. Tianmingzi himself had once chased after Lin Ming into the Sky Spill planet, but he was still defeated. Now, it was hard for him to believe that the Lin Ming who did all of that would die so easily here. This boy, just what tricks is he planning? Tianmingzi didn't believe that Lin Ming would die in Tragic Death Valley, nor was he willing to believe that. If this were true, then all the secrets on Lin Ming's body would turn into unfulfilled dreams. He wouldn't be able to obtain anything at all. Whether you are dead or alive, I will stand guard out here. If you don't come out in a month, then I'll wait for a year. If you don't come out for a year, then I'll wait 10 years. If you don't come out in 10 years, I'll wait 50 years, until I am sure that you have really perished within, or if there is a small chance that you will emerge. Tianmingzi fell down from the sky and hid himself in a barren land a distance away from Tragic Death Valley. He didn't dare to approach Tragic Death Valley because he could feel that Tragic Death Valley had a strange attraction force. All life that neared it would be involuntarily pulled in, and even space and time was twisted around the entrance to Tragic Death Valley. Even Tianmingzi dreaded such a strange and bizarre place. As long as he didn't approach Tragic Death Valley, then with his strength it wouldn't a problem for him to go anywhere in God-Burying Ridge as long as he was a bit more cautious. Oh, we really went in. Ah, you're crazy, Xiao Moxian said to Lin Ming in Primordius' heavenly palace. The moment that Primordius' heavenly palace was sucked into Tragic Death Valley, Xiao Moxian had held her breath, unable to remain calm. This was a true life or death gamble. Although Lin Ming said he was confident he could come out from God-Burying Ridge again, it was hard to say what he thought his chances were. They say to place yourself into a field of death and then fight your way to life. This is our disaster, but that doesn't mean this can't be our lucky chance. Lin Ming lightly said. He discovered that the power of space and time in Tragic Death Valley was extremely strange. Still deep within Primordius' heavenly palace, he cautiously branched out his sense and realized that space and time here was completely twisted. This Tragic Death Valley is like a black hole, Lin Ming immediately thought. Tragic Death Valley indeed had some similarities to a black hole. For instance, it was also a path of no return, a place that sealed away all of existence and distorted both time and space. In a black hole, space was infinitely compressed and time also became infinitely long. But in this Tragic Death Valley, time seemed to be pulled longer. Primordius' heavenly palace peacefully flew through Tragic Death Valley, no longer consuming a great deal of energy. This proved that there were nearly no dangers currently in Tragic Death Valley. I never thought that the legendary Tragic Death Valley, the most dangerous land of all, would actually be uneventful. Lin Ming repeatedly explored his surroundings with his sense. After determining that there weren't any evil beings, he turned to Xiao Moxian and said, "Let's go out and take a look. It seems Tian Mingzi really didn't follow us." One of the reasons Lin Ming entered Tragic Death Valley was to look for the great desolate god trove. He couldn't stay in Primordius' heavenly palace forever, otherwise he was doomed to not find anything at all. Okay. Xiao Moxian nodded. Facing this legendary death trap, even her complexion was solemn. Tragic Death Valley was filled with absolute darkness. This pitch-black darkness swallowed up all light, and even martial artists with extremely high cultivations would find it difficult to see anything. They could only use their sense to probe their surroundings. Lin Ming confirmed that there weren't any more dangers around him and then lit a wisp of flame. The weak light radiated outwards, illuminating their surroundings. Then, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian saw a devastated and grim world. Tragic Death Valley was surprisingly broad. From the outside, Tragic Death Valley only seemed 100,000 feet wide, but after entering the valley, they discovered that the size expanded to dozens of miles. This several dozen mile wide cave was marked with many different kinds of barren and ancient traces of the past. Shattered weapons, broken armor, mottled rocks, and even scattered bones. Tragic Death Valley could be called a graveyard of bones. Many bones had been weathered by time. If one accidentally bumped into them, they would dissolve into a thick bone dust. Some places had far too much bone dust. Just taking a step would leave behind a deep footprint. What a poignant sight. Billions of years is simply far too long a time period. These bones cannot withstand the weathering of years, and even an Empyrean can only live for 100 million years. Another 100 million years later, their body will eventually decay. Xiao Moxian sighed. At this time, Lin Ming squatted down and picked up a broken spear. The spear was jet black and broken in half. The spear shaft was brittle, but as he traced the spear edge, he could still feel its terrifying killing intent. This is a spear made from divine wood and infused with all sorts of supernatural powers. Even so, it has rotted away. You said it was billions of years, but perhaps it was even longer than that. Lin Ming's voice was quiet, but Xiao Moxian felt a chill crawl up her back. More than billions of years. Haven't you discovered that the space and time here is different from in the outside world? Lin Ming said. Xiao Moxian thought back to what happened. Thinking about it, what Lin Ming said was correct. This Tragic Death Valley had a bizarre gravitational force that sucked in even space and time. The flow of time and scale of space here were different from in the outside world. The several tens of thousands of feet wide valley was actually dozens of miles wide within. The time that passed outside was also much slower. It is indeed different. The flow of time here should be increased to a rate of 10:1. Xiao Moxian judged after closing her eyes for a moment. In truth, when discussing attainments in the space and time laws, although Lin Ming was already extraordinary in these aspects, he was still inferior when compared to Xiao Moxian, a monstrous genius when it came to comprehending laws. But the reason Lin Ming was the first to notice these differences in space and time was because the situation in Tragic Death Valley was similar to a black hole, which allowed him to quickly associate the two. The Divine Seal Art's black hole seed, because of its powerful gravitational force, could compress space and time to an infinite degree and become a permanent seal. A 10:1 flow of time. Then, these skeletons must have experienced tens of billions of years? Xiao Moxian was shocked as she reached this conclusion. In fact, it was hard to trace back the history of the Azura Road. The Azura Road could be billions of years old or even 10 billion years old. If it were 10 billion years old, then these bones would have already been lying here for 100 billion years. Just what sort of concept was 100 billion years? Xiao Moxian had a hard time imagining this. Let alone these skeletons, even a boundless dimension could collapse in on itself and celestial bodies would fade away. What a horrifying place! Xiao Moxian mumbled to herself. She could feel that Tragic Death Valley was like a book that recorded the history of the Azura Road, and these bones were the writings within it. As Xiao Moxian was astonished, Lin Ming had closed his eyes, seeming to sense something. After some time, he had finally determined something. Xianxia, Have you discovered that although the flow of time here is quickened, the laws aren't twisted at all? Normally, in a time enchantment, the speed of time could be freely changed. If an Empyrean were to take action, they could even arrange a 1000:1 time enchantment. But the more one changed the flow of time in a time enchantment, the more the laws would be twisted, making it nearly impossible to cultivate within. But in Tragic Death Valley, this situation didn't exist. If one cultivated and meditated on the laws here, it was nearly the same as doing so outside. If one trained here for 10 years, only 1 year would pass outside. Really? Yes. Unfortunately, the origin energy here is far too thin, so training would require a massive number of 9 sun jades. The Azura Road Mater truly had methods capable of capturing the good fortune of the world. To think that when he constructed Tragic Death Valley, he could produce such heaven-defying results. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. Xiao Moxian herself was extremely excited by this discovery. She said, "Then, should we start cultivating now? There's no need to hurry. We should investigate the situation of Tragic Death Valley first. Otherwise, no matter how strong we become, it will all be wasted if we cannot leave." Lin Ming's words were a tub of cold water poured all over Xiao Moxian. Her originally excited mood was suddenly doused by half. Lin Ming wasn't wrong. If they couldn't leave this place, then anything they did would be useless. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian continued forwards. Then, on a high-rising rock, they saw lines of ancient characters. Empyrean Extreme Violet. My life shall soon come to an end. Before my final days, I venture into the Valley of the Red Dragon, seeking relics of the God of Creation, to peek upon the limit of martial arts and uncover the riddles of history. As Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian saw these characters, they both glanced at each other, both able to see the shock and awe in each other's eyes. In the Azura Road, Tragic Death Valley was known as a land from which even Empyreans couldn't emerge after entering. However, many people questioned the validity of these claims and wondered whether they were exaggerated. Now, they could see the words on this rock were proof that those rumors hadn't been exaggerated at all. Empyrean Extreme Violet, I wondered just what type of person he was and what cultivation he reached. The reason he entered Tragic Death Valley at the end of his lifespan was likely because he didn't have any confidence that he could emerge once he entered. Before he died, he made his last journey into Tragic Death Valley in hopes of catching a glimpse of what lay beyond his vision. As Xiao Moxian spoke, there was a trace of fear in her voice. If even an Empyrean didn't have confidence in being able to leave Tragic Death Valley and only came here at the point before his death, then what about 2 divine transformation martial artists like themselves? At this time, even though Xiao Moxian believed in Lin Ming, she couldn't help but feel her heart shaking. Valley of the Red Dragon, that should be the true name of Tragic Death Valley. Because this valley has existed for far too long and countless people died here, it was eventually named Tragic Death Valley by the people of the current era. As for the God of Creation, that should be referring to the Azura Roadmaster. Come, let's continue onwards. Lin Ming ventured deeper forwards with Xiao Moxian. The deeper they went into the valley, the fewer skeletons they saw. These skeletons had a very great difference from those farther outside. These skeletons glittered with a crystalline light as if they were carved from white jade. It was obvious that these people hadn't died too long ago. Maybe there's something valuable here. Thinking this, Lin Ming waved his hand and picked up several spatial rings. These spatial rings could still be used. After opening the space within them, he let everything tumble onto the floor. Looking at these treasures, Lin Ming was slightly disappointed. The majority of the treasures had lost their divine glow and weren't much of use anymore. Xiao Moxian said, "That's strange. Even if the flow of time here is at a 10:1 ratio, the magic tools shouldn't be decayed like this. In the last couple thousand years, there have definitely been many people that died here, and the weapons and pills of these people should have only experienced several tens of thousands of years. They should still be preserved well." Xiao Moxian's question was also what Lin Ming was thinking. Lin Ming carefully investigated his surroundings and shook his head. They really have decayed far too quickly, at a rate that surpasses common sense. Perhaps it's not something as simple as the decay of time, but that their origin energy was sucked in by Tragic Death Valley's array formation. Tragic Death Valley also had an array formation, and all array formations required energy to activate. Besides absorbing origin energy from the outside, absorbing origin energy from the magic weapons and pills of these powerhouses was a very good source. You're right. Some unknown force is pulling out all the origin energy in this area. This has also caused the heaven and earth origin energy here to be thin, Xiao Moxian said after carefully feeling all around herself. The heaven and earth origin energy here was too thin. It would be difficult for Lin Ming or Xiao Moxian to cultivate, unless they used a prodigious amount of 9 sun jades. Let's continue forwards. Maybe we'll find something ahead, Lin Ming said. He could faintly feel that deep within the Valley of the Red Dragon, there was some terrifying power transmitting outwards, as if it were some demonic magic. The dark gray rocks were endless. As Lin Ming continued forwards, there were less and less skeletons. Instead, the faint existence of that powerful demonic force was growing increasingly strong. It was not until Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian turned another corner that they were startled by what they saw. Up in front of them was a massive cliff. It was unknown how deep this cliff went, but beneath the cliff was an endless wasteland covered with glistening ghostly green bones. It resembled a giant graveyard. These bones were thousands of feet long or even 10,000 feet long. They were mostly buried beneath the ground, and what was showing was only a tiny part, the tip of the glacier. The bones beneath were far larger. Some were bigger than mountains, piercing through the void and exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. It had to be known that these bones were only a small part of the entire skeleton. If these broken bones were gathered together to form the complete skeleton, then it was hard to imagine how large they were. They might even be 1,000 miles long. These are god-beast bones, Lin Ming immediately thought. Only a god-beast could possess such a massive body. This boundless grave had god-beasts buried within it, and there was definitely more than one. God-beasts were an extremely rare existence in the divine realm, and yet so many of them were buried here. Seeing these god-beast bones, Xiao Moxian happily clapped her hands. God-beasts! There are so many god-beasts! Heavens! Xiao Moxian was a half-god beast herself. She certainly wouldn't be wrong about the aura of a god-beast. If these god-beast bones were all fresh, then their value would be inestimable. Unfortunately, they have experienced far too long a time, and all their blood marrow and origin energy has been sucked away. Xiao Moxian excitedly flew down to the god-beast bones, wanting to take a look through them to see if there were any newer ones. In truth, even if 100 million years had passed and the origin energy and blood marrow of these god-beast bones had been sucked dry, they were still immensely valuable. Not only could they be used to refine all sorts of magic tools, but just absorbing their aura alone would be beneficial to the body. These god-beasts all died a long time ago, Xiao Moxian judged once she probed her surroundings. These god-beast bones didn't have the least bit of blood left within them. Moreover, in this endless deep grave there seemed to be some terrifying demonic power that caused her to feel restless. What's deeper past this grave? Xiao Moxian immediately thought. She couldn't help but want to explore further in. And at this time, a faint voice suddenly passed into Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's ears. Do not walk further in, otherwise you will not return. As soon as Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian heard this voice, they shook. There was someone there. Who? Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian raised their guard, immediately probing their surroundings with their sense. However, they couldn't discover anyone alive near them. The voice didn't come again. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian looked at each other and were able to see the shock in the other's eyes. There was actually someone living in Tragic Death Valley. Senior, Junior Lin Ming comes from another universe to adventure through the Azura Road. I was forced by someone into Tragic Death Valley. I humbly ask who Senior is. Lin Ming guessed that this other person must have also strayed into Tragic Death Valley. Although Lin Ming didn't know what dangers existed here, he knew without a doubt that it wasn't easy to survive here for a long time, because the origin energy of the spirit artifacts and magic tools had long been sucked dry. As for this person, they had managed to live for such a long time, and listening to their tone, they might have even gone into the depths of this god-beast tomb. If this were true, Then this person must be some extraordinary character. The voice was silent for a moment before saying, Divine Mist. These two simple words had no title, so it was hard for Lin Ming to estimate this other person's cultivation. But at this time, from Lin Ming's extreme violet ring, Soul White cried out, Empyrean Divine Mist, a legendary character of the Azura Road. To think it is actually him. Oh! Lin Ming was startled. In the Azura Road, not everyone could be called legendary. If this person could reign supreme amongst the Empyreans, then he was undoubtedly unrivaled even amongst peerless individuals. Empyrean Divine Mist, he is a Spiritas. He went missing millions of years ago, but I never imagined he would actually be here. This is truly stunning, Soul White said. If what Soul White said was true, and if 10 years within Tragic Death Valley was 1 year outside, then Empyrean Divine Mist had already lived here for many, many years. An Empyrean's lifespan was also only 100 million years long. Even an Empyrean was trapped in here for tens of millions of years. Tragic Death Valley lives up to its reputation. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. After a moment of silence, he held his hands together in respect and said, Senior, may I ask what strangeness is in this Valley of the Red Dragon? It seems as if everyone here besides Senior has died. From what Lin Ming knew, there should have been people entering Tragic Death Valley in these last several thousand years. Those that entered Tragic Death Valley during that time should only have experienced tens of thousands of years in here, and yet none of them had been able to survive. The only living being here was Empyrean Divine Mist. Empyrean Divine Mist sighed. He didn't directly reply to Lin Ming's question but said, You two are both outstanding martial artists, but it is such a pity that you were chased down to this dangerous land. Empyrean Divine Mist's voice clearly had a tone of pity in it. In his opinion, he didn't have any belief that Lin Ming or Xiao Moxian would be able to live. Hey, Gramps, can't you say some lucky words for us? Maybe we have some chance of leaving. Xiao Moxian didn't want to hear such words. It seemed as if this Divine Mist was saying they would die here without a doubt. Leave, Divine Mist bitterly sighed. If I could leave, I would have left long ago. Why would I sit here suffering in boredom for so many years? In these years, I have witnessed countless elites stumbling into this land, and all of them began like you two. They were first frightened, then shocked, and then excited, doing everything they could to find some method to leave. Many of them cultivated in Tragic Death Valley, becoming increasingly strong. However, no matter how confident they were that they could leave, their final fate was to die here and watch as time slowly withered them away. Facing eternal loneliness and despair, all of them were slowly driven mad by their pain and suffering. They became crazy, demented, their thoughts twisting into chaos until they even killed each other. As Empyrean Divine Mist spoke, Lin Ming was secretly dumbfounded. He could imagine the despair and desperation of those people who were trapped in Tragic Death Valley, with no other fate but to wait for their impending death even as they suffered in the lonely darkness. Even those with nerves of steel wouldn't be able to withstand this. Empyrean Divine Mist continued to say, The people I mentioned were those who had a cultivation nearing or at the World King realm. Only they have the qualifications to live for a long period of time in Tragic Death Valley. As for the weaker ones, they can only live for several months at most. This is because in Tragic Death Valley there will be occasional eruptions of demonic energy that spill forth like tsunamis. This power will destroy all life, destroy magic tools, pills, and charms. The skeletons that you saw on your way here are those who died beneath the waves of this demonic power. Lin Ming felt a chill crawl up his spine. No wonder there were more skeletons the closer to the entrance of Tragic Death Valley he was, and fewer the deeper he went. It was likely that these people had been forced to the perimeter by the waves of demonic power. Whether they were divine lords or holy lords, they had all died. What is this demonic power? Does it erupt from deep within the God-Beast tomb? Yes. What is happening within the God-Beast tomb? I am unsure. In the past, when I entered Tragic Death Valley, the God-Beast tomb was already here. I have stayed here for tens of millions of years and used this time to study the God-Beast tomb, but all I concluded was that it is a massive array formation. Some ancient existence had used the bones of 100 god beasts to form a terrifying array formation, but as for what this array formation does, I have no idea. The bones of 100 god beasts to lay down an array formation? Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were shocked speechless upon hearing Empyrean Divine Mist say this. This really was a heaven-shaking and earth-sundering ability. If there was someone who arranged this array formation, it was an absolute certainty that it would be the Azura Roadmaster. Only the Azura Roadmaster would have the daring and ability to do this. But the question was just what was the reason for it? Gramps, you told us not to enter the God Beast tomb. Will we not be able to return if we do? Xiao Moxian asked as she recalled Empyrean Divine Mist's first words. Empyrean Divine Mist sighed and said, "For these last tens of millions of years, out of the innumerable individuals I have seen enter the God Beast tomb, none of them have emerged alive. Only when the eruption of demonic power happens from deep within will their bones be blown out. In the past I also once attempted to venture deep into the God Beast tomb and possibly find some method to leave the Valley of the Red Dragon. But after passing 100 miles deep, I felt the call of a formidable demonic power that nearly made me lose my sense of self. In the end, I failed. The call of a formidable demonic power? One that could even make an Empyrean lose their sense of self? Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could confirm that tragic Death Valley shouldn't be a land of absolute death. There had to be a way to leave. The Azura Roadmaster wouldn't create such a land to joke around with his incomparably weaker juniors. If tragic Death Valley did have an exit, then it was highly likely that it was deep within the God Beast tomb, because out of everyone that had ever entered, no one had emerged. Senior, you sound very weakened. Lin Ming pondered. From Empyrean Divine Mist's sound transmission, he could feel that his soul aura was like a flickering candle in the wind. Empyrean Divine Mist was of the Spiritas race, who took the soul as the source of their existence. Now that his soul aura appeared to be so weak, this proved that he likely couldn't live for much longer. Empyrean Divine Mist chuckled self-deprecatingly. Well said. In these years I have experienced countless demonic tides. The origin energy in this cave is far too meager, and the soul crystals and origin energy runes I brought here have long been used up. I can now only depend on absorbing the thin origin energy here to resist the corrosion of the demonic tides. At the same time, I must meditate to maintain my condition, sealing away my life activities in order to barely linger onwards. Empyrean Divine Mist's words contained a depth of sadness to them. A proud son of heaven like himself had ended up in such a state, having to spend tens of millions of years silently suffering in the Valley of the Red Dragon. Such a fate truly moved the heart. Senior, Junior has a question. I wonder if it is improper to ask or not. Lin Ming asked after hesitating for a moment. You and I are nothing but people who will soon die. There is nothing that cannot be said. Empyrean Divine Mist confidently responded. That is, I want to ask, why did Senior enter tragic Death Valley in the past? That is, the Valley of the Red Dragon that Senior referred to. With Senior's status and strength, you can already overawe the Azura Road. Why would you enter such a perilous land like tragic Death Valley, where the chances of survival are so slim? Although other Empyreans have come here, they likely came at the moments before their death. If they had to choose between entering tragic Death Valley or dying in repose outside, they chose to come here and attempt to peek at the secrets of the source of the Azura Road, and also to find out how to walk down the path of true divinity. Lin Ming had been wondering this the entire time. He could understand if divine lords and holy lords were accidentally sucked into tragic Death Valley, but it was impossible for an Empyrean to be accidentally sucked in with their level of cultivation. If they entered tragic Death Valley, it was a completely voluntary action. If an Empyrean were to enter tragic Death Valley at the end of their life, then that would be understandable, but Empyrean Divine Mist had clearly arrived here at the height of his power. Why would he take such a risk? Because of enmity. Empyrean Divine Mist said these 3 words and then fell silent, clearly unwilling to say anything more. Lin Ming also tactfully didn't ask further. A single word of enmity. Perhaps Empyrean Divine Mist's life hadn't been as vivid and illustrious as others had imagined. Miss G. Let us go back and see if we can find out what the situation at the entrance is like. Lin Ming turned to ask Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian threw back a smile in return, infinitely enchanting. You're quite a dullard, calling me Miss G. Stop being so polite about everything. It's fine if you just call me Xianer. Well, alright. Then, let's go back and take a look. Lin Ming was well aware that after entering Tragic Death Valley, there was no way to leave from the entrance. If there was, then all the previous people who had come here would have discovered that method. If there was a method, then those people would never have waited until they died here. Even so, he wanted to return to investigate the situation and carefully examine the area so he could remember every nook and cranny of Tragic Death Valley. Then he could familiarize himself with the structures and profound principles that govern this land, and also prepare contingencies for any emergencies. Xiao Moxian patted Lin Ming's shoulder, casually saying, I already handed over my life and all my property to you. I'm still young and don't want to pass away here, so please lead the way. She was a naturally optimistic person. Even after entering such a danger zone, she still didn't go crazy with despair, even when she had no idea what Lin Ming was relying on. As they walked towards the entrance, Lin Ming was able to confirm his suspicions. The entrance was blocked by a force field. This was a terrifying force field, similar to the surface of a black hole. One could only enter, not leave. Moreover, as long as one passed that force field, then they would enter a completely different world from which even light couldn't escape. This was a true separate world. If even Empyreans cannot break through that enchantment, then there's definitely nothing I can do. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking of leaving from the entrance. He retraced his steps and returned to the God Beast tomb, and then went from the God Beast tomb back to the entrance, taking this path several dozens of times. Every time Lin Ming walked this distance, he would spend 2 to 4 hours doing so. As he walked this route again and again, he remembered the positions of all the shattered bones, where the bones were crowded, sparse, where there were more bones of powerhouses. Every detail that he could memorize, he did. What use is there in remembering all of this? Xiao Moxian asked Lin Ming. They had already walked back and forth several dozen times, taking several days and nights to do so. She wasn't bothered or impatient at all with this, but continued walking with Lin Ming and also remembering her surroundings. Although Xiao Moxian appeared unreliable most of the time, at needed moments she could shine with her own dependability and earnestness. It might be useful. Lin Ming had some faint speculations in his mind and wanted to confirm them one at a time. On the 5th day, Lin Ming had fully remembered the complete details of the area outside of the God Beast tomb. Then he arrived at the cliff where the God Beast tomb lay. With a light jump, Lin Ming flew down to the depths of the God Beast tomb. His speed wasn't fast. As he flew down, he felt the demonic power that Empyrean divine mist spoke of. As he thought, the further he went, the more that demonic power would increase in strength, as if it were enticing his body and soul, trying to draw him closer. Lin Ming's mind chilled. He immediately stopped flying and returned using his old route. For the next several days, Lin Ming continued to explore the edge of the God Beast tomb. He went in and out but never went deeper than 10 miles. As for Empyrean divine mist, he had no words to say about Lin Ming's actions. He had already given sufficient warning. If Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian insisted on venturing into the God Beast tomb to die, then he wouldn't stop them. On the 10th day, Lin Ming returned to the edge of the tomb's cliff and then meditated atop a raised rock. Without any questions, Xiao Moxian accompanied Lin Ming to meditate atop that rock. Placed beside them was the 9-sun jade base, slowly glowing with a gentle light. Xiao Moxian was cultivating. As for Lin Ming, he was perceiving the Tao patterns in the Emperor Jade, verifying everything he knew with the God Beast tomb. Lin Ming's guess was that regardless of the Great Desolate God Trove or the exit of Tragic Death Valley, it was all located deep within the God Beast tomb. If he wanted to obtain these things, he would need to journey deep down into that graveyard. And according to Empyrean divine mist, even an Empyrean would lose their mind upon entering the God Beast tomb. If Lin Ming wanted to accomplish what they couldn't, then he would need to completely understand the profound and mysterious processes of the Great Array formation. Time slowly passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Lin Ming meditated like a stone statue. The Tao patterns within the Emperor Jade were enigmatic and difficult to understand. Even when he was verifying them with what he gleaned from the God-Beast tomb, it was still arduous and straining. In the 4th month, Lin Ming flew off from the rock and continued to investigate the God-Beast tomb. This time, Lin Ming extended his investigative range to 20 miles. Every time, Lin Ming would remember as many placements of God-Beast bones as he could, as well as their auras and law characteristics. All of this information was completely taken in by Lin Ming, being analyzed and summarized by his extraordinary perception. After 2 weeks of analyzing, Lin Ming returned to meditate on the rock once more. In a flash, half a year had passed. During this half-year, Empyrean Divine Mist had watched everything happening. You are quite persistent with your age. Perhaps having such achievements isn't a coincidence at all. But what a pity. This is an array formation personally arranged by the Azura Roadmaster, and it contains infinite mysteries. Let alone you. I once spent a full 10,000 years perceiving the God-Beast tomb but failed to find out anything in the end. And before and even after me, there were countless peerless geniuses who also tried to understand the God-Beast tomb, to seek flaws in the array formation. But in the end, all of them were defeated. Empyrean Divine Mist shook his head. He didn't expect Lin Ming to have perceived anything at all in this last half-year. In this case, Lin Ming was able to focus his mind and calmly meditate each day with no despair in his eyes and no feeling that he would give up soon. Disregarding whether or not all of this was meaningless, just his character and disposition to go through all this was admirable. Senior's words are sensible, but if Junior doesn't try it once, how will I know that all my efforts will be in vain? Lin Ming spoke without opening his eyes, nor did he pause his meditation. He was grasping every minute and second to calmly and assiduously enlighten himself. In perceiving the God-Beast tomb's array formation, there was a great difference between how he did it and how those who came before had tried. Those ancient seniors all attempted to find a flaw in the God-Beast tomb's great array so that they could use this flaw to enter deeper within. But Lin Ming was different. He was studying the entire array formation because he wanted to grasp this array formation together with the inheritance within the Emperor Jade. This seemed like a fantastical fairy tale, but with the ability to reference the Emperor Jade, Lin Ming's own unusually high perception, his solid martial arts foundation, as well as the general outline of the Azura Sutra, this gave him a slim chance of accomplishing it. Lin Ming discovered more and more of the mysteries within the Emperor Jade. The Tao field and Tao patterns inscribed within were the essence of the Azura Roadmaster's inheritance. It was just that without any notes and without any master to teach him, Lin Ming only had the God-Beast tomb to refer to, making it extremely difficult to understand the inheritance within the Emperor Jade. But this process of enlightenment was actually a way of honing Lin Ming and allowing him to gain even deeper comprehensions. Only perceiving things on his own would be the most suitable process for him. At this time, Empyrean Divine Mist said, "If you don't try it once, then you won't know if your efforts will be in vain, and you aren't willing to give up like that? That's well said of you. But after several more hours, the tide of demonic power will erupt. Can you survive that?" While Lin Ming stayed in Tragic Death Valley for half a year, only half a month passed outside. In terms of exploring God-Burying Ridge, half a month wasn't anything at all. What? Lin Ming entered Tragic Death Valley? Outside of Tragic Death Valley's entrance, Imperial Prince Naki and the others were gathered together. They had following Tian Mingzi according to his tracking mark and learned from him that Lin Ming had entered Tragic Death Valley. Tragic Death Valley. That is a place where even Empyreans die. Did that brat just die like this? Naki commented, amazed. He found it a bit unbelievable that Lin Ming died like this. With Sage Tian Mingzi hunting him down, under the pressure of a great world king powerhouse, Lin Ming came to a dead end and had no choice but to desperately enter Tragic Death Valley. No matter how it happened, Lin Ming is finished, and now my race has one less future obstacle in its way. Haha, Mr. Zhou said from beside Naki, stroking his beard the entire time. He was in a very good mood. He didn't believe that Lin Ming had even the tiniest chance of surviving after entering Tragic Death Valley. Could Tian Mingzi be lying to us? Naki asked with a sound transmission. He simply found it unbelievable that Lin Ming would die like this. It should be true. Our tracking mark already proves that Tian Mingzi flew towards Tragic Death Valley, and he has no reason to hide anything about Lin Ming from us. Tian Mingzi also desired to kill Lin Ming, Mr. Zhou said. Then, he flicked a finger with a spatial ring and 4 figures came tumbling out onto the ground in a jumbled mess. Since Lin Ming has been forced into Tragic Death Valley, there is no way that he won't die. Now, our mission can already be considered completed, and keeping these people is no longer meaningful. These 4 people were Fatty Zhou, the dragon siblings Dragon Cloud and Dragon Moon, as well as Monster Prince Duyu. They had yet to die, but their injuries were heavy and their appearances were miserable. Their true essence and aura had already been sealed away by God runes. They were nothing more than fishes on the chopping block right now. Should we kill them? Mr. Zhou asked. These few words caused the complexions of the 4 to pale. In the face of death, no one could remain calm and confident. In particular, Monster Prince Duyu's lips trembled. He didn't want to die here. Keep them around for the moment. I still don't believe that Lin Ming would die so easily. If he really entered Tragic Death Valley, then it should be impossible for him to emerge again. However, what I am afraid of is that he has some special method he used to not enter Tragic Death Valley. Rather, he is hiding somewhere in that Red Dragon Mountain range. We will stand guard here and keep watch for a year. If we still can't find him during this time period, then that will confirm he has died. Imperial Prince Naki's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said this. Although he was proud and arrogant, he was also cautious in his actions, especially when it came to someone like Lin Ming, who had caused him to suffer a great loss in the past. He knew that Lin Ming had a great destiny upon his body, and dying like this was simply too ridiculous a way to perish. Your Highness is right. Then, let us arrange some ambushing array formations and sit back and wait for him. Mr. Zhou and Naki soon came up with a plan. But at this time, the earth began to faintly shake. What's going on? It's Tragic Death Valley. Naki could clearly see that the red dragon-like divine mountain range was shaking all over. Behind Mr. Zhou and Naki, the Spider Brothers appeared nervous. There is a terrifying energy outbreak occurring in Tragic Death Valley. We must hurry and retreat. The Spider Brothers were god-burying ridge guides and thus naturally had an extremely deep understanding into Tragic Death Valley. Normally, staying near Tragic Death Valley wasn't too dangerous. But if there was an energy outbreak occurring then, that would cause all of the evil beings around Tragic Death Valley to be stirred up into a frenzy as they joyfully welcomed this grand feast of energy. And among these evil beings, there were even ghost emperors that could compare with great world kings. Energy outbreak? Then, anyone that is in Tragic Death Valley will die. Nakis asked, his thoughts turning. It should be, we aren't too sure. If there is anyone in there, then I estimate they should die until they can't die anymore. As the Spider Brothers spoke, they had already grabbed Fatty Zhou and the others to fly backwards. Naki and his group soon followed. The only one remaining was Tian Mingzi. He looked towards that shaking Tragic Death Valley, and dark shadows crossed his face like gloomy clouds. Oh! This is a demonic tide. Within Tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had stood up. The cliff was shaking beneath them, as if it were about to break apart at any moment. A deep and horrifying strength was percolating, gathering deep within the god-beast tomb. Lin Ming's expression was solemn. He immediately grabbed Xiao Moxian's hand. As Xiao Moxian felt her hand grabbed by Lin Ming, she was startled. You! Don't randomly run. You must follow me. Lin Ming ordered without explanation. His tone was strong and blunt, allowing no refusal. He had already heard half a year ago from Empyrean Divine Mist that the demonic tide would erupt periodically. Martial artists who entered Tragic Death Valley didn't pass away, but were instead swallowed up by the demonic tides. This was the greatest test he would face here. He didn't know whether or not he could survive this disaster, but he had to bring Xiao Moxian with him. Otherwise she would surely die here. Xiao Moxian was stunned and then nodded in response. Although she was known as a beautiful enchantress, she was still a young and naive girl. Facing such a terrifying disaster, she couldn't help but have a faint feeling of wanting to depend on someone. Junior. This demonic tide is like a volcanic eruption in the mortal worlds. However, what gushes out is not lava but demonic energy. If this energy catches you, then your cultivation and even your flesh will be completely melted away. I know that you think you might be able to rely on your extraordinary talent, but it is impossible for you to resist this demonic energy with your cultivation. In these tens of millions of years, I have even seen ordinary world kings be carelessly caught by the demonic tide and have their bodies burst apart. As Emperor Divine Mist said, this Xianxia's complexion changed. This demonic tide could kill even world kings. She also knew of the demonic tide, but as for how dangerous it was, she had no idea. But now she learned that even world kings could die in it. With her and Lin Ming's strength, it would be extremely difficult to survive this catastrophe. Could it be that before we find a way to leave, we will die in this demonic tide? Xianxia subconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Ming's hand. From her angle, she could see Lin Ming's dashing profile. Lin Ming had long since undone his appearance-concealing technique. His facial features were strong and sharp, as if they had been carved by a saber. His eyebrows were straight and slanted up at an angle, and his hair was blowing in the wind. At this time, all of Lin Ming's concentration was focused on the depths of the god-beast tomb. His eyes were like stars in the deep night, bright and calm, giving one an inexplicable sense of safety. He doesn't seem anxious at all, Xianxia thought. Lin Ming was too calm to the point that it startled her. Xianxia had no choice but to admit that in the face of this dreadful strength that far surpassed the limits of her cultivation and could easily kill her, she could not remain as calm as Lin Ming was right now. This was something that couldn't be faked, and there was no reason to stay calm if one wasn't, because if they died, then they died. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, a dreadful column of black energy erupted from deep within the god-beast tomb, impacting into the skies. The demonic tide had begun. Lin Ming grabbed onto Xianxia's hand with even more strength. He didn't expect Emperor Divine Mist to lend him a helping hand. Emperor Divine Mist was weakened to an extreme degree, and the fires of his soul were greatly diminished. Although he could still use sound transmissions, he likely lacked the ability to help them resist the demonic tide. Moreover, he didn't have any obligation to help them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like an angry roaring sea, the entire god-beast tomb began trembling. A terrifying flow of energy began gushing out from deep within the tomb, washing towards the cliff with endless momentum. Facing this dreadful storm of energy, Lin Ming didn't immediately escape. Instead, his concentration was completely focused on that tumbling sea of black energy. As if he were thinking of something, Lin Ming was indeed pondering something. On one hand, he had to observe the flow of demonic energy to see whether it conformed to the rules within the Emperor Jade's Tao field. On the other hand, he needed to see just what variations would occur when the demonic tide spewed forth from the god-beast tomb. Lin Ming. In this critical moment, Xianxia's complexion completely changed. Her hand was pulled tightly by Lin Ming, but he didn't seem as if he was planning to run away at all. Instead, he stood there as if he were in a daze. If they continued to stay here, then both of them would die miserable deaths. Go! Grasping Xianxia's hand, Lin Ming turned and fled. Lin Ming flew in front and Xianxia behind him. She followed his exact footsteps, her body fluttering forwards like a piece of cotton as she was pulled forwards by Lin Ming, as if she didn't weigh anything at all. Just as they took several steps away, a brilliant black beam of energy shot up 30 feet in front of them, piercing through space like a sharp sword. To even pierce through the void, the degree of sharpness that this energy beam had was unimaginable. Seeing this beam of energy in front of her, Xianxia paled. It seemed that the eruption of demonic energy would come not just from deep within the god-beast tomb, but also from underground. If they had walked just a few dozen feet further forwards, then they would have been struck by this demonic energy, and their fates could be imagined. Lin Ming held onto Xianxia's hand as before, seeming as if he didn't even see this column of energy. He continued wildly dashing forwards. This was a race with his life on the line. He can actually remain so calm. His disposition and foundation are impeccable. If such a good seedling could have been my disciple, then my life's work wouldn't perish with my death. But what a pity. The demonic tide is heartless. No matter how calm a martial artist is, that alone cannot save them. He and I will both die, and it is only a matter of time. A bitter and bereft voice echoed through the god-beast's tomb. If it were a world king with a deep foundation, they could rely on their protective true essence to resist the demonic tide. But a divine transformation realm martial artist simply didn't possess this ability. Bang! Another beam of black divine light broke through the ground in front of Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, piercing through the void. This black divine light was more than fierce enough to take both their lives. To flee in such an environment, this could barely be described as frantically dancing upon a knife's edge. Xiao Moxian didn't even doubt that they would both die in the next moment. Each time they seemed to encounter a stroke of good luck and avoid being struck by these energy beams, but they would be struck sooner or later, she following Lin Ming without knowing what direction she was going. In this apocalyptic scene, Xiao Moxian felt the world fall far away from her, with only this hand grabbing her own seeming to exist. This powerful hand was true to the touch, even causing a bit of pain with how tightly it held onto her. Lin Ming's strong feet pumped across the mottled rocks. Energy surged within him and his divine sense radiated outwards, rapidly sensing all of his surroundings. However, wanting to use his sense to discover where the next explosions of energy would occur was useless, even for someone like Lin Ming who cultivated the divine dream law. It was impossible for his sense to penetrate the ground of God-burying ridge that was covered by a massive Tao field. Bang! Another beam of divine light shot upwards. This time, it came from right beneath Xiao Moxian's feet. In that moment, Xiao Moxian felt herself lighten, as if she would turn into ashes at any moment. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The feeling of being on the verge of death was like an electric current that shot through her body. At this moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. But then, Xiao Moxian felt a great strength cover her body, wrapping her up and forcefully ripping her away from her position. The black divine light rubbed against Xiao Moxian's right half, disintegrating her clothes. Lin Ming? Xiao Moxian could barely collect her scattered wits. The one who pulled her away just now was Lin Ming. He had already switched direction ahead of time. Thus he didn't step onto that beam of energy and was able to pull her away in time, as if he knew where that energy was going to erupt from to begin with. He avoided it? Was that a coincidence? It wasn't just Xiao Moxian, but even Empyrean Divine Mist was startled. He also thought of this idea. Even that eruption of energy had been avoided by Lin Ming. Could this still be described as a coincidence? Empyrean Divine Mist couldn't believe that. The ground rock of Tragic Death Valley was extremely bizarre, and no sense was able to pierce through it. Even a great world king wouldn't be able to determine where the next eruption of energy would appear, so how could a human youth accomplish that? Empyrean Divine Mist didn't have any time to think about this. Lin Ming had pulled Xiao Moxian upwards and flew towards the precipice of Tragic Death Valley. Beneath the distortion of the space laws, Lin Ming easily climbed up the several dozen-mile cliff. He was able to borrow leverage from the cliff, jumping hundreds of feet each time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Crazy flows of energy shot out from the cliff face without end. But Lin Ming seemed to have some incredible ability to predict where they would emerge and manage to avoid them the moment they shot out. This was true whether the energy flows were in his immediate vicinity or not. Underneath this horrifying tide of energy, the ground and mountains were torn asunder. The earth cracked apart and black serpents of fire continued to jet outwards. The demonic tide became increasingly fierce, increasingly violent. Xiao Moxian felt that what she was breathing was no longer air, but the chaotic flow of energy. Pong! Another energy flux shot out. Lin Ming rolled over on the cliff, perfectly avoiding this beam that seemed as if it would absolutely hit him. And at this time, Xiao Moxian, who was being pulled forwards by Lin Ming, was left completely speechless. This clear pattern of evasion absolutely could not be explained by coincidence. It was clear that Lin Ming could foresee where the dangers would erupt. How was he doing this? Xiao Moxian couldn't imagine how it was possible. In terms of sense and soul force, with the support of her own god-beast soul, she wasn't necessarily any worse than Lin Ming, who studied the divine dream law. But she was completely unable to feel where the energy tide would erupt from. This junior, just how is he doing this? In the god-beast tomb, Empyrean divine mist was surprised. All of this was completely unexpected, and it surpassed his scope of understanding. It was obvious that Lin Ming possessed some ability that allowed him to accomplish this. The eruption of energy continued. Compared to the black sea of energy that swelled up from the god-beast tomb, the true dangers lay in the energy beams that shot out from the ground and walls. They were virtually unavoidable. If one could avoid these, then there was no need to fear the demonic tide. And Lin Ming seemed to have the ability to foresee where the energy would erupt. Lin Ming's concentration was completely focused on dodging. He zigzagged around, holding onto Xiao Moxian's hand the entire time. With her hand held by Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian felt as if she were holding onto the entire world. Even when the world seemed to be ending, this hand was her safe haven, making her feel as if she could rely on it. Dreadful black waves crashed against the rocks, splashing up tens of thousands of feet. These waves were also dodged by Lin Ming. The rocks were torn apart by energy. The ground underneath Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's feet had nearly turned into a black sea. Such a scene continued for a quarter-hour of time. Then, the energy tide began to weaken and no more chaotic energy erupted. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian came to a stop atop a rock on the precipice of the cliff. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body was drenched with sweat, because he had used up too much strength and because of how tense everything was just now. His forehead had blue veins sticking out and his fingers were softly trembling. It's over. As the black waves fell away, Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. He felt weak with exhaustion. Beside Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian hesitated for a moment and then stretched out a hand, wiping away Lin Ming's sweat. Her other hand was still being held by Lin Ming. With their two hands grasped together, there was an inexplicable feeling of the two being in perfect harmony. As they fled all the way here, Lin Ming's mind was too tense and concentrated, so he never noticed how it felt to hold on to Xiao Moxian's hand. In fact, this was the first time Lin Ming had held Xiao Moxian's hand. Although he had grabbed her arm before, he was separated by the cloth of her sleeves. But now he was truly holding her palm in his. Xiao Moxian's hand was soft to an unimaginable degree, and calling it warm and fragrant wasn't enough to describe it. As he held onto her hand, he felt his entire body be refreshed, like a parched traveler taking a taste of clear spring water at an oasis, making his entire body feel comfortable. Lin Ming wasn't a virgin who had never been intimate with a woman before, but this was the first time he felt something so marvelous when holding on to someone's hand. How could this? Lin Ming was startled, and yet he wasn't willing to release Xiao Moxian's hand for some time. Because of the special circumstances just then, he had no choice but to grab her hand and fly. But now that the danger had abated, with Lin Ming's personality, he wouldn't continue taking advantage of her. However, as he released her hand, he felt an unexpected feeling of dismay. This wasn't because of the emotions between men and women, but because his bloodline and soul blended together well with hers. Lin Ming had absorbed a 1,000-foot azure dragon bone, and he had the azure dragon bloodline within him. As for Xiao Moxian, she was the descendant of a phoenix, a true bloodchild of a phoenix. Dragon and phoenix, rejoicing together. It wasn't just Lin Ming who was feeling this, but Xiao Moxian was the same. She had a strange lingering sadness at releasing Lin Ming's hand. Although Lin Ming's azure dragon bloodline could hardly be considered rich when compared to her own, his foundation was solid and his body was tempered to an amazing degree, even touching upon the boundary of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In terms of bodily toughness, Lin Ming didn't lose out to Xiao Moxian. From Lin Ming's body, his blazing astral essence and yang attribute azure dragon blood subtly vitalized her bloodline, making her feel satisfied. Xiao Moxian never imagined that just this strange touch would make her feel so peculiar, enough to cause her mind to shake. She subconsciously drew back her hand, and Lin Ming also took this chance to release his grip. Like this, the two of them separated. Lim Ming recalled the aftertaste of that feeling just now. He couldn't help but admit that Xiao Moxian's bloodline held an extremely strong appeal to him. Now, between Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, besides the attraction between their bloodlines, there was even a faint resonance in their life force. In that period of intense action just now, Lin Ming felt as if all the pores throughout his body had opened, greedily absorbing the pure and gentle phoenix energy that Xiao Moxian was quietly exuding. This sort of energy fused together with Lin Ming's own blood, complementing each other in a balance of yin and yang and causing slightly crackling sounds to pop throughout his body. The azure dragon blood stirred restlessly within him, nearly spontaneously forming an azure dragon phantom behind him. This feeling was as if he had just completed a breakthrough. However, they had held hands for far too short a time and the yin-yang energy hadn't been able to fully equalize with each other. Lin Ming had no idea what effect could be achieved if he really did cultivate with Xiao Moxian. Yin-yang equalization. I never thought that there would be such wondrous results. The body transformation technique cultivates astral yang energy, but the body transformation technique doesn't necessarily utilize the most extreme positive yang energy. If yin and yang can complement each other, then perhaps I can even reach the 9 stars of the Tao Palace faster. In the brief moment when his bloodline was vitalized just now, Lin Ming suddenly had a realization. The higher one ascended in the boundaries of martial arts, the more it required a well-rounded development. An extreme Empyrean could not have a weakness in any aspect. If someone wanted to break through the true divinity realm, relying on just a single cultivation system was far too difficult. On a similar level of reasoning, when one cultivated body transformation to the highest degree, relying on just the limit of positive yang energy was not enough. It would instead become brittle, easy to break. "Thank you, for just then," Xiao Moxian softly whispered, her cheeks flushed with a beautiful red, like the color of spring apples. "You saved my life another time. It seems I owe you more and more." "There is nothing you owe me. You were forced into tragic Death Valley because of me to begin with." Lin Ming sobered up and began to sit in meditation again. When he was fleeing, although it didn't seem as if he were using up a lot of energy, the truth was that it required an abnormally high level of concentration as he was constantly deducing and calculating the demonic tide with the array formation. This placed a tremendous burden of consumption on Lin Ming's soul force, and it was even more tiring than undergoing a protracted battle. As Lin Ming was meditating, Xiao Moxian also sat down on the ground. She grasped her legs, holding her chin down on her knees. She looked into the distance, her eyes lost in thought. 2 hours passed. Lin Ming nearly restored himself to his top condition. As he opened his eyes, he discovered that Xiao Moxian was staring at him, her wide and clear eyes gazing into his own. Being stared at like this by such a beautiful young woman, even Lin Ming felt somewhat uncomfortable. He coughed. "What are you looking at?" "I'm examining whether you have any pimples on your face," Xiao Moxian sternly said before giggling. As she laughed, she threw back her head. Her long black hair slipped behind her ears, gently brushing against her pure and white skin and charming blushed cheeks. In this moment, the gently laughing Xiao Moxian seemed to be basked in sunlight, infinitely beautiful. Lin Ming was startled. He coughed once and then turned around. "Your clothes are torn." When they were fleeing, Xiao Moxian's clothing had been struck by the energy fluctuations and torn apart. Although it didn't reveal anything embarrassing, it still revealed her snow-white arms and silky shoulders. In addition to the enchanting smile on her face, even Lin Ming felt a bit dazed by all this imagery. After being reminded by Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian stuck out her tongue and immediately formed new clothes of origin energy around her body. As for her torn vestments, she placed them back in her spatial ring. After finishing all of this, Xiao Moxian continued looking at Lin Ming, seeming as if her pitch-black eyes could speak on their own. "What are you looking at me for?" Lin Ming asked a second time. "Just curious. You seem to have many secrets on your body. I'm interested." Xiao Moxian had followed behind Lin Ming and watched as Lin Ming dodged all the eruptions of demonic energy, as if he could foresee where the demonic tide would shoot out from. And back in God-burying Ridge, Lin Ming's understanding of the landscape also far surpassed her imagination. None of this seemed rational or possible, but Xianxia never asked for the reason why. She liked to maintain this sort of mystery and slowly unravel it on her own. Only then would it be interesting to her. It was similar to when she had guessed that Lin Lanjian was Lin Ming, but had never voiced the speculation out loud. In Xianxia's eyes, Lin Ming was like a fantastically wondrous novel. There was no way to know what would be written on the next page, and as she was full of expectations, she would be urgently ready to read the next page because she would still be surprised even then. At this time, Empyrean Divine Mist's sound transmission sounded out in Lin Ming and Xianxia's ears. "You two come here, I want to see you." Lin Ming stood up upon hearing this sound transmission. Before this, he had only heard Empyrean Divine Mist's sound transmission and had never seen him in person. Towards this senior who had been stranded in tragic Death Valley for tens of millions of years, Lin Ming always felt a certain respect. Lin Ming and Xianxia passed through the valley paths that were destroyed by the black tide of demonic power. As they did, they were surprised to discover that the mountains and stones that were torn asunder by the demonic energy actually began to bond back together, as if these rocks were alive, made from flesh and blood, and were able to naturally regenerate. He knew that this was a function of the Tao field. When the Azura Road Master had laid down the Tao field, this tragic Death Valley had become an indestructible magic tool that not even an Empyrean could destroy. After a period of time, Lin Ming and Xianxia arrived at the cliff of the God-Beast tomb. According to the guidance of Empyrean Divine Mist's divine sense, they passed through another valley glen and came to a large, depressed hollow 20 miles deep. This area was located between two giant bones, and the location was extremely secretive. Force field. Lin Ming stopped. He discovered that there was a force field between these two bones, as if a cave dwelling were hidden here. Lin Ming cleared his mind and calmly waited. After some breaths of time, the force field automatically opened and Lin Ming and Xianxia both saw what lay within. The cave dwelling between the two bones was extremely narrow and small. In fact, calling it a cave dwelling wasn't appropriate at all, because this space was only large enough to accommodate a single person. Within this tiny space was a massive purple crystal, and sealed within this purple crystal was a person. This person's eyes were tightly shut and his arms were crossed against his chest. His body was shrouded in ragged white robes and was withered and dried like firewood, making him seem no different from a mummy. Only a faint glimmer shining out from this person's body proved that he was a Spiritus from the soul race, and also proved that his body still faintly possessed the fires of life. Although his fires of life were like a precarious candle in the wind, the dignity and aura emanating from this person proved his status as an unrivaled powerhouse. He was without a doubt Empyrean Divine Mist. Senior Divine Mist. Looking at Empyrean Divine Mist's current condition, Lin Ming could only sigh with emotion. Time was truly the most terrifying weapon in all of creation. Even an extraordinary Empyrean of his generation had been reduced to such a state. "You have truly startled me." A low and deep sound transmission echoed near Lin Ming's ears. Empyrean Divine Mist's eyes were still closed. His body was completely sealed away in that purple crystal, unable to move at all. "I originally thought that you would not be able to escape this catastrophe, but you actually managed to survive. That demonic tide will even exterminate world kings, and yet you live before me. That is incredible. You are far more outstanding than my wildest dreams. Moreover, that demonic tide can be considered quite strong. Since you escaped that catastrophe, you should have no problem surviving the next one. If so, then you shouldn't have any problems living here." Empyrean Divine Mist's tone was very slow. Lin Ming simply listened to him, not even expressing any opinion of Divine Mist's praise, instead remaining calm. In this sort of deathland, you can free your heart from arrogance and impatience, focusing your heart to perceive the Azura Road Master's array formation. Your intentions are good, but what a pity. Your cultivation is too weak. If you were able to become an Empyrean, then perhaps you truly would have the chance to break your way out of this land. Well, I have nothing to do now, so I shall lend you a helping hand and rapidly increase your strength in a short period of time. I believe you are probably someone who cultivates essence, energy, and divine. Empyrean Divine Mist saw through Lin Ming's cultivation methods. Lin Ming nodded. Yes. What deep ambitions. You humans, whether it is soul forging or body transformation, neither path comes easily to you. Yet, you dare to cultivate essence, energy, and divine. In the aspect of essence gathering, I have nothing I can provide you, but in terms of the soul forging laws, I dare say that within the entire Azura Road, there is no one who can claim to be above me. Empyrean Divine Mist was highly confident in his words. He was from the soul race, and was an extreme Spiritas Empyrean. If he said this, he naturally wasn't boasting in the least. As Empyrean Divine Mist spoke to hear, before hearing Lin Ming's opinion, a powerful mind force broke out from the purple crystal and thrust towards the point between Lin Ming's eyebrows like a divine sword. Seeing this sword of will fly towards him, Lin Ming was startled. However, he didn't resist at all, instead allowing this sword of will to penetrate deep into his own spiritual sea. In fact, he couldn't resist even if he tried. Just what sort of character was Empyrean Divine Mist? As a peak Empyrean of the soul race, his attainments in soul and will were unrivaled. Good. Good. Very good. Blue Soul Battle Spirit. As a human at the mere divine transformation realm, you have actually formed a blue soul battle spirit. You have surprised me yet again. Even in the ancient era of 3.6 billion years ago, there still might not have been a genius like you who could appear. In that instant, sealed deep within the purple crystal, Empyrean Divine Mist's eyes suddenly shot open. Because of the discovery of the blue soul battle spirit, he was especially excited, and his fires of life became that much more vibrant. You cultivate essence, energy, and divine, but compared to your body transformation and essence gathering, your soul forging system attainments are far too low. As Empyrean Divine Mist spoke, his eyes were like two ghostly blue flames burning in the dark, emitting an enigmatic and breathtakingly fearful light. Today, I lend you a hand and help you fulfill your goal. If you really have even a 1 in a million chance of escaping from this land of death, then that will be completing one of my wishes. A tall ancient sword floated within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This was Empyrean Divine Mist's sword of will. This sword emitted a deep blue aura, vivid and primal. The sword blade aimed at Lin Ming's spiritual sea and suddenly thrust outwards. Whoosh! The sword directly submerged into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. At this moment, Lin Ming's entire body shook, his face whitened, his lips trembled, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Empyrean Divine Mist had actually used this soul sword to attack Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This crude and barbaric method was more than enough to damage to Lin Ming's soul. However, Lin Ming believed in his intuition that Empyrean Divine Mist wouldn't harm him. At this time, there was no meaning in Divine Mist harming him if he couldn't leave. Moreover, the fires of his soul were already so weak, so what would he covet from Lin Ming? And if Empyrean Divine Mist wanted to truly harm him, he would have suffered from far more than some soul pain. Even if Empyrean Divine Mist was weakened to an unbelievable degree, he still had more than enough strength to exterminate Lin Ming. The proof of this was that Empyrean Divine Mist was able to use some secret technique to forcefully withstand the demonic tide, whereas Lin Ming couldn't. Your soul is already extremely powerful and you have even cultivated a soul technique. But your soul and your will lack killing intent. This is similar to a squad of strong soldiers having no military tactics or discipline at all. If they went to war, they would dash about and move independently of each other, and no matter how strong these soldiers were individually, the strength they would be able to display would inevitably be limited. Your soul is in the same situation. Although you have a powerful soul force, you still cannot kill others. Your soul is only used to explore and sense the world around you. At the highest level, you only use it to support your battle spirit in an attack. This is far from being sufficient. You must fuse your soul into your body and have it become a part of your true power. Have my soul fuse into my body and become a part of my power. Empyrean Divine Mist's words caused a brilliant beam of light to flash through Lin Ming's mind. Thinking about it, what Empyrean Divine Mist said was true. On the occasions he used his soul force, he nearly only used soul force. But in combat, Lin Ming relied on his body transformation and essence gathering systems to succeed. In terms of the soul, besides his battle spirit, Lin Ming didn't use it in combat at all. This was because Lin Ming's soul forging system was far weaker than his other two cultivation systems. In true combat, Lin Ming only used the soul forging system in 3 essences as one. But that was only using spirit essence, not truly using his soul. "What should I do?" Lin Ming asked. "First, I shall temper your soul. Your soul is a mine rich with although it is powerful, there are far too many impurities. I shall help you temper it." As Empyrean Divine Mist spoke, his sword of will that was within Lin Ming's spiritual sea suddenly chopped down. This strike was several times more terrifying than the previous one. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was nearly brutally torn in half. Lin Ming's entire body shook and he kneeled down on the floor. Blood began flowing out from his ears and nose. "Lin Ming!" Xiao Moxian's heart tightened. She quickly went to support him. "He's fine. I used a secret technique to temper his soul. You come as well. Consider this as good fortune I bestow upon you." Another sword shot out from between Empyrean Divine Mist's eyebrows and sank into Xiao Moxian's spiritual sea. Xiao Moxian's complexion paled and she tightly clenched her fists. The god-beast blood within her was pushing back against Empyrean Divine Mist's soul force. "Do not resist me. My strength is limited and cannot continue for too long. This is an arcane ability unique to my Divine Mist lineage. Using the most savage method possible, I will hammer your soul and grind down your spiritual sea. Then, I shall restore it and the cycle will begin anew. Bearing the pain of your soul being torn will not be easy. But if you can withstand it, then it will be a great advantage to you. But, if you cannot withstand it, then it may harm your soul forever. In my Divine Mist lineage, there are few people capable of using this arcane technique. Moreover, when they do so, they will often have to perform many preparations, readying all sorts of soul medicines to prevent others from being harmed by this technique. But we do not have the luxury of these conditions. Even so, I believe you two are the most extraordinary of the outstanding heroes that exist, and I also believe you will surpass this." When Empyrean Divine Mist spoke of the Divine Mist lineage, he was naturally referring to the extreme Empyrean Holy Land he once helmed. Those that were able to withstand such a technique were inevitably peak Empyrean descendants. Even so, when those Empyrean descendants had to withstand such a barbaric method of tempering their soul, they had to be cautious and slowly adapt to it. But now, Empyrean Divine Mist had immediately forced them to bear the brunt of the pain. This was because the current situation was far too special. Ka. The pain of a disintegrating spiritual sea was beyond any description. 70% of Empyrean Divine Mist's strength was focused on Lin Ming, and the other 30% was branched off to Xiao Moxian. This was mainly because Xiao Moxian didn't have any attainments in the soul forging system. Like this, the tribulation that Xiao Moxian withstood was far less agonizing than Lin Ming. Even so, she grit her teeth together, finding this almost impossible to withstand. She clenched her teeth and silently endured the pain. Currently, she wasn't the young teenager she was in the past. Back then, her natural disposition was to play around all the time and she hated cultivating. Having her withstand such pain was certainly impossible. But now, the great calamity of humanity had arrived and could erupt at any moment. As for her monster race and Demon Dawn bloodline, they had fallen into a dizzying choice that would decide the future fate of their people. Not just that, but she had fallen into this dangerous land and she had no idea whether she would survive and make it out. There was no longer any path to escape the choices she would have to make in the future. She could only strengthen herself as much as she could. Only like this could she stand ready and tall in the tumultuous waves of the great calamity. Pong! With a crunching sound, Lin Ming felt his own soul crack apart like glass. The sword of will that floated above his spiritual sea morphed into a sledgehammer and heavily smashed his soul. This torment was simply unbearable. Lin Ming felt as if his soul would break apart and he would die at any moment. He bit his lips until they bled and his nails dug so deep into his palms that they were red. He tried everything he could to maintain the last hint of clarity in his mind, all in order to avoid being washed away by the severe pain and suffering the permanent soul damage that Empyrean divine mist spoke of. This was far too painful. It wasn't just pain, but a tribulation of his soul that was impossible to resist. Although Lin Ming's talent had already far surpassed that of extreme Empyrean descendants, and had even reached the standards of being the top genius of an entire race, this grinding tribulation still caused him to nearly collapse. After all, he was not a Spiritas. When it came to how tough his soul was when compared to the peak Spiritas Empyrean descendants, Lin Ming didn't necessarily have any advantage over them. More and more cracks appeared in Lin Ming's soul. Then, with a faint popping sound, his soul completely disintegrated, turning into endless motes of sparkling light. The disintegration of the soul. To a normal martial artist, this would have been death beyond death. This was even true for Lin Ming. When one's soul disintegrated, their life would end. But underneath the effect of Empyrean Divine Mist's arcane technique, no matter how much Lin Ming's soul disintegrated, it still maintained its form beneath the urging of some mysterious power, guaranteeing that his spirit mark remained intact and the fires of his life were inextinguishable. This was like a common mortal having their stomach torn open or their head cut apart. In normal times they would die, but there were some doctors of superb skill who defied this, even cutting open a mortal's chest and stomach to remove some infection and still guaranteeing that the person would live. This was a truth similar to when a martial artist crossed life destruction and had their body reduced to the tiniest of particles. Then, Lin Ming felt himself isolated from the world as if he had arrived in some unknown space. Everything seemed impossibly far away and his sense nearly vanished. He had almost reached his limits. He forcefully protected the last bit of pure brightness in his mind, clenching his teeth to stay awake. However, the terrifying power of pain rushed over him a wave, ready to devour him. He would soon not be able to withstand it any longer. At this time, Lin Ming heard a vague summons, seeming to come from the distant horizon. The sounds were beautiful, like the enchanting call of nature. After that, he felt a warm and soft hand take hold of his own. Then, an incomparably pure primordialine energy flowed up from this hand, spreading up Lin Ming's arm and throughout the rest of his body, revitalizing his dried-up spiritual sea like a gentle spring. Is that Xiao Moxian? Lin Ming immediately thought. This power that flowed up his arm was intoxicating. Although his body was racked with pain, he still felt extremely comfortable, like a mortal with a scalding burn having cool medicinal cream spread over his wounds. This revitalizing power boosted Lin Ming's strength, allowing his will to resist being destroyed. And at his side, Xiao Moxian was also feeling the same way. Her soul force and battle spirit were far from being as powerful as Lin Ming's. Although she only withstood 30% of this tempering, she still rapidly reached her limit and found it hard to continue. In the moment before she failed, Xiao Moxian suddenly remembered something. She recalled the time when she held Lin Ming's hand and their yin and yang fused together, perfectly complementing each other in harmony. Like this, she took the initiative and grasped Lin Ming's hand in her own. Their blood vitality supported and resonated with each other, allowing them both to survive this perilous storm. This state continued for an unknown period of time. Slowly, Lin Ming felt himself gradually adapting to the agonizing pain of having his soul torn apart. Then, a beam of divine light shot out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea. The shattered pieces of his spiritual sea and the fragmented motes of his soul followed this beam of divine light, gathering together and condensing. A moment later, Lin Ming's soul form was restored to its true shape and his spirit mark also returned. He had truly withstood this tempering of his soul. Lin Ming opened his eyes and felt his entire body void of any energy. He was soaked in sweat. He turned his head to see Xiao Moxian in the same state. Her clothes were moist with her sweat and stuck tight to her body, accentuating her perfectly shaped curves. Crystal clear drops of sweat also rolled down her face, illuminating her soft and blushing skin. For a time, Xiao Moxian's clear face was so beautiful that it was blinding. Lin Ming couldn't help but look at Xiao Moxian and whisper, "Thank you." He was well aware that if she was able to reach out and grab his hand just now, then it proved her situation was far better. As for himself, he was a dried-up lamp on the verge of collapse. "I'm just helping myself here." Xianxia revealed a tired and relaxed smile. Her chest heaved up and down. She had really exhausted herself just now. Although Lin Ming and Xianxia were exhausted, they could clearly feel that their soul force had increased. This sort of savage method of tempering the soul caused nearly unimaginable pain, but the effects were wondrous. There was no soul medicine that could compare to these advantages. Moreover, the key was that soul medicines could only be taken once and would be greatly weakened every time after. But as for this type of soul-grinding cultivation, it could be repeated however many times it was needed. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Ming held his fists together, giving thanks from his heart. As he looked at Empyrean Divine Mist in that purple crystal, Lin Ming was actually startled. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but he could feel that after Empyrean Divine Mist used that arcane technique just now, he had become even weaker than before. This sort of arcane technique, could it have consumed Empyrean Divine Mist's soul force? Lin Ming immediately thought to himself, "Senior, you?" "I'm fine." Empyrean Divine Mist closed his eyes. After a moment of silence he reopened them, saying, "Since I have decided to guide you, there is no need for you to express any sense of gratitude towards me, nor do I need you to worry for me. The reason I've done what I did is because I didn't wish for the secret legacy techniques of my soul race to be lost under my hand. Although I do not believe you have any chance of escaping from tragic Death Valley, at the very least, with your outstanding talent you will be able to survive the demonic tides. Without a doubt, you will die after I die, and when I die, the legacy of my inheritance will not be broken. I can rest peacefully with that knowledge." Empyrean Divine Mist deeply sighed. Even if Lin Ming could survive the demonic tides, he didn't believe at all that Lin Ming could escape tragic Death Valley because his cultivation was simply far too low. "You may leave now. I must rest. 10 days later, seek me out once more. I shall guide your soul-forging technique," Empyrean Divine Mist said, before falling into silence. For the next 10 days, Lin Ming went back to the cliff above the God-Beast tomb once more. He sat in meditation, perceiving the array formation and Tao patterns that the Azura Roadmaster had left behind in the Emperor Jade again. As he constantly meditated on these Tao patterns, Lin Ming discovered that after undergoing that tribulation of soul tempering, not only had his soul force increased, but the speed at which he would able to perceive the array formation had become even faster. He could deduce more and more in his mind. In these 10 days, Lin Ming perceived what would have taken him 15 to 16 days in the past. This was an astonishing increase. It had to be known that Lin Ming would also cultivate his soul in the future and also study soul-forging arts. In the future, the speed at which he perceived the array formation would be much faster than it was now. Lin Ming didn't think that wetting his soul would give him such pleasant surprises. Otherwise, who knew how long it would have taken him to see through this God-Beast tomb? It wouldn't have been a surprise if he had to spend 20-some years here. To Lin Ming, that was far too long a time. 10 days later, Lin Ming and Xianxia returned to Empyrean Divine Mist's cave dwelling as promised. This time, they didn't grind their souls. Rather, under Empyrean Divine Mist's direction, they began to study the soul-forging laws. Empyrean Divine Mist had extremely high attainments in the aspect of soul force. In this, he even surpassed Divine Dream. If Lin Ming had a question, Empyrean Divine Mist would answer it with the complete breadth of his knowledge, fully sharing everything he knew. Empyrean Divine Mist's words could be described as utter truths with profound meanings behind them, always directed to the essence of the matter. In the past, Lin Ming had never experienced such guidance before. Let alone Lin Ming, not even Xianxia had been accompanied by an Empyrean-level character and tutored for every hour of the day with all questions answered. After all, whether it was the Monster Emperor or Empyrean Demon Dawn, they both had their own matters to attend to, such as creating pills, cultivating, refining tools, or perfecting their individual inheritances. It was naturally impossible for them to follow Xianxia in particular. Before, Lin Ming had once studied the Divine Dream Law in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace for a year. But in this year, although Lin Ming had perceived things on his own, he hadn't even seen Empyrean Divine Dream at all. It wasn't because Empyrean Divine Dream was purposefully ignoring Lin Ming, but because she simply had far too many matters to attend to. With the great calamity of humanity arriving, Empyrean Divine Dream had to fully invest herself in breaking through to the true divinity realm. So how could she continuously worry about Lin Ming? Learning on his own was completely different from having the guidance of a top master. This was especially true for Lin Ming, who was profoundly inexperienced about the soul-forging system. He needed a good teacher to guide his road. Like this, Lin Ming continued to study and cultivate. Empyrean Divine Mist did nothing but spend all his time wholeheartedly directing Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. As for Empyrean Divine Mist himself, he indeed had nothing beyond this that he could do. Thus, 2 months of time passed. Besides cultivating, Lin Ming spent the rest of his time perceiving the array formation. As time passed, he gained an increasingly deep understanding of the God-Beast tomb that the Azura Roadmaster had arranged. As his soul force continued to rise, Lin Ming would gain new insights each time. On this day, Empyrean Divine Mist had finally saved up enough energy in preparation to help Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian wet their souls once more. This time, before the grinding process even began, Xiao Maxian simply held onto Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming felt a bit embarrassed. He looked at Xiao Maxian, not sure what to say. As Xiao Maxian caught Lin Ming's glance, she blushed slightly, feeling a bit awkward. But soon enough she gave a snort and deliberately used an indifferent tone to haughtily say, "What are you looking at anyways? It's just holding hands a few times. There's no need to be so affected by how strange you think it is." Lin Ming nodded and embarrassedly traced his nose before turning back. In truth, when he held hands with Xiao Maxian, he was the one who obtained more benefits. Then, the soul wedding training began. With the previous time's experience, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian found it a bit easier to withstand the agonizing pain. Even so, Empyrean Divine Mist seemed to purposefully increase the intensity of this grinding. After the process was finished, the two were still completely exhausted and near the point of fainting. Lin Ming rested for a full hour before he was able to catch his breath. As he looked at Empyrean Divine Mist, he discovered that his complexion was even paler than before and his soul aura had greatly weakened. "Senior, your body." Lin Ming was able to confirm that every time this arcane technique was used, it would place a massive burden on Empyrean Divine Mist's soul force. "You leave now. Seek me out again 10 days later. There is no need for you to worry about me. To me, living an extra year or dying a year early doesn't mean anything at all." Lin Ming fell into silence as he heard Empyrean Divine Mist's words. He simply had no idea what to say. He quietly returned to the nearby cliff and began to perceive the God-Beast tomb once more. Days passed like this, one after another, cultivating, wedding, perceiving. Although these days seemed boring and dull, Lin Ming was actually completely investing his heart and mind into it. There was no separation of night or day in Tragic Death Valley. If Lin Ming carefully kept a record, then he could remember the time and date, but if he invested himself thoroughly in training, then it was easy to lose track of time. Lin Ming was in a trance. Without feeling the passing of years, his hair grew increasingly long, nearly reaching his waist. As for Xiao Maxian's hair, it flowed down like a luxurious and incomparably beautiful black waterfall, nearly touching the ground. As he and Xiao Maxian trained, their cultivations nearly reached the peak of the late divine transformation realm. They were only a single step away from breaking through to the Divine Lord realm. Divine transformation to Divine Lord was a large step. Many martial artists of the Divine Realm had to use hundreds of years or even thousands of years to break through it. Even Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were unable to accomplish this overnight, but needed a massive amount of accumulations. Pa! Shimmering silver-white blood spewed forth from Empyrean Divine Mist's mouth, spraying onto the purple crystal and dyeing it in shards of broken silver. Many spiritas had silver blood that shined like liquid mercury. "Senior!" Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian cried out in alarm. After finishing the soul grinding just now, Empyrean Divine Mist had spat out a mouthful of blood. He had clearly consumed far too much energy and had even damaged his life source. With a series of sharp sounds, cracks began to spread all over the purple crystal that held Empyrean Divine Mist. These cracks had been there already, but now they had widened, making it seem as if the purple crystal would shatter at any moment. I'm fine. I understand my own body well enough. Empyrean Divine Mist's voice was weak and faint. The purple crystal he sealed himself in was in truth a top-grade soul crystal, similar to humanity's 9 sun jades. This soul crystal was used to maintain Empyrean Divine Mist's vitality. Once it completely shattered, it would be difficult for Empyrean Divine Mist to continue going on. Even if he barely managed to survive, he wouldn't be able to withstand another eruption of the demonic tide. In terms of strength, the current Empyrean Divine Mist wasn't necessarily a match for even an ordinary world king. Senior, you have reached your limit. You cannot help us with the soul wedding training any longer. Upon seeing such an extreme character of his generation end up in this situation, Lin Ming didn't feel any better. You do not need to manage me. All you need to do is practice the inheritance I have passed down to you with best of your ability. In Divine Mist's life, I do not wish to leave behind any regrets before I die. Empyrean Divine Mist's voice was insisting. Seek me out again 10 days from now. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian looked at each other, able to see the helplessness in the other's eyes. Empyrean Divine Mist simply wouldn't listen to them. Lin Ming turned and silently left. And at this time Empyrean Divine Mist called out to him once more. Junior, are you going to perceive the God-Beast tomb once more? Yes. Lin Ming nodded. You are quite persevering. Empyrean Divine Mist chuckled. Since the purple crystal began to crack apart once more, the expression on his face became much livelier. Junior, do you know how long you have been in Tragic Death Valley for already? Lin Ming shook his head. I don't know the exact time, but it should have been several years. It is 7 years. Lin Ming was startled. To those ancient characters that lived for millions of years, this was only a fleeting moment. But to the 50-some-year-old Lin Ming, this was an extremely long period of time. 7 years. And during this time you never ceased to meditate upon the God-Beast tomb. That is truly praiseworthy persistence. Empyrean Divine Mist praised. But as Lin Ming heard this he responded. Senior says that Junior has praiseworthy persistence, but I feel that this might not be a compliment at all, but a word of caution that this Junior is wasting his time in trying to shake the leaves from a tree with a gust of wind and simply overreaching his bounds. Lin Ming was able to discern the meaning hidden behind Empyrean Divine Mist's words. In fact, no matter who saw this situation, they would never think that a divine transformation realm martial artist would be able to see through the massive array formation that the Azura Roadmaster had laid down with innumerable god-beast skeletons. No matter how one phrased it, this was simply a fantastical tale. Even if Lin Ming were to trade positions and hear about this, he still wouldn't believe that he could accomplish it. Climbing the road of martial arts is originally trying to shake the leaves from a tree with a simple gust of wind. At the least, you have the courage to try. Empyrean Divine Mist's tone suddenly filled with deep emotions, as if Lin Ming's words had made him recall a distant memory. In the end, he too had once been someone who had tried to shake that tree with nothing but a little bit of wind, and as he was climbing to the peak of that martial arts mountain, he stumbled into Tragic Death Valley midway. Thus, Empyrean Divine Mist didn't approve or disapprove of Lin Ming's thoughts. Even if he believed that Lin Ming wouldn't perceive anything useful from the God-Beast tomb, he still appreciated Lin Ming's heart and will to do so. Senior's words are reasonable, but I believe that in as long as 1 year or as little as 3 months, I will be able to completely understand the God-Beast tomb and break through. As Lin Ming said these words, Empyrean Divine Mist was suddenly startled. His eyes popped open. Looking at Lin Ming, the beating soul fires within the depths of his eyes dancing without end. Lin Ming suddenly saying that he could break through the array formation in 3 months to a year left not just Empyrean Divine Mist shocked, but even Xiao Moxian felt her jaw drop down. Lin Ming, are you saying you want to break through the array formation? Are you joking with me? I believe I have a 60 to 70% chance of doing it. Lin Ming couldn't confirm this with absolute confidence, because there were many things he had yet to understand. Are you playing with me? I already prepared myself to spend several hundred years, or even 1,000 years here. But you're saying you can leave so soon. Even though Xiao Moxian had confidence in Lin Ming, she always felt that it would be a bit ridiculous for him to see through the array formation that the Azura Roadmaster had laid down. If this were the past Xiao Moxian, then her mind would have long collapsed upon discovering that she would have to stay in this pitch-black and unchanging hell for several hundred years. But now with Lin Ming accompanying her, Xiao Moxian didn't feel that the days were too boring. Do you even know what you are saying? This god-beast tomb is likely an ancient great array left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. The Azura Roadmaster is a character that existed 10 billion years ago, and even now no one knows whether he is alive or dead. There are several hundred god-beast corpses laid down in the god-beast tomb, and yet this impossibly grand method is only a single piece in the Azura Roadmaster's chess game. As for what his final goal is, not even I can guess. But, just from what I've gleaned in these years, it is nearly impossible to break through that array formation. Moreover, in the past I also tried thoroughly researching the array formation, and didn't discover any clues in 10,000 years. Empyrean Divine Mist immediately said all these words in one breath, his voice hoarse as if he had consumed a great deal of strength to do so. Senior, are you afraid that I comprehended something incorrectly? Lin Ming asked Empyrean Divine Mist, seeing the caution behind his words. Yes, I have consumed too much soul force today, so it is difficult for me to continue using sound transmissions. I want you to know that the Azura Roadmaster should have possessed at the very least an extreme true divinity cultivation, and perhaps he likely even stepped beyond that to an unknown boundary. For you to use just 7 years to break through his array formation is simply too unbelievable. I worry that you made some mistake at the very start and continued along this error as you perceived the array formation. If you enter the God-Beast tomb because you incorrectly comprehended something due to a mistake, then you'll have wasted your life in vain. As Empyrean Divine Mist finished speaking, he fell silent. The purple crystal surrounding him was already dyed a dazzling silver by his blood, streaks of it flowing around like rivers of mercury. As Lin Ming saw this silver blood, he sighed. He held his fists together and said, "Senior, please rest well, and don't use sound transmissions any longer. This junior understands to handle affairs cautiously." Empyrean Divine Mist faintly shook his head as he heard Lin Ming's reply. He knew that Lin Ming didn't take heed of his warning. No matter how talented a martial artist was, they could still find themselves taking grueling detours in their cultivation. No matter how smart a student was, even they could make mistakes on a test. Similarly speaking, a talented array master could also make mistakes when breaking through an array formation. If they comprehended something wrong from the start, the results they would deduce at the end would also be wrong. After all, the mind was not the heavenly Tao rules. No one could guarantee they would be correct 100% of the time. Looking at Lin Ming's fading back, Empyrean Divine Mist let out a bitter sigh. He didn't hope that Lin Ming would die like this, causing all of his previous efforts to be for naught. As Lin Ming returned to his stone atop the cliff, he didn't waste a single second and immediately began meditating as he sat down, perceiving the lines within the Emperor Jade. During these years, Lin Ming's soul force became increasingly powerful and his deductions became increasingly sharp. He wasn't too far away from thoroughly comprehending the God-Beast tomb. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. During this time, Lin Ming didn't return to Empyrean Divine Mist to study the soul-forging laws. Instead, he sat motionlessly atop the rock in a completely entranced state. The 33 heavens, the boundless great Tao. My resolve is to seek the peak of all martial arts. I spent 3.3 billion years to travel through the 33 heavens, cultivating 33 lives. 1 life, 1 Empyrean, 1 life, 1 divinity. What I seek is the highest truth of the heavenly Tao. The words of the Azura Sutra's general outline repeated themselves within Lin Ming's mind. The general outline only had a mere several hundred words, but they actually contained the Azura Roadmaster's understanding of the Great Tao as well as the path he chose to cultivate. Moreover, it hinted towards the highest truths of the God-Beast tomb. With the Azura Sutra general outline and the Emperor Jade pendant added together, Lin Ming used a total of 7 years to fully understand the essence of the God-Beast tomb. 33 heavens, 33 lives. Lin Ming murmured this number again and again. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind as the entire array diagram of the God-Beast tomb appeared in his mind, overlapping with the Emperor Jade's lines as they verified each other. The God-Beast tomb's great array formation is divided into 33 parts, each part containing profound and mystical principles consistent with the Tao of the 33 layered heavens. And in the center of the tomb, there are 3 blank spots. Could the Azura Roadmaster have laid down this array formation so that the future generations could fill in these 3 gaps? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. He felt as if he had seized upon new insights yet again. Even though he thought comprehending 80 to 90% of the God-Beast tomb's array formation was his limit, he was actually able to go another step further. 3 months might not be enough, Lin Ming thought to himself. Unwittingly and unknowingly, he had already entered an ethereal state. His mind was completely focused on the God-Beast tomb's array formation. Besides that, everything else in this world seemed to fade away. This was similar to a state of enlightenment. For most martial artists, this was a state that could only be discovered and not sought. But with Lin Ming's unusual perception and powerful soul force, in addition to his ethereal martial intent having fused with his other martial intents, he actually regularly entered this enlightened state. This was the state of comprehending without a thought that Buddhist martial artists often spoke about. 4th month, 5th month, Lin Ming was as still as a statue above the cliff rock, not moving at all. There was even a thin layer of bone dust that had gathered over his body. Thus, half a year passed. It was already 3 months past the shortest deadline that Lin Ming had thought of. For this last half year, Empyrean Divine Mist hadn't sent out a single word, but had remained in a deep slumber within the purple crystal. Empyrean Divine Mist could only sigh inwardly. Lin Ming was simply too stubborn. A martial artist needed a heart of persistence, but it was rare to see someone as persistent as Lin Ming. 6 months and 10 days later, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes from meditation. In the pitch-black darkness of the God-Beast tomb, his eyes shined like stars in the sky, brilliant and dazzling. Lin Ming! Xiao Moxian was startled from beside Lin Ming. As she turned and saw that he had opened his eyes, she happily said, "It took you long enough to wake up. You've been meditating for such a long time that I thought you went crazy." Xiao Moxian could see that Lin Ming's eyes were filled with a glorious light. Besides being a bit exhausted, he didn't seem to have overdone anything at all. She finally relaxed herself. "I'm glad that you're fine. Don't push yourself too far. This is an array formation likely left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. It's already extremely brave of you to try and perceive it. Even I attempted it, but I couldn't understand anything at all." Xiao Moxian had been watching over Lin Ming for the last 5 months already. As she watched him perceive the God-Beast tomb, she was a little distressed upon thinking that he might have overdrawn his mentality in doing so. Without noticing it, Lin Ming had already managed to occupy a little spot in her heart. She continued to say, "Rest up. We'll restore ourselves and tomorrow we'll go back to Senior Divine Mist to continue training." Seeing Lin Ming not say a single word in response, Xiao Moxian's eyes twitched. "Hey! I spoke so much and yet you don't seem to have heard me." Just as Xiao Moxian's voice fell, Lin Ming suddenly reached out a hand and held Xiao Moxian's wrist. "Lin Ming, you..." Xiao Moxian was stunned. She didn't know just what Lin Ming was doing. Although they had often held hands in these past 7 years, there was always a reason behind it, with no other meaning. In an idle time, the two of them had never touched skin. "Do you trust me?" Lin Ming suddenly asked, his voice deep and solemn. "Of course I trust you," Xiao Moxian blurted out in response, not sure why Lin Ming would ask such a silly question. "I am going to go into the God-Beast tomb until I reach the deepest depths. Are you willing to follow me?" As Lin Ming spoke, he earnestly looked into Xiao Moxian's eyes. His voice was slow and steady as he spoke one syllable at a time. Xiao Moxian was bewildered. "Go into the God-Beast tomb? You have comprehended it. I am 90% sure of it," Lin Ming confidently replied. When he said 90%, that was in case an unexpected situation occurred, like another demonic tide. Xiao Moxian covered her mouth. She knew that with Lin Ming's personality there was no way he would say something so irresponsible. But the question now was that even if Lin Ming perceived something, was it right? She felt that the current Lin Ming was slightly delirious. As she looked into his bright eyes, the sight was a bit blinding. As she and Lin Ming looked into each other's eyes, she took a deep breath and nodded. "I will follow you." From Xiao Moxian's eyes, Lin Ming could see how heavy her trust in him was. He had prepared for this journey into the God-Beast tomb for over 7 years. Moreover, he had to consider Xiao Moxian, who followed him into Tragic Death Valley. He had to succeed no matter what. Lin Ming didn't go there immediately. Instead, he and Xiao Moxian flew towards Empyrean Divine Mist's cave dwelling. After 7 years of being together constantly, Lin Ming had developed a deep respect towards Empyrean Divine Mist. Before he left, he naturally wanted to bid his farewells to Empyrean Divine Mist. "Are you sure?" Empyrean Divine Mist asked, his voice quiet and deep. "Yes," Lin Ming calmly and firmly said. He knew why Empyrean Divine Mist had such a heavy expression. In these 7 years, Empyrean Divine Mist had placed a tremendous level of care and effort into Xiao Moxian and himself. If they were to die in the depths of the God-Beast tomb, then these last 7 years would have been lost in vain. Towards Empyrean Divine Mist, who had limited time left on this earth, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had become his spiritual sustenance. After being trapped in this land for tens of millions of years, it was hard to imagine how lonely and desolate Empyrean Divine Mist's life had been. Moreover, the most terrifying thought was that he would die alone in this dreadful place. Before he died, he hoped that he would have peace of mind, and he also hoped that there would be someone to inherit his legacy. Even if that person were to die in Tragic Death Valley in the future, at least at the moment of his death his legacy wouldn't be ended. That would be his final wish. But now, Lin Ming actually wanted to enter the God-Beast tomb. If he failed, his final wish would be no more and he wouldn't be able to pass in peace. "You will also go?" Empyrean Divine Mist looked towards Xiao Moxian. If Xiao Moxian didn't go, then even if Lin Ming died, there would still be someone remaining. Xiao Moxian grit her teeth. She looked towards Lin Ming and then turned back to Empyrean Divine Mist and nodded. She was completely in the dark as to what degree Lin Ming had perceived the God-Beast tomb, but she still decided to bet her life on him and follow him into it. "You can wait here. If there is a chance that Lin Ming returns safely, you can always go later." Empyrean Divine Mist tried to persuade her. But Xiao Moxian shook her head, simply saying, "I don't want to." Her courage came from her deep trust in Lin Ming. Moreover, in this dark and desolate land that hadn't changed for billions of years, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had become each other's spiritual light. If Lin Ming were to die, then Xiao Moxian would lose all courage to face the lonely and forsaken future by herself. To live the rest of her life in this sort of hell, even martial artists with formidable wills would fall into insanity from the despair. "Yes. Since you have decided to go, then I will no longer try to persuade you. I only hope that when you discover that you have miscalculated, you do not try to show off and can retreat safely without being swayed by your feelings. I also hope that at that time, if it's not too late, that I can have someone bury me when I die." As Empyrean Divine Mist said these words, he instantly looked older. After spending 7 years with Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian and teaching them everything he could, it was like he had poured his very life into them. If Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian left, it was the same as taking away his backbone. In that moment, a strange feeling came over Lin Ming's mind. He wasn't related to Empyrean Divine Mist by blood, and in fact they weren't even part of the same race. Between them, there wasn't the slightest bit of relation. But in the end he had become the continuation of this poor old man's life. When a martial artist stepped onto the road of martial arts, it was impossible for them to know where their path would end. They might perish in a mystic realm. They might be murdered out in the wilds and have their belongings stolen. They might die without their corpse left behind. They might even disintegrate into ash without leaving anything behind. Empyrean Divine Mist was now in this situation. If he perished in Tragic Death Valley, the only things accompanying him would be the skeletons all around him. And now, Empyrean Divine Mist only had a simple desire, and it was that someone could arrange a grave for him, and that at the point of his death, after spending tens of millions of years alone, he could pass on with someone beside him. Lin Ming's heart was touched by Empyrean Divine Mist's words. He lifted his robe and deeply bowed towards Empyrean Divine Mist. "Senior, please rest assured that this junior will return, and will not allow Senior's care and graciousness to ebb away." Oh, Lin Ming didn't immediately leave. Instead, he waited for another demonic tide to pass. Only then did he and Xiao Moxian venture deep into the god-beast tomb. The demonic tide wouldn't erupt twice in a row. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian chose to depart after a demonic tide erupted in order to prevent the possibility that there would be another one anytime soon. Massive bones were scattered all over in the endless god-beast tomb. Some bones were as high as mountain peaks, stabbing into the sky like divine swords, vanishing into the darkness as if they disappeared into some unknown space and time. There was no wind in the tomb, but there were still flows of energy that resembled wind. This sort of energy seemed to be similar to the previous eruptions of energy. As this wind blew past the bones, scratching sounds echoed in the dark, resonating with the bleakness all around and making one feel an inexplicable sense of dread and sorrow. This sense of sorrow became increasingly rich, nearly drowning one in sadness. As they reached 50 miles deep into the god-beast tomb, Xiao Moxian could feel her heart filled with a deep anguish, as if a demonic power was summoning her soul, making her feel as if she had to follow it. This was the demonic summons that Empyrean Divine Mist spoke of. There were many martial artists who, after entering the god-beast tomb, were enraptured by this demonic power and didn't return. The demonic power grew increasingly strong. Xiao Moxian used her powerful soul force to guard her mind and keep the bright clarity shining in her heart. However, this power was far too strange to the point that even a world king wasn't able to withstand it. Although Xiao Moxian's soul force was strong, it wouldn't surpass that of a world king. She soon felt as if she was about to cave in. Although she knew that this demonic power that was pulling at her soul was fatal, she still couldn't help but feel like she was succumbing to it, like she was losing control of her mind. Xiao Moxian wanted to shout out at Lin Ming, but at this time her complete focus was being used to resist the corrosion of this demonic power on her soul. She wasn't able to divert even a single speck of her attention. Otherwise, she suspected she would immediately lose herself in illusion. In a daze, Xiao Moxian felt a mental strength shoot into her mind, forming a simple rune. This rune was shaped like a sword and pierced through the chaos before diving into Xiao Moxian's spiritual sea. At this time, a voice sounded out near Xiao Moxian's ears. "Guard your mind. Meditate upon the Asura Sutra and use the sutra's laws to revolve your energy." Asura Sutra? These two words were like bells of heavens ringing in her mind. Immediately, a flash of brilliance cut through her mind. 33 heavens. The boundless great Tao. Without waiting for Xiao Moxian to begin meditating, a strong, vibrant voice resounded in Xiao Moxian's ears. The sound contained intense thoughts that formed golden characters in Xiao Moxian's spiritual sea. Every character was bright and illustrious, containing concepts that were hard to put into words. These characters were the general outline of the Asura Sutra. As the general outline of the Asura Sutra flashed in her mind, the pressure on Xiao Moxian's soul rapidly reduced and her mind was restored to pure brightness. The world around her became clear once more. Xiao Moxian discovered that she had been holding onto Lin Ming's hand. A strong yang energy steadily streamed up into her body from his hand. The general outline of the Asura Sutra she had heard just now had been Lin Ming's thoughts. As Xiao Moxian recalled the moment where she nearly lost herself, she felt her entire body soaked with sweat. Without making the necessary preparations to enter the god-beast tomb, no matter how talented one was, no matter what cultivation they possessed, everyone would perish here. Even though Xiao Moxian was supremely talented, it was impossible for her to ignore the horrifying power within the god-beast tomb. The Asura Sutra we saw before actually has such an effect. Xiao Moxian was startled. These mere several hundred words of the Asura Sutra general outline contained far too mystical and profound principles. If the god-beast tomb was really created by the Asura Roadmaster, then it was reasonable that the Asura Sutra would have such an effect. However, Xiao Moxian was well aware that she and Lin Ming were only on the outermost edge of the god-beast tomb. They were still far from reaching its depths. Thinking about it, a complete god-beast skeleton was thousands of miles long, and the god-beast tomb was composed of several hundred god-beast skeletons. The size of this place was simply unfathomable. This was an independent world opened up by the Azura Road Master himself. If they wanted to go deeper into the god-beast tomb, they would have to face even more horrifying dangers. To arrive safely at the end was simply far too difficult. When the demonic power was suppressed by the Azura Sutra, Empyrean Divine Mist's sound transmission echoed out near Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's ears. So that's how it is. You both obtained the Azura Sutra general outline left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. It seems that you two have perfectly left behind your names atop the Emperor's Stone. The moment Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming entered the God-Beast tomb, Empyrean Divine Mist sense had locked onto their bodies, not leaving them just yet. Thus, he naturally witnessed the scene where Lin Ming helped Xiao Moxian use the Azura Sutra to overcome the summoning attraction of the demonic power. Does Senior also know the Azura Sutra general outline? Lin Ming thought out loud. Yes, the Azura Sutra general outline is rare, but in these countless years there have also been people who were able to perfectly leave behind their name on the Emperor's Stone. Thus it has spread out from them. I once tried myself to perceive something from it, but my natural talent was lacking, and in the end I couldn't perceive anything at all. I never imagined that the Azura Sutra general outline could have such fantastic effects in the God-Beast tomb. Just meditating on it allows you to resist the attack of that demonic power. When Empyrean Divine Mist referred to his own talent as lacking, he was being modest about it. With his extreme Empyrean cultivation, he had made very little harvests upon meditating on the Azura Sutra general outline. This was because the Azura Sutra general outline was a mere several hundred words and didn't contain any specific cultivation method. It was only an outline of the heavenly Tao. Although it contained profound and mysterious principles, it wasn't possible for him to perceive anything through it. You have perceived the Azura Sutra general outline? Empyrean Divine Mist asked Lin Ming. Yes, this junior obtained the Azura Sutra general outline from the Emperor's Stone 7 years ago, and I have been enlightening myself upon it this entire time. 7 years of meditating upon the Azura Sutra, and you have also researched the God-Beast tomb. Did you recognize that the Azura Sutra general outline is the key to opening the God-Beast tomb? Empyrean Divine Mist guessed that this was the reason Lin Ming dared to venture deeper into the God-Beast tomb. Lin Ming was smart and had recognized that the Azura Sutra was related to the God-Beast tomb's array formation. However, Empyrean Divine Mist had also meditated on these two things before and was well aware of just how horrifyingly profound and mystical the principles contained within them were. The God-Beast tomb was an array formation spread over several thousand miles and was complex to the extreme. As for the Azura Sutra general outline, it was only a mere several hundred words, inversely simple to the extreme. Whether it was complex to the extreme or simple to the extreme, wanting to perceive something from either one was as hard as ascending to the heavens. As for connecting the two together, wasn't that easier said than done? 7 years and only several hundred words. How much could you have perceived from the Azura Sutra general outline? Empyrean Divine Mist faintly said. Junior's comprehension is poor, and I also lack the main text of the Azura Sutra. Thus, my understanding is actually very shallow. All right. Empyrean Divine Mist heaved a deep sigh. He knew that urging was useless because Lin Ming wouldn't listen to him. My divine sense can continue for 600 to 700 miles, but after that I can go no further. You must take care of yourself. After Empyrean Divine Mist said these words, he fell silent. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian continued going deeper into the God-Beast tomb, and the summoning of the demonic power grew increasingly strong. From the start, Xiao Moxian was able to meditate upon the Azura Sutra general outline to easily withstand this strange call. But after they were almost 100 miles in, that terrifying demonic power had nearly turned into essence. Chi chi chi. A ghostly fire began to burn in front of Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. In just several breaths of time, this ghostly fire transformed into a fierce demon. It had gruesome features with fangs and claws. 2 wings stretched out from its back, and it held a trident in its hand. looking like the Azura king from nighttime stories. The demon roared and hurtled towards Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian paled as she saw this demon. Just this casual demon that appeared had an aura comparable to a half-step world king. This was still the outer edge of the god-beast tomb. If they continued deeper in, who knew what they would encounter? No wonder it was said that even an Empyrean would perish here. Chant the Azura Sutra together. Lin Ming hurriedly shouted out as this demon rushed towards them. Xiao Moxian's pupils shrank. At this time she didn't need Lin Ming reminding her to know that her only method was to use the Azura Sutra to battle this enemy. A half-step world king demon was not an existence she could contend with on her own. Xiao Moxian's cherry-red lips opened and moved. The words of the Azura Sutra enunciated clearly. The words condensed into glowing runes in the air, flying towards the Azura demon like a flock of birds and locking it in place. How fierce! After locking down that Azura demon, Xiao Moxian grimaced in surprise. She had poured her complete strength into her words and yet only managed to barely lock down this Azura demon. She hadn't been able to destroy it at all. And at this time, Xiao Moxian heard a series of explosive sounds around her. Not too far away, several black demonic flames burst into existence, condensing into new Azura King phantoms. These Azura Kings were formed from the overwhelmingly rich demonic power here, every Azura phantom stronger than the first. Xiao Moxian was dumbstruck. This was too terrifying. They were two divine transformation realm martial artists, but here they had to face several half-step world kings. How could they begin to fight them? She couldn't help but look towards Lin Ming. From the moment they entered the Great Desolate, without noticing it, she had slowly started to depend on Lin Ming. Although he wasn't too much stronger than she was, whenever there was some danger that occurred, he would be able to easily resolve it. At this time, Lin Ming focused his energy into his inner world. The heretical god force and 8 inner hidden gates opened together. Because he seemed to breathe in too much, his entire body seemed to inflate, and a strong aura of the power of thunder and fire filled his mouth and nose. In that moment, Lin Ming squatted down a little and opened his mouth to shout out loud and release massive tongues of thunder and flame. The power of thunder and fire was fused into Lin Ming's breath. He began to speak, and as his words echoed out, each syllable was fierce and thrilling, shocking the mind, seeming to crash down like heavenly tribulation, containing a holy and destructive power beyond description. The power of thunder and flame howled out, rolling through the air like thunderclaps, igniting the world with 10,000 flames. What Lin Ming was loudly proclaiming was the Azura Sutra general outline. Compared to Xiao Moxian's version, it was dozens of times more massive. In that instant, an azure dragon phantom appeared behind Lin Ming. It was like a divine dragon was awakening in Lin Ming's body, sending out an earth-shaking roar. With Lin Ming's body as the center, visible sonic waves wantonly spread out, surging from him like a storm. 33 heavens. The boundless great Tao. A horrifying sound echoed within the world. With a loud crash of thunder, the demonic power all around them was destroyed, and those Azura phantoms were torn asunder by these dreadful sounds. Golden runes formed the general outline of the Azura Sutra. Underneath the suppression of these glowing runes, all of the Azura phantoms began to continuously explode. Pong! 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 Like this, over 10 half-step world king Azura demons were ripped into fragments by Lin Ming. The few remaining Azura demons were greatly weakened, their condition extremely poor. They wanted to escape, but Lin Ming clasped his hands together, and the golden runes crashed down upon them with a dreadful pressure. With a cracking sound, these final demons were all completely killed off. All the Azura demons turned into demonic power that fluttered all about them. Off to the side, Xiao Moxian was shocked as she saw this. Although they had both chanted the Azura Sutra general outline, how come there was such a great difference between the two of them? Lin Ming, what cultivation method did you use just now? Xiao Moxian thought that Lin Ming should have used some sonic wave-type cultivation method. But before Lin Ming could respond, Empyrean Divine Mist's shocked sound transmission echoed out to her. Lin Ming, when you meditated upon the Azura Sutra general outline, Did you become aware of the Azura Roadmaster's Tao? The reason the Azura Sutra that Lin Ming had shouted out just now was able to have such an effect was not because he had used any secret technique on his voice, but because he had an astoundingly deep comprehension of the Azura Sutra. The Azura Sutra general outline was a mere several hundred words long, and each word stood by itself. There was no concrete cultivation method, nor was there any description about moves or techniques. From this, it was simply impossible to utilize it in battle. Yet, under Lin Ming's comprehension, the Azura Sutra general outline had become a deadly life-culling weapon. That mantra of several hundred words was able to eliminate his enemies. Empyrean Divine Mist had never thought this possible. Although he himself had meditated on the Azura Sutra in the past, in the end he didn't obtain any harvests. Senior is far too exaggerated. This junior has merely obtained some superficial insights, and I am still far away from becoming aware of the Azura Roadmaster's Tao. From this Azura Sutra general outline, what I can understand is only 1/10,000th of the truth within it. I can only waste its potential and shout it out loud to destroy my enemies here. But the true function of the Azura Sutra general outline is to help guide a martial artist towards the peak of martial arts and help them find where the direction of the great Tao lays. This is the summary of the Azura Roadmaster's 33 lives, and the direction it points to might be to a realm even above that of a true divinity. This junior simply cannot see it clearly. As Lin Ming assiduously meditated for 7 years, he could increasingly feel just how mighty the Azura Roadmaster truly was. To transform the words of the Azura Sutra into a strength that could be used to kill others is already fantastic. Empyrean Divine Mist sighed with emotion. The heavenly Tao is vast and endless. In its endless cycles, who can see its direction? For you to arrive at this step is already astonishing. Perhaps you are right. If one morning I could gain knowledge of the correct path, then I could die at sunset without regrets. I will no longer try to change your mind. Go forth and break through this God-Beast Tomb's great array formation, whether you succeed or fail. Thank you, Senior, for your understanding. I will not disappoint Senior's expectations. Lin Ming respectfully cupped his hands together. As he turned back around, the demonic power had already vanished. All that appeared in front of him was a massive city wall created by the bones of a god-beast. The pale white walls were formed from bones, shocking and alarming. What is this? Xianxia said, bewildered. This city wall seemed to emerge from thin air. Before this moment, she had never noticed it at all. 33 Heavens Azura Bone City. Within these city walls lies the main center of the God-Beast Tomb's great array formation. 33 Heavens Azura Bone City? Xianxia was startled. She never thought that deep within the God-Beast Tomb would be a city wall built from God-Beast bones. Let's enter. Lin Ming and Xianxia flew towards this massive city wall. 10,000 feet in the air, they were able to see the world behind that wall of white bones. Then, Xianxia saw something she would never forget in her life. After that wall of bones was not endless barren and desolate earth, nor was it some wilderness. Rather, it was more accurate to say that this didn't seem like they were in some valley at all, but the endless starry skies. The infinite starry skies were broad without end. And floating in these starry skies were massive Tao diagrams. Because the distance was too great and these starry skies were too vast, Xianxia found it hard to determine how large these Tao diagrams were. As she probed with her sense, she finally sucked in a deep breath of astonishment. These Tao diagrams were thousands of miles large. They were comparable to a small planet. All of these Tao diagrams floated still in the skies. At the center of each array diagram was the complete skeleton of a god-beast. These god-beast skeletons were clearly different from the god-beast remains near the outer edges of the god-beast tomb. The bones at the edges of the tomb had weathered the passage of billions or even tens of billions of years. Their blood had long since dried up and there was no value to them besides the bones themselves. But the bones in these array diagrams were shining crystalline like jade. These bones were exuding a rich blood vitality, seeming as if they were alive. These beast bones even emitted the aura of a god-beast, forming a god-beast phantom above them. There were phoenixes soaring into the highest heavens, dragons leaping through the misty sea, It was like these god-beast bones would revive at any moment. This place is... Xianxia looked at this vast array formation, shocked. These complete god-beast skeletons were several hundred miles high and thousands of miles long. As they floated in the vast infinite space, their size was bewildering to the senses. As for Lin Ming and Xianxia, in this space they were nothing but tiny particles of dust, completely not worthy of mentioning. This is the true god-beast array formation. Without a doubt, the passage to leaving tragic Death Valley should be here. Lin Ming closed his eyes and allowed his sense to recklessly spread outwards as he verified what he knew with this array diagram. There are 36 Dao diagrams here and 33 god-beast skeletons. The central 3 Dao diagrams are empty. Lin Ming murmured to himself. He had already expected this scene after perceiving it from the Emperor Jade. I never imagined that this would be the scene of the array formation within the god-beast tomb. I attached my divine sense to your body and it seems you've broadened my horizons. Empyrean Divine Mist softly said. If it weren't for Lin Ming, then his sense wouldn't have been able to break through the chains of the demonic power, and he wouldn't have been able to see the true array formation. 36 Dao diagrams. Each Dao diagram has its own guardian god-beast sealed within it. The inherent killing intent is endless and peerless. Such a terrifying aura already completely surpasses any Empyrean, to a point where it is hard to look up to. If an Empyrean were to step into such a Dao diagram, they would immediately perish. Empyrean Divine Mist didn't doubt how terrifyingly deadly these 36 Dao diagrams were. Just the aura alone was fearful enough. How do we pass this? Xianxia asked. She had never seen such a scene before. In particular, after listening to Empyrean Divine Mist's analysis, she deeply understood just how terrifying this array diagram was. If she had to enter this array diagram, then her pathetic cultivation level could basically be ignored. Just any speck of light could turn her to ash without the smallest chance of escaping. Let's go over, Lin Ming succinctly said. These 3 simple words caused Xianxia's heart to skip a beat. Even Empyrean Divine Mist hesitated. But if Lin Ming was so confident in himself, then he should have researched this 33 array diagram beforehand. For 7 years, Lin Ming had been sitting quietly in meditation above the cliff. How had he managed to perceive the Azura Roadmaster's God-Beast Tomb array formation? Empyrean Divine Mist sucked in a light breath. He could feel that there were far too many secrets on Lin Ming's body. With Lin Ming's divine transformation realm cultivation, he wanted to contend with the array formation left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. This sort of decision was far too shocking. Can he really succeed? Empyrean Divine Mist couldn't help but produce such an idea. He didn't think that Lin Ming would die now because Lin Ming arriving at this point was already a miracle, even if this miracle was because of the Azura Sutra general outline. Empyrean Divine Mist was well aware that if Lin Ming truly managed to break through the God-Beast Great Array formation, there was a high chance he would find the method to leave tragic Death Valley. And ever since the Azura Road was formed, there had never been a person who had left tragic Death Valley. Come with me. Lin Ming took hold of Xianxia's hand and together they flew towards one of the 36 Dao diagrams. The Dao diagram that Lin Ming chose shined with a brilliant spectrum of rainbow light. At the center of the Dao diagram was a flame-colored skeleton, shining like heated rubies, brilliantly burning. This was a phoenix. Phoenix! As Xianxia saw this crystalline phoenix skeleton, her body shook. Her bloodline roiled within her, faintly resonating with the phoenix skeleton. This is a royal amongst all phoenixes, and a peak royal at that. Xianxia whispered to herself. The god-beast skeletons within the 33 Dao diagrams were not from common god-beasts, but the most peak existences amongst all god-beasts. If one could absorb the phoenix marrow within this phoenix skeleton, then whether it was Xianxia or Lin Ming, either of them would experience unimaginable benefits. Of course, this was only wishful thought. This phoenix skeleton was locked onto the array formation and impossible to obtain. When Lin Ming and Xianxia stepped onto the Dao diagram erupted with 7 brilliant fountains of light. These 7 fountains of energy were the colors of a rainbow, thrusting into the sky like 7 divine swords. All around these erupting fountains were beams of divine light formed from energy. These divine lights were as sharp as sword lights, recklessly shooting about. Looking at these distant erupting fountains, Xianxia could clearly feel the terrifying strength contained within them. Although they appeared beautiful and enchanting, the truth was that these fountains of energy could easily shatter apart stars. If one's mortal body was sucked into those fountains, then one would absolutely die. Not even an Empyrean could escape. Facing this titanic power that could eliminate the heavens and earth, Xianxia felt that her own strength was far too little. Even those divine lights that flowed out from around them were extremely terrifying. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and then took out a high-grade spirit artifact, carefully tossing it into the cutting path of the divine lights. The moment that the spirit artifact touched those divine lights, there was a slight cracking sound as the high-grade spirit artifact was easily cut in half by the divine light. The halves of the spirit artifact were sucked into the light, and in the next moment that high-grade spirit artifact had been reduced to nothing but dust. Although she had already expected this result, Xianxia still sucked in a cold breath upon seeing for herself how sharp this divine light was. Destroying a spirit artifact was bad enough, but disintegrating a spirit artifact into dust was even more terrifying. And what was even more dreadful was that these divine lights were only tiny beams that leaked out from the main 7 rainbow fountains. They weren't even comparable. Then, just how terrifying should the main body of that divine light be? Xianxia was clear that this Tao diagram was not something that a person could contend with. Even if there were 1,000 copies of her, all of them would die inside. After throwing away that destroyed spirit artifact, Xianxia looked towards Lin Ming. All she could rely on now was Lin Ming, and facing those terrifying fountains of energy, even Xianxia wasn't too confident in his chances right now. At this time, Lin Ming was floating motionlessly. His eyes were like 2 stars that shined with a dazzling light, his sense capturing the entire Tao diagram. This was one of the 33 Tao diagrams. Essence gathering, 5 elements. The 33 Tao diagrams represented 33 different ways to cultivate the great Tao. There were 11 body transformation kinds, 11 essence gathering kinds, and 11 soul forging kinds. This Tao diagram in front of them was one of the essence gathering paths to cultivating the great Tao. Lin Ming chose this Tao diagram because this essence gathering Tao diagram closely resembled humanity's cultivation system. Lin Ming possessed high attainments in this domain, and the thunder and fire laws he practiced also belonged to the power of the 5 elements. Lin Ming took a step forwards, revolving all the true essence within his body to the limit. Behind him, the phantom of the heretical god tree began to slowly appear. The heretical god force Lin Ming used was extremely overbearing. Within his level, there was no martial artist that could compare with him. If he revolved the heretical god force to the absolute limit and combined it with 3 essences as one, then in terms of true essence intensity alone, even Xianxia's counterforce heaven-absorbing demon art would have a hard time comparing to it. But now, in front of these terrifying fountains of energy that erupted into the skies, Lin Ming's heretical god force was nothing but a little trickling stream flowing next to the raging seas. There was no comparison between them at all. Lin Ming's strength was only that of a person, but that erupting energy fountain seemed to contain the strength of the universe. Just what was Lin Ming planning to do? Xianxia's eyes widened. She found it hard to imagine what would happen. Lin Ming had summoned the heretical god tree, but relying on this weak strength, what could he do to this massive Tao diagram? Lin Ming's mind focused into his inner world. In his inner world, the Azure Emperor Jade began to shine with a dim brilliance. Lin Ming's true essence poured into the Emperor Jade without end, slowly spinning around the lines within it. This process continued for several breaths of time. The energy that was poured into the Emperor Jade came gushing out. Then, the energy condensed into great Tao runes, each one containing the charm of the Emperor Jade. Several hundred great Tao runes spun around, forming a complete Tao diagram. This Tao diagram spun out from Lin Ming's inner world, slowly coming to a rest above his head where it slowly revolved. Then, after a brief period of time, a second Tao diagram shot out from Lin Ming's inner world. Then a third, a fourth, After a quarter hour passed, 33 Dao diagrams spun around Lin Ming's body, wrapping him within. "Come in," Lin Ming said to Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian immediately walked into the barrier of Dao diagrams. The space within these 33 Dao diagrams was extremely narrow. Xiao Moxian was nearly stuck skin to skin with Lin Ming, and they could even feel each other breathing. Being so close to Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming's nose was filled with her fragrance. He could even feel her soft body beneath her clothes. Although this sort of feeling was infinitely enchanting, at this time, all of Lin Ming's concentration was focused on the task at hand without diverting even the least bit to anything else. This was a moment that concerned his life or death. "Follow me. You must absolutely not walk beyond the range of the Dao diagrams." As Lin Ming spoke, he began to walk towards those 7 erupting fountains of rainbow energy. After understanding what Lin Ming wanted to do, Xiao Moxian was shocked. Her eyes went wide and her face was filled with disbelief. Lin Ming actually planned to enter those erupting fountains of energy like this? In Xiao Moxian's opinion, the 33 array diagrams that Lin Ming formed were extremely varied and complicated, even containing the profound principles of the Great Tao. But, looking at these array diagrams, she couldn't sense if they were strong because there was far too little origin energy poured into them. She even felt that if she were to attack with all her strength, she could shatter these 33 array diagrams. In comparison, those erupting fountains of energy could blow apart celestial bodies, and even those sparks of divine light were more than enough to instantly kill a great world king. Now, Lin Ming actually wanted to use these 33 array diagrams to resist the terrifying rainbow-colored energy fountains. This was no different from wearing paper armor and trying to resist a hail of arrows. This caused Xiao Moxian to not be able to summon any confidence. "Are you sure we can walk through like this?" "I'm sure." Lin Ming's voice was calm, without any waves at all. At this time, his mind was completely empty as he focused on dealing with this multicolored light. "Okay." Xiao Moxian rubbed her own chest. In the face of this scene, although she was usually brave and courageous, she still felt a bit weak at heart. She stared at these floating array diagrams and grit her teeth, fiercely whispering, "I guess I'll bet my life with you. If I die like this, I'll haunt you in the afterlife." "This really is betting your life?" Lin Ming murmured. He had spent 7 years meditating on the Emperor Jade and the God Beast Tomb's array formation, but all of that had only been theoretical. If he had to truly put forth what he learned into practical application, then he couldn't say he was 100% confident in himself. After all, what Empyrean Divine Mist said was right. A person wasn't the heavenly Tao laws, and it was possible to make a mistake. Even the most talented student could have the wrong answer on a test. "Lin Ming, I hope you're right," Empyrean Divine Mist quietly said. His body was extremely weak right now, and this was the limit to which he could follow Lin Ming. He couldn't follow Lin Ming into that multicolored glow because if his divine sense was struck by those rainbow-hued lights, his main body would suffer a serious backlash. He could only watch from afar as Lin Ming walked into that light and not follow him any further. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian walked forwards together, carefully making their way into the cover of that brilliant light. Whoosh! Just as they stepped into the rainbow-colored light, a beam of divine light shot towards them like an arrow. As Xiao Moxian saw this beam of divine light about to pierce Lin Ming's chest, her pupils contracted and she sucked in a deep breath. At this point, it was impossible to dodge. If she tried to do that, she would be separated from the protection of these array diagrams and would have to face the chaotic flow of divine light all around her. That would be an even worse situation than this. All she could depend on were Lin Ming's array diagrams. Pong! The divine light struck the array diagrams. Then, an unbelievable scene occurred. The divine light that could reduce a high-grade spirit artifact to dust actually crashed into the array diagrams and entered into them like a snowflake falling into a lake of water, completely pushing in and vanishing. Then, this energy circulated in lines along the Tao diagrams, going from one end to the other before finally shooting off in the opposite direction into the infinite space. From start to finish, this energy was like a river that bent around Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, not even harming them in the least. How is this possible? Xiao Moxian's eyes were wide. This array diagram that appeared extremely weak didn't directly block the divine light, but had instead guided it around them so they didn't receive any injuries at all. What sort of principles were these? Thinking about it, for an array diagram to forcefully resist the impact of this divine light, it would need to be something that surpassed an Empyrean spirit treasure. But if it were only easing the strike, then it wouldn't take as much strength to deflect it. How did you do that? Xianxia found it hard to believe that the protective array diagram around them would have such an effect. It was clearly because of the patterns atop the array diagram. Those patterns had redirected the brutal energy away from them. Lin Ming said in a low voice, "The lightning of the mortal world can sunder a towering old tree, but it actually cannot destroy a piece of steel, because steel can induct the lightning to enter the ground." Lin Ming didn't explain further. He was completely focused on the brilliant beams of energy all around him. The array diagram he set up around them originated from the Emperor Jade, and had the same origin as the array diagram in the God-Beast tomb. Thus, neither of them conflicted with each other. Like this, the array diagram that surrounded them was similar to steel. When struck by the brilliant bursts of divine light, it wasn't damaged at all. Like this, Lin Ming and Xianxia thoroughly entered into that gushing rainbow-colored energy and submerged into all the colorful lights. Not too far away, Empyrean Divine Mist watched this occur with his divine sense, utterly shocked by what he saw. A bolt of thunder can burn down a towering old tree, but actually cannot destroy steel. Empyrean Divine Mist repeated what Lin Ming had said just then. This was an extremely simple truth that even mortals knew of, but now Lin Ming had used this truth to break into the God-Beast array formation that the Azura Roadmaster had created. When Lin Ming first tried to enter the array formation, Empyrean Divine Mist had never imagined he could arrive at this point. With Lin Ming's divine transformation realm Cultivation, he faced the array formation created by the Azura Roadmaster, and had resisted the demonic power and also walked into the central array diagram. Now, Empyrean Divine Mist's sense was no longer able to continue following them through. Lin Ming still had many dangers to face, and this was only the start of his journey. But just entering into those erupting fountains of energy was enough to shock the mind. If Lin Ming could continue forwards until he reached the center of the entire God-Beast tomb, then he might become the first person in all these endless years to ever emerge from tragic Death Valley. Empyrean Divine Mist took a slow and deep breath as he silently returned his sense. He felt that these 7 years that passed were no different from a dream. Lin Ming and Xianxia were two unrivaled geniuses he encountered near the climax of his life. The two of them had low cultivations, but their talent reached the extreme of possibility. In particular, Lin Ming could create the most unexpected of miracles. Perhaps he might be the turning point in my life, Empyrean Divine Mist suddenly thought, a strange feeling swelling in his heart for the first time in all his years. He had quietly lived on in tragic Death Valley for tens of millions of years, and now, at the point before his death, a turning point in his life had finally arrived. At this time, Lin Ming and Xianxia had already walked into the main light fountains of the 5 elements array diagram. Vast surges of light raged all around them, recklessly striking Lin Ming's 33 array diagrams. However, each strike was melted away and channeled elsewhere. But the rainbow-hued lights were far too powerful. The array diagrams violently trembled, seeming as if they would shatter at any moment. Watching these array diagrams that seemed as if they would collapse, Xianxia held her breath and carefully moved forwards. Like this, the two of them continued through the elements: violent thunder, fierce winds, raging fires, freezing waters. The power of the 5 elements was passed one at a time. They even passed by the center of the array diagram and the phoenix skeleton that stabilized the array formation. From start to end, Lin Ming didn't have the least bit of emotion on his face. His mind remained completely focused on moving forwards. After an unknown period of time, the glowing light around Lin Ming and Xianxia began to dim down. In that moment, Lin Ming let out a light sigh of relief. His back was already soaked wet with sweat. "We finally made it through," Lin Ming said, his voice a bit hoarse. Xianxia looked at Lin Ming, a feeling of disbelief filling her features as they finally passed through that array diagram just now. Like this, with their divine transformation realm cultivation, they had passed through the array diagram created by the Azura Roadmaster. And there were still 35 array diagrams, 3 of which were empty. In other words, there were still 32 of them. We don't need to pass through all the array diagrams. Lin Ming said. The God-Beast Tomb array formation was divided into 3 levels that surrounded the center position. As long as they could break through 3 levels of array diagrams, they could reach the center of the God-Beast Tomb array formation. And during these last 7 years, Lin Ming had been carefully researching 3 array diagrams in careful detail. He didn't have time to analyze the others. These 3 array diagrams belonged to Essence, Energy, and Divine. The second array diagram that Lin Ming chose was Body Transformation 9 Stars. This array diagram was the one Lin Ming was most familiar with. It was part of his cultivation system. The dark gray array diagram floated still within the universe. In the center of this array diagram was a massive dragon skeleton. This skeleton was pitch black and shined with a metallic sheen, seeming as if it were made from divine iron. It was thousands of miles long, and its 4 dragon claws rose like mountains. 2 wings rose up from its back, seeming as if they could conceal the stars. A single fierce and mighty horn extended high from its head, shooting up like a divine sword. Looking at this dragon skeleton, Lin Ming's mind turned cold. From the skeleton, Lin Ming could feel an aura similar to that of the Black Dragon Sovereign he met within the Eternal Demon Abyss. If he wasn't wrong, then this dragon was the same kind as the Dragon Sovereign within the Eternal Demon Abyss. In this universe there were all types of god beasts, and even the dragon race themselves were divided into dozens and hundreds of variations. But, although Lin Ming had browsed through numerous ancient texts, he had only ever met this type of dragon in the Eternal Demon Abyss. Now it was his second time seeing one. What type of dragon is this? Lin Ming asked Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian was the descendant of a god beast, and her understanding of god beasts naturally surpassed his own. However, Xiao Moxian shook her head, saying, I don't know. There are great differences between the god beasts of the 33-layered heavens. I only understand the god beasts of the divine realm, and many god beasts are variation species from ancient times. There are even some that originate from before the last great calamity, so there is no record of them in history books. Before the last great calamity? Lin Ming was startled. How is that possible? The last great calamity occurred billions of years ago. There shouldn't be any life form capable of surviving for such a long time. In this universe, whether it was an Empyrean or god beast, they had a limited lifespan. Even if they entered a time enchantment to slow down time relative to the outside world, the amount they could lengthen their lives by was still limited. For instance, after 300 million years, 3 lives old man was also on death's door. That's right. Xiao Moxian nodded. But amongst the god beasts, there are those that are deeply slumbering within their eggs and have yet to hatch. Or, for some unknown reason, they have been sealed away for a long time. So it wouldn't be strange in that situation if they managed to survive the great calamity too. As Xiao Moxian explained, Lin Ming became aware. So that's how it was. Indeed, he had heard of god-beast eggs being sealed for countless years but still being able to hatch out a god-beast afterwards. As Lin Ming was pondering this, he suddenly felt something move within his inner world. Lin Ming was startled. He carefully probed with his sense and impressively discovered that the overflowing black dragon energy within this array formation was gathering into an invisible current and flowing towards him. Could this be? Lin Ming had a thought about what was happening, and his guess was confirmed in the next moment. This dragon energy was being dragged into his inner world by some strange force, forming a gray spiral. And, at the end of this gray spiral was the dragon egg that the dragon sovereign from the Eternal Demon Abyss had given him. The black dragon egg was covered with strange and mysterious runes that were slowly flickering. The dragon energy was being breathed in by the dragon egg. The dragon egg is absorbing the dragon energy here? Lin Ming was stunned. In this map of 33 array diagrams, each array diagram had a complete god-beast skeleton sealed within. These god-beasts were not ordinary god-beasts. but the most powerful kind of their bloodline. Since they died, numerous billions of years had passed, but beneath the nourishment of the Azura Road Master's array formation, their skeletons had yet to lose their vitality. In fact, beneath this array formation's revitalizing powers, they seemed to become increasingly strong, as if they were going revive at any moment. These god-beast skeletons were top treasures, but because of the array formation, Lin Ming simply didn't want to touch them. However, he didn't think that the dragon egg within his inner world would use some strange and unknown method to swallow the dragon energy here. Was it because they were both from the same race? But coming from the same race couldn't be the only reason, because Xiao Moxian was a phoenix descendant and yet she hadn't been able to absorb the energy of the god-beast in the last array diagram. From this, Lin Ming could speculate that the eternal demon abyss dragon sovereign might share an extremely close relationship with the black dragon in this array diagram. There was even a chance that they were similar ancient variation species. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. He didn't hurry forwards, but instead sat down on this array diagram and began to meditate. Slowly, the dragon energy gathering towards Lin Ming began to condense. Most of the dragon energy was absorbed by the dragon egg, but a small portion remained in Lin Ming's inner world where it fused with his body. The traces of dragon energy were compatible with Lin Ming's meridians and blood vitality, joining with him and becoming a permanent part of his flesh and bloodline. The black dragon energy blended together with the azure dragon bone, bringing great benefits to Lin Ming. The azure dragon bone that Lin Ming absorbed before, although it had a rich blood energy within its 1,000-foot length, in truth lacked a trace of life force. After all, it was from a dragon skeleton and it was extremely different from a living azure dragon. And now, the black dragon energy that Lin Ming absorbed was also absorbed from bones. It was no different from the energy of a living true dragon. Lin Ming could hear small popping sounds through his body as his mortal body rapidly strengthened. Beside Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian also noticed this. She saw a massive amount of god-beast energy gathering into a vortex around Lin Ming and then disappearing from sight. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a black dragon appeared, clawing at the air. How could this be? Xiao Moxian was startled. Lin Ming could actually use the god-beast energy here. At the first array diagram, Xiao Moxian had probed the phoenix energy there, but that was the energy of a fire phoenix, whereas Xiao Moxian was a dark phoenix descendant. The fire phoenix energy brought with it an insufferably arrogant aura that simply wouldn't submit to anyone. At the second array diagram, the black dragon energy was also similar to the fire phoenix energy. But for some reason, Lin Ming was actually able to absorb it. Time passed. Lin Ming closed his eyes in meditation, motionless. Xiao Moxian peacefully waited on the side. She was well aware that such a lucky chance could only be encountered through a stroke of fate. The dragon energy within this array diagram was as vast as the endless sea, but the dragon egg within Lin Ming's inner world had yet to hatch, so the amount of energy it could absorb was limited. After 4 hours passed, the dragon egg finally stopped absorbing the black dragon energy. At the same time, Lin Ming's mortal body had reached the saturation point of absorbing too much black dragon energy. As his eyes opened, he clenched his fists, causing popping sounds all over his knuckles. My 8 inner hidden gates has reached the limit of limits. A sharp light flashed through Lin Ming's eyes. He could feel that his body seemed to contain too much strength, as if it wanted to break through the shackles of the 8 inner hidden gates. However, some invisible rule was hindering this breakthrough. This is the heavenly Tao rule that blocks the 8 inner hidden gates. Lin Ming faintly frowned. It was impossible for him to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace from just absorbing this dragon energy. Within his inner world, there was still the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence that he had yet to use. During his time in Primordius Heavenly Palace, he had only used a small portion of it. Most of the essence had been saved for later. Once he gained enough accumulations, he would use it to break through the chains of the Heavenly Tao in a single try. Lin Ming felt that this time was approaching. If Empyrean Primordius was able to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then he himself shouldn't have a problem. Although the Heavenly Tao placed shackles on him, that didn't mean there was no road to take. When Lin Ming stood, the dragon energy on the array diagram seemed to be stirred up by him. The black dragon phantom behind Lin Ming shot into the sky, making several circles before it flew back into Lin Ming's body and submerged into his inner world. In that moment, within Xiao Moxian's eyes, Lin Ming's aura seemed to experience a great change. At the start, Lin Ming's aura was swift and fierce, powerful like a divine spear. But now, while Lin Ming's aura was similar to how it was in the past, it included a faint pressure, the atmosphere of an emperor, making him seem like a king. Not just that, but Lin Ming's body also had a strange yang energy, bringing with it a strange attraction for her. I never thought that before I entered the center of the array formation, I would coincidentally experience such a lucky chance in this 9-star array diagram and obtain such benefits. After inexplicably refining so much dragon energy here, the advantage Lin Ming obtained was far superior to even the azure dragon bone he absorbed in the past. Lin Ming, you aren't from the dragon race, are you? Xiao Moxian asked, her eyes wide. As she looked at Lin Ming, her expression was like she was seeing some ridiculous monster in front of her. She didn't understand just how Lin Ming absorbed the dragon energy in the array diagram. She originally thought that Lin Ming had accomplished this due to his understandings of the array formation, but thinking about it more carefully, even if Lin Ming's comprehension of the God-Beast Tomb array diagram was extremely high, this dragon energy was simply too lawless and tyrannical. Unless one had energy that came from a similar origin, how could this dragon energy resign itself to fuse with a mere human like Lin Ming? Dragon race. Lin Ming froze for a moment, quietly rubbing his nose. That's right. I've always felt a faint dragon aura from your body. Although it usually isn't too intense, I clearly felt it just now. You likely have a dragon bloodline within your body. Moreover, it is a royal dragon bloodline. Perhaps it might even be some ancient variation dragon species. Xiao Moxian felt more and more that what she was saying made sense. The dragon aura she felt was in truth the aura of the eternal demon abyss dragon egg. Lin Ming smiled. I'm not related much to the dragon race. I'm merely an ordinary human. Perhaps you're unaware. There are some ancient variation bloodlines that have gone deep into a hidden slumber after spreading down and being diluted for so long. If there isn't some particular circumstance, they won't awaken. Xiao Moxian tilted her head, trying her best to figure out the situation. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Xiao Moxian's imagination was far too rich. You're thinking about it too much. Let's cross through this 9-star array first. At the start, Lin Ming didn't have full confidence he could pass through the 9-star Dao diagram. But after absorbing the dragon energy just now, the 9 stars of the Dao Palace became increasingly clear to him. At this time, crossing this 9-star Dao diagram shouldn't be a problem at all. Together with Xiao Moxian, he stepped deeper into the array diagram. In the skies above the Dao diagram here, 9 stars floated in the air. The beautiful starlight fell down like a waterfall of mercury threads, forming 9 Dao palaces atop the array diagram. 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Ever since he started training in the body transformation technique, the 9 stars of the Dao Palace had been his goal. This was an extremely mysterious boundary. But today, atop this Dao diagram, he was able to see the 9 stars of the Dao Palace in their glory. This left him feeling ecstatic, like the clouds parting before the morning sun. The 9 Dao palaces were suspended in the air like divine watchtowers, incomparably mystical. Lin Ming revolved all the astral essence within his body and grabbed onto Xiao Moxian's hand. Xiao Moxian was already expecting this would happen. She silently grasped Lin Ming's hand in return and followed behind him. Like this, the two of them stepped into the first Dao Palace, the Purple Temple Dao Palace. The Purple Temple was in truth a part of a person's dantian. When a martial artist entered the Divine Sea Realm, their dantian would be replaced by an inner world, and thus the Purple Temple would also be located within the inner world. The first level of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace was to form a Dao Palace in one's inner world to correspond with a star in the sky. The moment that Lin Ming stepped into the Purple Temple Dao Palace, he once more began to form array diagrams around himself. The previous array diagrams Lin Ming formed had belonged to the essence gathering system. But this time they were of the body transformation system. The patterns atop these array diagrams flowed around like blood vessels, emitting a strong blood vitality. Within this Tao palace, starlight flooded every nook and cranny. This starlight seemed beautiful and majestic, but it was also thick with killing intent. If one took a single wrong step, they would actually suffer a gruesome death. Lin Ming closed his eyes and used his own blood vitality to feel the patterns all around him. Follow me and don't take a single step out. Follow my exact footsteps. Lin Ming whispered. Xiao Moxian firmly nodded. The air was thick with killing intent. Every step Lin Ming took followed the 9-star laws. Every time he stepped forwards, a star seemed to glisten beneath his foot before dying out. Faintly, as Lin Ming walked through the corridors of the Tao Palace, he could feel his own inner world heating up to a blazing degree. This was the exact position that corresponded to the Purple Temple Tao Palace. In that moment, starlight gathered in Lin Ming's inner world. This silver light flowed around, seeming as if it would condense into a divine palace. Lin Ming glanced over at Xiao Moxian. She had an expression that was completely focused on following his steps, and clearly wasn't experiencing a similar reaction. The 9 Tao palaces correspond to places on my body and are stirring up a reaction. This should be because an elementary form of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace has appeared within my body. Lin Ming thought to himself. This wasn't surprising at all. He had already seen the 9 stars of the Tao Palace several times, so his body forming its own elementary version of it should be a normal matter. Lin Ming used 4 hours to smoothly pass through the Purple Temple Tao Palace. Then, he stepped into the second Tao Palace, Heaven's Eye Tao Palace. Heaven's Eye Tao Palace was located between a person's eyebrows and was considered the eye of their mind, able to see through all illusions and deceit. When Lin Ming stepped into this Tao Palace, he felt a similar burning heat between his eyebrows. Lin Ming couldn't help but slow down his pace and focus on perceiving how this Tao Palace corresponded to his own body. After spending 4 hours in this Tao Palace, he finally remembered the feeling of the Heaven's Eye Tao Palace and continued out of it. Like this, Lin Ming spent around 4 hours in each Tao Palace, for a total of 36 hours. In other words, he used up a day and a half of time to pass through the 9-star Tao diagram. This Tao diagram that Lin Ming just crossed was not as much of a test as it was a lucky chance. Disregarding the God-beast energy he absorbed, just being able to faintly experience the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had given him significant benefits. Now, onto the last Tao diagram. At this time of the 33 Tao diagrams, Lin Ming had passed through the outer circle and the middle circle. Once he passed through the last level of Tao diagrams, he would reach the eye of the God-beast tomb array formation. Let's rest up before continuing. Since they started rushing through the God-beast tomb, 6 or 7 days had passed. Xiao Moxian was more or less fine, but Lin Ming had greatly exhausted his mental fortitude. All right, Xiao Moxian intelligently nodded. She had been following Lin Ming through this death zone, so she was already used to following his orders here. 6 hours later, Lin Ming opened his eyes from meditation. The third Tao diagram he chose was Soul-Forging Dreamland. Stepping into this array diagram, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian felt as if they stepped into a blood-red world. Here, the skies were deep red and covered with dark red clouds, seeming as if they would bleed at any moment. The ground flowed with flaming lava and the smell of sulfur overwhelmed the senses. It's quite hot here. After entering this world, Xiao Moxian felt as if she were being roasted alive by the flames around her. Her clothes were hot to the point that they could spontaneously combust, and the air she breathed in and out was like fire. This was extremely strange, because as a descendant of a phoenix, she shouldn't fear any sort of burning heat. Xiao Moxian's heart chilled. Not too far away she could see a red scorpion covered with flames. This scorpion emitted an extremely terrifying aura, even surpassing that of a half-step Empyrean. The moment that Xiao Moxian saw the scorpion also saw Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming. The scorpion cried out loud and then hurtled towards them. Lin Ming! Xiao Moxian's pupils shrank. This fire scorpion was formed from the demonic power all around them. It absolutely wasn't something they could contend with at their current cultivation level. As Lin Ming saw this fire scorpion that possessed strength near an Empyrean come rushing towards them, He remained calm. He only moved to take hold of Xiao Moxian's arm and move her behind him. Don't move. Hold your breath. In this array diagram, everything we see is a dream. That fire scorpion in front of us is nothing more than a lie. An illusion. Lin Ming's sound transmission echoed in Xiao Moxian's mind, leaving her stunned. Illusion? In her sense, this scorpion couldn't be any more real. It was exactly similar to the Azura phantoms she encountered before, which had been formed from demonic power, and yet this fire scorpion was only an illusion? Although she felt this to be unbelievable in her heart, she couldn't help but trust Lin Ming's words. She held her breath as she saw that suppressive fire scorpion hurtling towards her. Ho dash! With a gust of wind, that half-step Empyrean fire scorpion suddenly vanished, as if it never existed at all. This is the dream world. Within this dream, everything you believe to be true will be true, and everything you believe to be false will be false. After you awake from this dream, everything will become nothing. But if you cannot awaken, then you will be trapped in this dream forever. Lin Ming said with a sound transmission. In this dreamland Tao diagram, if one were to fall into the dreamland, they would never be able to leave. Follow me and don't take a single wrong step. No matter what you see around you, don't believe in it. Lin Ming said without glancing back. All around him, array diagrams began to form once more. These array diagrams were formed from spirit essence, and there were also 33 of them. In these last 7 years, these array diagrams were the most important things that Lin Ming had perceived from the Emperor Jade. Only with the ability to form these did he dare to rush into the God-Beast tomb. The two of them marched forwards in sync with each other. The route that Lin Ming took was extremely strange. Sometimes he went right, sometimes he went left, sometimes he stepped backwards, and Xiao Moxian would blindly follow him no matter what. During this time, all sorts of strange and fantastical scenes constantly appeared, as if they were stuck in a hell of flames. Soon they arrived at an eternal paradise. Streams trickled and dappled sunlight shimmered across endless fields. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian stepped over soft and lush grass, their senses filled with the scent of flowers. As they walked through, they would occasionally see fish leaping out from lakes and cranes holding lingji in their beaks. A perfect utopia. But Xiao Moxian had done as Lin Ming said and had emptied her mind of all needless thoughts. She was a proud daughter of heaven, and for the last 7 years she had trained in the soul-forging arts with Empyrean divine mist. In terms of soul force and sense, she wasn't much different from Lin Ming. Although she didn't know anything about the God-Beast tomb's great array formation, as long as Lin Ming told her to take notice and do something necessary, she would perform the task perfectly. It had to be known that this was a Tao diagram laid down by the Azura Roadmaster. To guard one's mind here wasn't easy at all. Even if one clearly knew that what they were seeing was an illusion, they still couldn't help but unconsciously be caught within it. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian experienced countless illusions and mirages within this dreamland array diagram. Even so, they remained unmoved, their minds and hearts maintaining their pure brightness. Under Lin Ming's lead, the two of them avoided all the killing intents within the array diagram. It was unknown just how long had passed. Several months, several years, or perhaps only an instant. But at this time Lin Ming suddenly let out a long breath and a small smile bloomed on his tense face. We've arrived. This is the Eye of the God-Beast Tomb array formation. After laboring for 7 years and putting in great effort every day, the moment Lin Ming waited for had finally arrived. He had truly walked through the God-Beast Tomb array formation and had arrived in this place that no one had ever been to. Where are we? Xiao Moxian asked, surprised. Even so, when Lin Ming broke through the first Tao diagram, she had a premonition that he would really be able to break past this God-Beast Tomb array formation and even lead her out of this dangerous land. However, upon actually arriving at the core of the God-Beast Tomb array formation, Xiao Moxian felt as if she were living a dream. The God-Beast Tomb array formation's array heart was filled with mysteries. Ever since tragic Death Valley had existed, countless martial artists had perished here, and yet none of them were ever able to step foot into the Eye of the God-Beast Tomb array formation. As the illusions of the Dreamland array diagram vanished, the final 3 Tao diagrams revealed themselves in front of Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. These 3 Tao diagrams were arranged in a triangle, each one 1,000 miles wide. These Tao diagrams were filled with countless intricate patterns, but none of them had any energy flowing through them. Rather, there was nothing but a deathly silence. There were no god-beast skeletons stabilizing the Tao diagrams. They were, like Lin Ming had thought, empty. And, in the center of these 3 vast Tao diagrams, floating in space was a magnificent ancient bronze temple. This bronze temple was as large as a mountain. As it floated in the endless darkness, it emanated the aura of mystery and the atmosphere of endless years. Let's go over. There shouldn't be any dangers. Lin Ming grasped Xiao Moxian's hand and the two of them flew towards the bronze temple together. Their speed was extremely slow. The distance of thousands of miles took a full 2 hours to cross. As they approached the bronze temple, they were able to deeply feel just how grand and wondrous it was. Standing before it, Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming could feel a terrifying demonic power originating from the temple. It seemed that all the demonic power from before had surged out from this bronze temple. How do we enter? Xiao Moxian looked at the great gate of the bronze temple. This gate was thousands of feet high and appeared extremely heavy, sending out a boundless aura. It was like the most source great Tao of the universe was sealed behind this gate, and after opening it one would experience a baptism of the great Tao. Lin Ming remained silent. As he stood before the gate, he could feel the ancient jade within his inner world grow increasingly hot. With a wave of his hand, the ancient jade appeared in his palm. Then, grasping the ancient jade, he pressed it onto the gate. If he wasn't wrong, then the ancient jade itself was the key to this gate. Like this, the ancient jade that was the size of a baby's palm sank itself into the gate. "What are you doing?" Xiao Moxian asked. "Opening the gate." Lin Ming simply responded. However, he frowned. This ancient bronze door didn't move, nor were there any changes. In that moment, he thought he had made a mistake. But, after waiting for several breaths of time, Lin Ming heard a loud rumbling sound like thunder as the thousands of feet high gate, a gate that was as heavy as a planet, began to slowly open. This ancient bronze gate opened at an extremely slow speed, but there wasn't any strength that could prevent it from opening. As the 2 sides of the gate gradually separated, Xiao Moxian felt as if a world was being created in front of her, and those 2 sides of the gate were the heavens and earth. As the gate opened, the aura of the boundless great Tao surged outwards. The scene within the mysterious ancient bronze temple also revealed itself to Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian couldn't help but open her mouth in shock. Traces of excitement, awe, and fear percolated in her heart. This ancient bronze temple lay at the center of tragic Death Valley's God-Beast Tomb Array formation. No one had stepped in here for billions upon billions of years. Just what could be inside? Lin Ming held Xiao Moxian's hand, a serious expression on his face as he said, "Follow me." Like this, the 2 of them stepped past the front gates. The ancient bronze temple was spacious. Everything within was large to the point of shocking others. The columns were thick enough that it would take hundreds of people holding hands to wrap around it. Grandiose murals covered the walls, and the tiles were as thick as tomes. Everything here seemed solemn and dignified, exuding the presence of an emperor. The great hall was quiet without the least bit of sound. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian could clearly hear their own beating hearts as well as the echoing of their footsteps. At this time, the whistling sound of beating flames resonated in the hall. Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming were startled. In the next moment, they saw torches light up on both sides all around them, blazing like miniature suns and illuminating the interior of the bronze palace as if it were daytime. Then, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were finally able to clearly see everything within the hall. This hall was broad enough to hold a vast army. All around it were sculptures of different kinds. Some sculptures were fierce, some sculptures were peaceful, some sculptures illustrated martial artists of different races, and some sculptures emulated flowers and trees. However, most of the sculptures were of god-beasts. Just walking down the hall, Lin Ming could see hundreds and thousands of god-beast sculptures surrounding him. These god-beast sculptures were all lifelike, and all of them were ancient variation species, types that even Xiao Moxian had never even heard of before. As they reached the end of this hall, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian crossed through a corridor and entered into a second grand hall. This grand hall was much smaller than the previous one. The most prominent object in this hall was a towering bronze tablet. This bronze tablet was 99 feet tall, 13 feet thick, and appeared extremely heavy. The surface of the tablet was as smooth as glass, without a single character carved into it. And beneath this bronze tablet was an ancient bronze coffin. This ancient bronze coffin was wrapped in thick chains, seeming as if they locked in the coffin. Lin Ming looked closer and could see that the materials used to craft these chains were heavenly materials that could only be encountered through a stroke of fate. If an Empyrean-level refiner were to obtain just a little bit of these materials, they could be happy for the rest of their life. Bronze tablet? Ancient coffin? Could this be a grave? This was Xiao Moxian's first thought. If it really was a grave, then the person most likely to be within the ancient bronze coffin should be the Azura Roadmaster. Although the Azura Roadmaster was powerful beyond comparison, he was a character who existed billions or tens of billions of years ago. The most likely scenario was that he had died. If he were to die and bury himself in this bronze temple and also establish the God-Beast Tomb array formation to protect his resting place, then all of that was reasonable. Could it be that Tragic Death Valley is a grave that the Azura Road Master constructed for himself? Xiao Moxian suddenly blurted out loud. She couldn't help but feel faint at heart. No one wished for their grave to be disturbed by others. If a grave was truly the Azura Road Master's goal when he created Tragic Death Valley, then it was natural for everyone who entered to have died. But she and Lin Ming had arrived at this step and had even seen the Azura Road Master's coffin. This was really a disgraceful crime beyond all morals. You're mistaken. Lin Ming shook his head from beside Xiao Moxian. The Azura Roadmaster had clearly left the Emperor Jade behind as the key to opening the God-Beast Tomb array formation. Of course, even if one were to obtain the Emperor Jade, wanting to open the God-Beast Tomb array formation was beyond difficult. The requirements for the person opening the God-Beast Tomb array formation were that they needed a solid foundation, bizarrely outstanding perception, and they also needed to cultivate essence, energy, and divine. Lin Ming pointed towards the bronze tablet and said to Xiao Moxian, "This bronze tablet looks like a table, but the truth is that it's a book, an ancient book cast from bronze." Book? Xiao Moxian was dumbfounded. After she probed with her sense, she discovered that it was indeed a thick ancient book. From the front, this ancient bronze book that stood up on the ground was no different from a bronze tablet. So this is a book. I wonder what is written inside, and just what is in that coffin. Lin Ming shook his head. I don't know what is in that coffin, but what I'm sure of is that the Azura Roadmaster's remains aren't interred within it. Lin Ming had reasons for his speculations. The Azura Roadmaster was an unfathomable existence. Even if he had already died and was resting forever within that ancient coffin, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian would still feel an impossibly terrifying pressure standing in front of the ancient coffin. There was no way they could stand there with such relaxedness. Moreover, Lin Ming believed that if the Azura Roadmaster chose to leave behind his inheritance before he died, he wouldn't choose his own grave as the spot and have countless trial challengers come thronging here to disturb his resting place. Can I open it? Xiao Moxian pointed towards the ancient bronze book. Here, she had to be careful with every movement she made. If she accidentally touched something that had some spell on it, she might bring a fatal catastrophe upon herself. Lin Ming closed his eyes and investigated with his sense. In truth, after they broke past the God-Beast Tomb array formation, that should have been considered as passing the test. Thus, there shouldn't be any dangers in the bronze temple. You can. Lin Ming replied. That's great, Xiao Moxian excitedly said. She rubbed her hands together, looking somewhat impatient. After coming all this way and being on the verge of seeing the final secrets within Tragic Death Valley, of course she was excited. Moreover, she might be the first person in all these years to open the ancient bronze book and see the secrets within. As she thought of this, she had a very high sense of achievement. She cheerfully hopped over to the front of the ancient book. Then her two hands grasped the cover of the ancient book and she made an effort to pull it back. However, as she tried to open the cover, she simply couldn't move it at all. It was like this ancient book was a metal statue, not moving no matter how much Xiao Moxian tried. Xiao Moxian didn't believe in superstitions. She pulled up her sleeves, bit down on her lips, and then pulled with all her strength, grunting, "Open up!" Xiao Moxian's shout was loud and clear, but the ancient book simply didn't care how much effort she was using. It remained unmoving as before. "Arg, is this a joke? We've come this far, but there's still a spell on this book. How exasperating is that?" Xiao Moxian indignantly huffed. In her opinion, the previous tests were more than enough. In the countless years since Tragic Death Valley was created, no one besides that freakish fellow Lin Ming was able to pass the trial. So why was there a need to add another unnecessary sealing spell on the book? As Lin Ming saw this, he couldn't hold back a smile. He walked forwards and reached out to release the buckle on the book cover. With an amused expression on his face, he said, "There is no spell. It's just that the cover was fastened down. You only needed to undo the metal buckle." Xiao Moxian looked at the buckle on the side of the ancient book and gulped down like she had swallowed an egg. She blushed red as she was filled with embarrassment. She awkwardly said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Seeing Lin Ming continuing to laugh, Xiao Moxian ground her teeth together and fiercely pinched Lin Ming's waist. "If you already saw it, then you should have reminded me. Were you waiting for me to make a joke of myself?" Although Xiao Moxian pinched quite hard, she hadn't used any true essence. Lin Ming's mortal body was extremely durable, so not only did he not feel any pain from her pinching him, but it actually felt quite comfortable. Because they had finally broken past the God-Beast Tomb array formation, Lin Ming was in an extremely good mood. He smiled and said, "I just thought that you looked quite cute when you puffed your cheeks trying to open the book, so I couldn't help but tease you a little." After hearing Lin Ming's words, Xiao Moxian scoffed and then turned away, her cheeks turning red as she said, "I didn't think you were such a naughty boy before." All right, I was wrong. Let's not argue, we have important matters to attend to first." Lin Ming moved away Xiao Moxian's hands that were still pinching his waist, his complexion turning serious. Everything in this hall had been left behind by the Azura Roadmaster and was extremely important. They naturally couldn't treat it lightly. Lin Ming solemnly opened the ancient bronze book. On the title page of the ancient book were large characters that said, Azura Sutra, Volume 1. These characters were 10 square feet each. The brush strokes were simple and plain yet containing a sublime beauty like a painting. "This is the main body of the Azura Sutra." Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Before now, he had only seen the general outline of the Azura Sutra on the Emperor's Stone. That general outline had no cultivation method and could only be used to guide one towards the Great Tao. It simply wasn't able to be used to contend with opponents. But now, Lin Ming was staring at the main body of the Azura Sutra. If the Azura Roadmaster had left behind this ancient bronze book, it was reasonable that he would carve the main text of the Azura Sutra within it. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian looked at each other, each one seeing the shock in the other's eyes. This sort of stunning text might even contain the secrets to becoming a true divinity. Lin Ming flipped the page of the ancient book. On the second page, the first few words were, "If the heavens have a path, then I shall follow the heavenly Tao. If the heavens have no path, then I shall stand for the heavens." These words contained an unyielding strength as if they were rushing out, howling through the universe. Disregarding these brush strokes that looked like they were floating azure dragons, just the boldness of these words caused one to feel infinite shock. "If the heavens have no path, then I shall stand for the heavens." Although these words seemed to be the babblings of a lunatic, the Azura Roadmaster had actually managed to accomplish this. The great world of the Azura Road was the heaven created by the Azura Roadmaster. What is the path that these words are referring to? Lin Ming carefully thought, savoring these words. When mortals said the heavens had no path, the truth was that they meant the heavenly Tao was uncaring and merciless. But when martial artists referred to the path, they were actually referring to the heavenly Tao. It was possible that the Azura Roadmaster was referring to the heavenly Tao rules. If the heavenly Tao rules didn't abide his existence, then he would simply break through the heavenly Tao rules and stand in the heavens place. Below this were more obscure passages. Beneath these passages were traces that seemed to represent the highest truths of the great Tao, making one's mind feel filled with a dusky haze and making the writings difficult to read and understand. It was as if these passages were like demonic curses, whispering to the mind. The text of the Ajura Sutra also contains that terrifying demonic power. Xianxia was gifted with an extraordinary perception, but even she felt it was straining her mind to read the main text of the Ajura Sutra. Disregarding understanding it, just looking at it required her to consume a massive amount of energy to resist the mental attack of that demonic power. Lin Ming said, "The Ajura Roadmaster likely leaned towards the demonic path to begin with. You can see this with his name being Ajura." In Lin Ming's impression, the Ajura Roadmaster was not some kindly and merciful individual. Just the Ajura road he formed was filled with incomparably tragic and cruel rules. In these last 10 billion years, the Ajura road had been filled with slaughter. This was the same for Tragic Death Valley and God-Burying Ridge, where countless martial artists had perished. As Lin Ming looked at the Ajura Sutra, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. Only by enduring this feeling could he continue to read. All martial artists of the 9 divine shifts had a near photographic memory. And Lin Ming was far superior in this aspect compared to other martial artists. Not to mention remembering words, he could even remember complex Tao patterns. However, Lin Ming had a great deal of trouble remembering this Ajura Sutra. He had to look through it several times to barely recall what he saw. Beside Lin Ming, Xianxia's speed of memorizing was even slower. After all, Lin Ming had been perceiving the Tao patterns within the Emperor Jade for all this time, but Xianxia had to start from scratch. "Don't worry, we can take our time." Lin Ming took several deep breaths and rubbed his pained eyes. Then, he sat down in front of the Ajura Sutra. He had plenty of time. There was no need to be in a hurry. Like this, Lin Ming and Xianxia slowly continued reading. They used a whole 7 days before they roughly read through the Ajura Sutra. After reading through it, Lin Ming was enlightened. At the very least, he understood what type of cultivation method the Ajura Sutra was. The Ajura Sutra that the Ajura Roadmaster created focused on inner and outer cultivation. Inner cultivation meant to cultivate oneself. Outer cultivation meant to cultivate an avatar. The Ajura Sutra had a total of 3 volumes, divided into essence, energy, and divine. Each volume focused on both inner cultivation of oneself and outer cultivation of an avatar. When the Ajura Sutra was cultivated to the limit, one could fuse one's own essence, energy, and divine as one, and then also fuse in 3 avatars. At that time, one could achieve an unbelievable boundary. But what Lin Ming saw now was only the first volume of the Ajura Sutra, the path of cultivating the mortal body. At the same time as one cultivated their body, they also had to cultivate an essence energy avatar. And this essence energy avatar had to be formed using one's own blood energy or created using some miraculous treasures of the heavens and earth. The disadvantage of the first option was that it would cause one's blood vitality to drop. After refining an avatar, there would be a long time during which one's cultivation and strength wouldn't rise, but fall instead. As for the disadvantage of the second option, it was far too difficult to find some miraculous treasures of the heavens and earth. Those sorts of treasures could only be found through a stroke of fate. Moreover, even if someone managed to obtain one, wanting to refine it into an avatar was beyond difficult. And at the end of the Ajura Sutra, the Ajura Roadmaster had left behind a postscript that left Lin Ming shocked. When the Ajura Roadmaster finished creating the Ajura Sutra, he had obtained the perfect material to form an essence energy avatar, an essence spirit embryo stone. This essence spirit embryo stone was a sacred spirit born within a stone. A divine stone, after absorbing heaven and earth origin energy, as well as the essence of the sun and moon for countless billions of years, would gather all of this origin energy together, slowly condensing into a human form. Once this sacred spirit shattered through the stone and was born, its talent would be at the highest extreme and its strength would be amazing. Its martial aptitude would even surpass that of a god-beast. In the legends, there was an ancient supreme elder that had leapt forth from this type of stone. Afterwards, they became a true divinity and performed great deeds of good fortune. However, this sort of thing was far too rare. could only be discovered and not sought. The conditions for forming an essence spirit embryo stone were far too harsh and the time requirements far too long. First of all, the stone had to be a god stone. Next, the environment had to be one where heaven and earth origin energy gathered at terrifying degrees. In this situation, countless lucky chances had to coincide over a period of billions or even tens of billions of years before it could finally form. It wasn't strange for a single essence spirit embryo stone to experience several great calamities of the universe. No one could raise an essence spirit embryo stone. Not even a true divinity could do so if they spent billions of years of their life. The Azura Roadmaster was no exception to this. Moreover, by the time he obtained the essence spirit embryo stone, he had already cultivated his essence, energy, and divine avatars, thus he no longer needed it. However, the Azura Roadmaster had done something which left Lin Ming shocked. He had arranged a Tao field and then had placed the essence spirit embryo stone that had taken billions or even tens of billions of years to breed within it. Then, the Azura Roadmaster had laid down a time enchantment within the Tao field, speeding up the flow of time to a 10-to-1 ratio. Afterwards, the Azura Roadmaster had used skeletons of some dead god beasts as materials to create an essence energy array formation in order to supply the essence spirit embryo stone with the required energy, as well as power the revolution of the Tao field. After tens of billions of years had passed, a true sacred spirit would be bred. As Lin Ming read this, he suddenly became aware. The Tao field that the Azura Roadmaster laid down was God-burying ridge. That 10:1 time enchantment he created was Tragic Death Valley. As for that essence energy array formation, that was the God Beast Tomb. The existence of Tragic Death Valley was an inheritance left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. The reason that the Azura Sutra was left here was all in order to nurture the birth of this spirit essence stone. Lin Ming was shocked as he thought of this. Just what sort of heaven-shaking methods were these? The Azura Roadmaster was far too powerful to put into words. So this is the essence spirit embryo stone. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and his eyes shifted to the ancient bronze coffin just 30 feet away. The ancient bronze coffin was wrapped in dark chains. And sealed within this ancient coffin, was it the essence spirit embryo stone? Lin Ming, you think that the essence spirit embryo stone is sealed within the coffin? Xiao Moxian immediately knew what Lin Ming was thinking from the light in his eyes. It really might be so. Lin Ming walked near to the ancient bronze coffin. This coffin had lain here for countless years, and the surface of it was covered with carved images. These images included fierce Azura demons, ancient vicious beasts, and even martial artists of other races. Thick chains wrapped around this coffin, and every chain buckle was covered with runes. Because too much time had passed, the divine iron that formed the ancient coffin and chains was stained with rust, filled with an atmosphere that seemed to come from the deepest depths of time. Through the crevices in these iron chains, Lin Ming could see the scenes on the ancient coffin. There were Azura demons eating humans and even humans burning demons as a sacrifice to Azuras. There were also ancient vicious beasts ripping apart people to shreds, as well as people striking vicious beasts and drinking their blood. In short, all of these scenes were filled with a tyrannical, brutal, and cruel feeling. Looking at them caused killing intent to surge in the heart, as if it would erupt at any moment. Lin Ming squatted down near the ancient bronze coffin. The coffin was as wide and tall as the book, appearing extremely heavy. The coffin lid and coffin body seemed cast together, without the slightest gap separating them. This ancient bronze coffin also exudes demonic power. Lin Ming's eyes sharpened. The demonic tide that occasionally erupted in Tragic Death Valley was related to the first volume of the Azura Sutra, but a part of it also came from this ancient bronze coffin. If we open it, will something ominous happen? Xiao Moxian weakly said as she saw all the violent carvings atop the coffin. Tragic Death Valley had existed for billions of years, and with the time enchantment here, dozens of billions of years had passed. For such a long time, this ancient bronze coffin had existed within the center of the God-Beast Tomb array formation. It was hard to imagine just how much essence energy was absorbed here and what it could have been breeding. It had to be known that the things in Tragic Death Valley could easily kill a world king. If this essence spirit embryo stone had already taken form, then the terrifying strength it possessed was something neither she nor Lin Ming could deal with. Lin Ming, do you think that these chains are locking in the embryo stone to prevent it from breaking out of the coffin? Xiao Moxian suddenly asked. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. There was indeed a great risk if they opened up the ancient coffin, especially when he still knew so little about the Ajura Sutra's first volume. Maybe. But no matter what happens if I open the ancient coffin, I will still open it. Still, I must fully perceive the Ajura Sutra first. Lin Ming would certainly open the ancient coffin. In order to arrive here, he had to take numerous risks and complete something that countless ancient heroes had never done before. Now, he would soon obtain the Ajura Roadmaster's inheritance. If anyone were to tell him to give up here, then that would simply be a joke. All Lin Ming could do now was to thoroughly perceive the Ajura Sutra to reduce the risk to the smallest level possible. Like this, Lin Ming sat in meditation in front of the Ajura Sutra and assiduously enlightened himself upon it. As for Xiao Moxian, she also accompanied Lin Ming in meditating on the Ajura Sutra together. Of course, in terms of comprehending the Ajura Sutra, Lin Ming was naturally faster than she was. Thus, if Xiao Moxian were to run into any questions of spots she found difficult to understand, she was able to consult Lin Ming. Slowly, Xiao Moxian also gained a deep understanding of the Ajura Sutra. Her perception was extraordinary to begin with, and in addition to Lin Ming's guidance, her rate of growth slowly rose. This caused Lin Ming to praise her without end. In terms of perception alone, she indeed surpassed him. Training passed without sense of time. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian sat in meditation within this hall every day. Like this, a full year passed them by. Whether it was Lin Ming or Xiao Moxian, the foundation of their mortal bodies was outstanding. And the Ajura Sutra first volume revolved around cultivating the mortal body. The Ajura Sutra cultivated essence, energy, and divine. The main difference from other cultivation methods was that when the Ajura Sutra was cultivated to the extreme, a martial artist could gather essence, energy, and divine unto themselves and then reach an inconceivable boundary. However, every positive had a negative. Although the Ajura Sutra was a cultivation method that pointed towards the peak of all martial arts, the route it took to get there was extremely time-intensive. It required a massive accumulation of time, on the magnitude of millions of years, in order to show its true strength. The days of seclusion were boring and dry. As Lin Ming meditated, he often exchanged information and insights. At the start, it was him helping Xiao Moxian. But afterwards, Xiao Moxian provided him with many unique thoughts and inspirations. Due to the limit of their cultivation, it was impossible for them to cultivate the Ajura Sutra first volume to the limit. Even so, the two of them fully carved the Ajura Sutra first volume deep into their hearts. Now, even if they lost the ancient bronze book, they could still recall the Ajura Sutra in full detail, including the various concepts and textures and feelings of the runes. Another half-year passed. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian combined everything they understood into one. At this point, they had already spent a total of 9 years in Tragic Death Valley. In these 9 years, Lin Ming's cultivation had made considerable progress, in particular, the last half-year in which he was perceiving the Ajura Sutra first volume. He was only half a step from reaching the Divine Lord realm. I see. So this is the original appearance of the God-burying ridges Dao field. After perceiving the Ajura Sutra first volume, Lin Ming recalled the traces of the Dao field that were carved within the Emperor Jade. Many things he couldn't understand before had suddenly become clear to him. Now, if Lin Ming were to leave Tragic Death Valley and explore God-burying Ridge, he could rely on his understanding of the Ajura Sutra to wander about with absolute freedom and safety, even with his eyes closed. God-burying Ridge is divided into death roads and life roads. When life roads reach the extreme, mortals can safely enter and exit. When death roads reach the extreme, even world kings will perish. And of God-burying Ridge's extreme death roads, there are a total of 7 spots. Lin Ming murmured to himself. The so-called guides of God-burying Ridge were the product of the countless experiences and knowledge accumulated by their seniors. These people had tested the many death roads until they had found the one life road into God-burying Ridge. They simply didn't understand the true principles that lay behind the God-burying Ridge's Dao field, and had simply relied on their own empirical methods of testing to find a way to avoid danger. This was why being a god-burying ridge guide was such a dangerous occupation, one that always teetered on a knife's edge. Then, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open from his meditation. He stood up and walked towards the ancient bronze coffin. Xiao Moxian's thoughts stirred. Lin Ming, are you planning to open the coffin now? During these past days, she and Lin Ming had reached a bottleneck in their understanding of the Ajura Sutra. This was the limit placed upon them by their cultivation level and broadness of their horizons. Until they became stronger, it would be hard to experience another breakthrough. When a martial artist cultivated the martial path, it was impossible for them to go into seclusion and directly leap up several large boundaries. They had to constantly adventure and gain more experiences, and then realize new things from these experiences. They had to constantly fight in order to temper themselves. If they were to go into seclusion for all their life, not only would that weaken a martial artist's true combat strength, but it would cause their comprehension of laws and cultivation methods to stagnate. Now is as good a time as any. Lin Ming nodded his head. We've been in tragic Death Valley for 9 years now. We've done everything that we can and have reached the limit of what we can accomplish here. It's about time that we think of leaving this valley. But before we go, I must open this coffin. Lin Ming took out the Emperor Jade from his inner world. Then, he held the Emperor Jade in his hand as he prepared himself to open the ancient bronze coffin. The risks were unknown, and it was impossible to know just what would come out from the ancient coffin. It might be an unrivaled treasure, but it also might be a life-reaping killing intent. With the Emperor Jade in hand, Lin Ming felt things would be much safer. Thinking about it, the Ajura Roadmaster shouldn't have deliberately left a killing trap here for his future inheritors to open. That would simply be too great of a joke. Because too much time had passed, the chains on the ancient coffin had melded together with it. Lin Ming took a deep breath, linking his hands together and forming hundreds of seals, each seal resonating with the runes on the chains. In that instant, the runes on the chains began to shimmer one at a time. The entire hall was illuminated with a dazzling light. With a light-popping sound, all of the chains fell apart. Lin Ming pressed his hands on the coffin and glanced at Xiao Moxian. Do you plan on staying here? Lin Ming cautioned her. He was afraid that if some evil being really did emerge, then Xiao Moxian would suffer a gruesome fate like he would. But if she left earlier, then she would be able to survive. Xiao Moxian chuckled, indifferently saying, At this time, do you really think I would change my mind? Hey, if I'm here, maybe I'll be the one saving your life. Xiao Moxian wasn't bragging. In terms of overall strength, although she was inferior to Lin Ming, she wasn't too far off. If Lin Ming encountered some danger, then with Xiao Moxian here, he would have a much higher chance of surviving. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He didn't bother speaking anymore. His fingers suddenly grasped down and gripped two corners of the ancient coffin. With a loud shout, crackling sounds emitted from all over his body. The heretical god force erupted. The 8 inner hidden gates opened, and from behind Lin Ming the phantom of a true dragon appeared. At this time he bent down, focusing his strength into his waist. His spine curved like a taut bow as all his strength passed into his arms. A power equal to nearly 1 billion genes of strength suddenly broke out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ancient bronze coffin that had lain here for 100 billion years was shoved open by Lin Ming. In that moment, it seemed as if what Lin Ming pushed open was not the lid of a coffin, but a door leading to another world. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The entire bronze temple shook. The ground trembled. With loud rustling sound, a beam of light descended from high above, shining atop the Ajura Sutra. Countless runes of the great Tao swirled about, gathering together in a purple kaleidoscope to form a door of light. This is a portal? Xiao Moxian held her breath. For a door of light to suddenly appear, seeming as if another world was behind it. This should be a portal. Did this portal lead to the outside? Xiao Moxian couldn't help but think this, a sense of excitement rising in her mind. She had already stayed in the absolute darkness of tragic Death Valley for several years. Moreover, before she entered the God-Beast tomb with Lin Ming, A wisp of despair had begun growing in her heart. Now that she realized she could soon leave tragic Death Valley, how could she not be excited? However, being pleasantly surprised was only one matter. At this time, Xiao Moxian's concentration was completely focused on what was happening around her. Her right hand touched her spatial ring, ready to deal with any dangers that arose. What was in the ancient coffin? If it were a treasure, then they could naturally take it and everyone would have a happy ending. But if it were an evil being, then both she and Lin Ming would face a life or death crisis. The moment that the ancient coffin opened, a vast and terrifying tide of demonic power gushed forth. Lin Ming leapt backwards, extracting the phoenix blood spear at the same time even as he revolved his true essence to the limit. The heavy ancient coffin revealed a pitch-black interior without the least bit of sound. Lin Ming's complexion was solemn. He sent out a wisp of his divine sense to probe the ancient coffin. As soon as he did, he felt his heart skip a beat. Within the coffin were hundreds of thousands of god runes. And these god runes were all pasted along a 10-foot-high divine stone, sealing it tightly within. This divine stone calmly lay within the ancient bronze coffin. After 100 billion years of being sealed, it was finally freed from its chains. Probing deeply with his sense, Lin Ming could feel that this divine stone seemed to have some sort of embryo breeding within it. There was a heartbeat and breathing of heaven and earth origin energy, as if it were constantly growing and evolving. The breath that it exuded was like 10,000-year spirit grass, carrying with it an intoxicating aroma. Without a doubt, this divine stone was the essence spirit embryo stone. Lin Ming carefully investigated the god runes atop the essence spirit embryo stone and discovered that the Tao patterns had a sealing effect. They sealed away the essence spirit embryo stone, allowing it to constantly absorb a large amount of essence energy to grow, but preventing it from forming its own wisdom. As Lin Ming discovered this, he let out a light breath. It seemed that the Azura Roadmaster was extremely thoughtful in his actions. Otherwise, if the essence spirit embryo stone was bred for too long and absorbed too much power, then its strength might surpass the level of his potential successor. If that were true, then this entire ordeal would be tragic. After determining that there weren't any dangers, only then did Lin Ming carefully approach the coffin. Within the coffin, besides the essence embryo stone, there was also a bronze box. Lin Ming investigated the bronze box for a little before discovering that there was a separate space sealed within it. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then picked up the bronze box. This box didn't seem special at all, but it was heavy to the touch. All sorts of god runes patterned its surface. These god runes had the effect of slowing down time. Lin Ming quickly calculated and came to a surprising conclusion. Within this bronze box, time flowed at a speed over 10,000 times slower, and the method of sealing prevented the outside world from affecting the contents within. What is inside? Lin Ming thought. He formed a seal with his hand to undo the bindings on the bronze box. As Lin Ming opened the box, a rich medicinal fragrance rushed up his nose. Within the bronze box was a deep green pill the size of a longan. This pill glittered as if it were carved from crystal, as beautiful as jade. There was a little mass of origin energy fluttering about within the pill, as if there was some life form within it. Just smelling this medicinal fragrance caused Lin Ming's pores to open all over his body and stretch out to absorb this medicinal fragrance. It was extremely comfortable. This is definitely an immortal pill that surpasses the level of a transcendent divine pill. The benefits of absorbing it are unimaginable. As Lin Ming saw this pill, he realized what the function of the bronze box was. The over 10,000:1 slowing of the time flow was to prevent the pill from undergoing too long a time so that it didn't decay. In addition, the pill was covered in layers of god runes to keep the spiritual energy of the pill overflowing with abundance and prevent any medicinal efficacy from leaking out. Near this pill was also a jade slip. Sinking his sense into this jade slip, Lin Ming saw a few simple lines of words. Essence Energy Heaven Pill. The one who uses it can solidify their own essence energy and be reborn. For those that have not cultivated body transformation, they may smell this medicinal fragrance for 2 hours a day. For those that have reached small success of body transformation, they may take 1/3 of the essence energy heaven pill every day. As for those that have reached large success of body transformation, they may take the complete pill. Essence energy heaven pill. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. From the name and description of this pill, he could tell that it was mainly focused on essence from the 3 cultivation methods of essence, energy, and divine. This was a miracle medicine used to nourish the mortal body. The first volume of the Ajura Sutra was a set of arcane techniques specially used to cultivate the mortal body. However, if the one who opened the Ajura Sutra had a shaky and sloppy mortal body foundation, then wanting to train in the Ajura Sutra first volume would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In order to prevent this situation from happening, the Ajura Roadmaster had especially prepared this type of body transformation medicine. Could be said that it was perfectly thorough in his planning. But even though this pill looked crystalline and beautiful, eating it wouldn't be so easy. According to the brief introduction from the Jade Slip, a person who had never cultivated body transformation simply didn't possess the qualifications to take this pill. They could only smell the medicinal fragrance daily. For those that had reached small success of body transformation, they could take 1/3 of the pill. Only those who reached large success of body transformation could swallow the entire pill. Lin Ming believed that with the Ajura Roadmaster's vision, he could only be considered as barely reaching large success of body transformation if he opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Currently, he would only be able to swallow 1/3 of the pill. Lin Ming, you picked up a treasure. Xiao Moxian also recognized how valuable this pill was. If this pill were to wander into the world, then even Empyreans would brutally battle for it. Lin Ming faintly smiled. We found it together. This pill, part of it is yours. I don't want it. Xiao Moxian shook her head. The reason we were able to arrive here is thanks to you. The one who passed the test of the Ajura Roadmaster and thus the one who was selected by him is also you. As for me, I haven't even done anything up until now, but I still managed to learn an unsurpassed sutra. To me, that is far more luck than I deserve. I don't like to owe anyone anything. The reason we can leave this place is all due to your efforts. All of the treasures obtained in this bronze temple will naturally belong to you. I won't take anything at all. Xiao Moxian was someone who would never maliciously covet things that weren't her own. But Lin Ming shook his head and said, I'll take the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, but this pill we will divide equally. No matter how it was said, Xiao Moxian had followed him for 9 full years. Whether it was being hunted down by Tian Mingzi or forced into tragic Death Valley, the main cause of all this was Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian had only been dragged into this mess because of him. In addition, for these last 9 years, Xiao Moxian had always held an attitude of sharing life and death with Lin Ming. To Lin Ming, this was worth giving at least half this pill to Xiao Moxian, otherwise he would always feel regret. Xiao Moxian seemed as if she wanted to argue, but Lin Ming said, Let's not argue about this. I'll refine the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone first and then we can discuss the matter of leaving. Leaving shouldn't be a problem, but there is likely to be some people waiting in ambush outside. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had been in tragic Death Valley for 9 years, and around 10 months had passed outside. To long-lived martial artists, waiting for 10 months wasn't anything at all. Moreover, the one hunting them down was Tian Mingzi, someone who had a blood enmity with him. Tian Mingzi was someone who possessed vast ambitions, and his personality was naturally sinister and cruel. Lin Ming would never underestimate how patient Tian Mingzi could be, let alone 10 months. Even if it were several years, Lin Ming would still be extremely careful when leaving and prepare to deal with Tian Mingzi's revenge at any moment. Tian Mingzi, how do you plan on dealing with him? Xiao Moxian's thoughts turned grim. Tian Mingzi was a great world king. Lin Ming said, I will absorb the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone first and then consider it further. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were both at the peak of the divine transformation realm. With their current cultivation levels, it was simply far too difficult to directly confront Tian Mingzi. It had to be known that the good fortune Saint Sun was at the peak of the Saint Lord realm and over an entire large boundary higher than Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Even so, he was unable to fight with a great world king, and could only escape from them. Now, Lin Ming guessed that Tian Mingzi was guarding the outside. Even if Lin Ming were to go into seclusion within Tragic Death Valley for 100 to 200 years, he still wouldn't be Tian Mingzi's match. This was because going into seclusion within a comfortable and relaxed environment would cause one's strength progression to be far too slow. Lin Ming arrived in front of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and gently traced the patterns on the rough rock. Lin Ming had long since imprinted the God runes that the Azura Road Master had used to seal away the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone into his heart, and unraveling them should be easy. Lin Ming's fingers sprang froth, creating several hundred array symbols that flew out to undo the seals. Every time a seal was undone, Lin Ming would take a short break and adjust himself. After all, he had no choice but to be careful with this Essence Spirit Embryo Stone that had been nourished by God-beast bones for billions of years. As the seals were halfway undone, the life activities within the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone became increasingly fierce. From deep within the stone, a deep and resonant roar echoed out, as if hundreds of God-beasts were rushing out from the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. These are God-beast spirits. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This Essence Spirit Embryo Stone had been nourished by the God-beast array formation, so it was inevitable that God-beast spirits would be fused into it. Not just that, but as Lin Ming undid more and more of the seals, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone emitted an increasingly strong demonic power. A faint howling began to gather between the heavens and earth. Chi chi chi. As the seal was 2/3 undone, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone continued to pour forth black demonic energy into the surrounding space. Xiao Moxian felt her heart gripped as she saw all of this. Even if the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone had been sealed away by the Azura Road Master, after all these billions of years it had simply absorbed far too much essence energy. It would not be easy to handle. Lin Ming, do you plan to undo the seal on the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone now? I've heard that in ancient times, there were martial artists that formed a true avatar, but they were not able to erase the spiritual wisdom of that avatar. As a result, their consciousness was swallowed up by their avatar and their bodies were stolen instead. There were many types of people that cultivated avatars through the times, and this type of avatar was actually divided into two types. The first was like Empyrean Divine Dream, who sundered their own primordial spirit using an arcane technique to divide their soul in two. Like this, the avatar they formed would originate from the same source. The avatar was the true self, and the true self was the avatar. Like this, the two could fuse back together without any backlash. The second kind was what Lin Ming was planning to do, using a spiritual object to form their avatar. This type of spiritual object originally had a wisdom of its own, and if one failed to refine it, the avatar would instead steal the body of the true self and the true self would become the avatar. I know, Lin Ming simply replied, continuing to undo the seals. Seeing Lin Ming's resolve, Xiao Moxian no longer spoke out. But, by just undoing 2/3 of the seal, the power that the avatar revealed already surpassed Lin Ming. If he failed to control it, all that would await him was annihilation. Heretical God Force. Lin Ming gathered his hands together. The phantom of the heretical God Tree appeared behind him. A terrifying power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation recklessly fell onto the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone like waterfalls of red and purple. Thunder and flames were extremely good forces for refining embryo stones. In the legends, when the world was being created, a holy goddess had fired up clay figurines to create all the varied creatures of life. As for thunder, there was even less to say about it. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was first formed by a strike of lightning. As the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation pressed down on the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone suddenly popped open its eyes. These dark gray eyes revealed a deep hatred and burning cruelty, making one feel cold upon seeing them. This Essence Spirit Embryo Stone already had a wisdom of its own. As more and more demonic power flushed out like a tide, the will of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone became increasingly terrifying. Standing nearby, both Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian paled. Just how would they subdue such a terrifying will? At this time, Xiao Moxian saw Lin Ming continue to undo the seal, as if he wasn't afraid at all. Now only 1/5 of the Azura Roadmaster's seal was left. As more and more of the seal unraveled, the essence spirit embryo stone became that much stronger. If the seal was completely undone, even Xiao Moxian found it hard to imagine just how formidable the essence spirit embryo stone would become. Yuwu! The essence spirit embryo stone emitted an ear-piercing roar. It crazily struggled about, causing stone chips to fall down from the surface of the divine stone. The essence spirit embryo stone was soon about to conceive its human form. As it looked at Lin Ming, its eyes revealed nothing but greed and wild cruelty. This sort of feeling was like a wild beast seeing its most delicious prey. To the newborn essence spirit embryo stone, Lin Ming, with his incomparably powerful blood vitality, was a truly wonderful meal. Lin Ming, be careful. As she watched the final seal be undone by Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian's complexion changed, and she nearly lost her voice as she shouted out to him. At this time, the Essene spirit embryo stones had reached a terrifyingly powerful degree. Even a great world king might have their body wrested away. Even though Xiao Moxian had great faith in Lin Ming's abilities, she still felt panic surge through her. The current situation had far surpassed their control. The spirit essence embryo stone had been nurtured for countless years. Even with the suppression of the Azura Roadmaster's array formation, it had reached an incredibly dreadful boundary. Oh! The moment that the seal was fully undone, the essence spirit embryo stone emitted a tearing screech. Its will formed a bloody and ominous sword, crazily lashing out at the thunder and fire emitted by Lin Ming. It wanted to reverse the situation and seize Lin Ming's body, turning Lin Ming into its temporary body and avatar. Puff! Lin Ming stared blankly on as the shimmering red sword of will pierced through the point between his eyebrows. Lin Ming's body suddenly shook and he stepped backwards, his face pale. Lin Ming! Xiao Moxian cried out in alarm. She thought that Lin Ming would use some trump card before the sword of will pierced him, but she never imagined that Lin Ming wouldn't do anything at all, instead allowing the sword of will to thrust into his spiritual sea. It had to be known that the battle of wresting control of his body would occur in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Because of the massive battle within, it might cause damage to Lin Ming's spiritual sea. To hold a decisive battle within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Even if the essence spirit embryo stone was defeated, it could still escape. But if Lin Ming were defeated, he would have his body stolen away. Xiao Moxian felt her heart tighten. She could only watch blankly on as Lin Ming struggled internally just 100 feet away from her. There was nothing she could do at this moment as Lin Ming's will battled that of the essence spirit embryo stone. She didn't even dare to move his body. Just what is Lin Ming planning? Xiao Moxian felt her palms become wet with sweat. No matter how strong Lin Ming's soul force was, how could he defeat the will of the essence spirit embryo stone that not even a world king could contend with? Time seemed to come to a standstill. Lin Ming had turned into a statue, completely motionless as if he were frozen. Xiao Moxian's speculations were correct. After billions of years of being bred over time, the essence spirit embryo stone developed an intelligence of its own, even under the seal of the Azura Roadmaster. It had now reached a point where it could seize the body of a great world king. At this time, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, his complexion was cold as his transformed body of will floated high in the skies. And in front of him, just several hundred feet away, was a phantom formed from demonic power. Its body took the shape of a god-beast spirit. Its face was fierce and cruel, and its entire being emanated dark energies. This phantom of demonic power looked at Lin Ming and cackled. I must thank you. Here, I have been sealed away for countless years. Today, I am finally born. From now on, this great world is mine to roam. I will swallow all martial artists of the world and achieve an unsurpassed true form. The phantom of demonic power chortled. Because it had never spoken before, its voice was extremely scratchy. Lin Ming was startled as he heard this. It wasn't strange for the essence spirit embryo stone to have developed its own intelligence, but the words it spoke were strange. It had been locked in this array formation since the moment it was formed and had never experienced the outside world, so there was no reason for it to speak the words it did. The phantom of demonic power saw Lin Ming's confusion and smiled. Through these countless years, Innumerable people have died trying to enter the God-Beast tomb array formation. They were swallowed up by the array formation, and their essence energy also became my nourishment. As for their minds, all of it became mine. The phantom's voice was filled with cruelty and malice. It seemed as if it were formed from numerous personalities. This phantom of demonic power had no personality of its own, but was instead an amalgamation of all the martial artists that it had swallowed up. I see, so that's how it is. So you are the spiritual wisdom of the essence spirit embryo stone, a monster formed by swallowing the souls of countless others. Lin Ming sneered as he finally understood. You say that I am a monster. I have gathered into myself the minds of innumerable individuals. After billions of years of being formed, I have become a soul-devouring sacred spirit that surpasses the laws. I am ever-changing, ever-evolving. I can swallow the will, soul, and essence energy of unlimited people, until the day I finally become the ruler of the universe. This is a situation that the man who laid down this array so many billions of years ago could never have imagined. He was far too conceited. By relying on his absolute cultivation, he arranged this great array and even dared to create his own heavenly Tao rules. He tried to arrange a destiny for his future successors, but how could he have calculated what would happen billions of years in the future? There is no foolproof plan in this world. My birth already far exceeds any plans he ever made. Now, I have already evolved into a perfect life form, able to swallow the wisdom of any being. I will create my own history, my own era. I will become a terrifying existence that all life in the 33 heavens shall respect and fear. You sure like to shamelessly boast. A cold smile touched Lin Ming's face. The soul-swallowing sacred spirit chuckled in return. I really don't understand how you can smile even at the point of death. Are all humans as stupid as you are? Such a stupid soul. If your mortal body weren't so formidable, then I wouldn't even bother trying to swallow you. The corner of Lin Ming's lips curved up in a taunting smile. He slowly raised his right hand, and on the top of his hand a black cube appeared, slowly revolving in his palm. This black cube was covered with patterns, filled with an ancient aura. Seeing the black cube floating in Lin Ming's hand, the soul-swallowing sacred spirit grinned. Magic tool? How interesting. Do you still plan on resisting me? I have swallowed the souls of countless martial artists, and my will has already reached an inconceivable degree. I can even seize the body of a god beast. You will become a part of me. Your mortal body isn't bad. It can become one of my avatars. The soul-swallowing sacred spirit became increasingly fluent at speaking. Then, it roared out and rushed towards Lin Ming. In the crazy impact, the soul-swallowing sacred spirit transformed into a thick and viscous darkness, fusing into the surrounding space and causing countless swords of will to pierce towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming sneered. Really? The evils that we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. The moment that the phantom of demonic power hurtled towards Lin Ming, a terrifying black vortex erupted forth with the small cube in Lin Ming's hand as the center. This dreadful vortex seemed as if it could swallow the entire universe. All of the sacred spirit's swords of will were twisted apart by this black vortex. Like rotten branches in a torrential storm, the sacred spirit cried out in horror. This sudden situation had far surpassed anything it imagined possible. That horrifying cube in Lin Ming's hand emitted a terrifying aura. This aura was even somewhat comparable to the aura of the Azura Roadmaster from billions of years ago. Just what is that? The sacred spirit screamed. It crazily struggled, wanting to flee from that black vortex, but the suction power of this black vortex even surpassed that of a black hole. There was no way for the sacred spirit to resist. No! Stop! Stop! As the sacred spirit saw that it would soon be twisted apart by this vortex, the soul-swallowing sacred spirit howled out, "If you kill me, then you will never obtain the essence spirit embryo stone. It has already been contaminated with the countless memories I have swallowed up, and if I do not gather those memories, then at the moment you refine the essence spirit embryo stone, those memories will invade your soul and cause you to lose who you are." The sacred spirit wailed as it rapidly spoke with a sound transmission. As an abomination, it had no personality to begin with, so it didn't fear losing itself. But a martial artist was different. When a martial artist lost who they were, they would become an entirely different person. No one would wish for that to happen. Facing this sacred spirit's threat, Lin Ming simply sneered. "You think too much of yourself. Now die." As Lin Ming spoke, the soul vortex in Lin Ming's hand became increasingly fierce. The spinning black energy was as sharp as a knife, tearing apart the sacred spirit's consciousness. "You will regret." The soul-swallowing sacred spirit sent out a final curse. But at this time, it discovered that its own awareness was being drawn out, and all of its memories and spirit marks were being erased by an invisible strength, completely purified into pure memories. This sudden occurrence caused the soul-swallowing sacred spirit to feel cold all over. To cancel spirit marks and also purify memories, was this even possible? This was its last thought. In the next moment, its awareness and memories were completely wiped away, leaving behind nothing but endlessly pure soul fragments that were sucked in by the black cube in Lin Ming's hand. After doing all of this, Lin Ming let out a light breath and rubbed his forehead. That struggle just now had consumed an enormous amount of energy. It had been many years, but he finally had the strength to activate the magic cube on his own. Of course, the reason that the magic cube had such a terrifying effect just now was because the soul-swallowing sacred spirit had invaded Lin Ming's spiritual sea and wanted to wrest away his body. This was what he had meant when he said that the sacred spirit was bringing evils upon his own head. If the sacred spirit had withdrawn into the essence spirit embryo stone, then it would have been far more difficult for Lin Ming to deal with it using the magic cube. After diligently training with Empyrean Divine Mist for 7.5 years, my soul force is no longer comparable to how it was in the past. Otherwise, even with my extreme divine transformation cultivation, it would still have been impossible for me to activate the magic cube. The good fortune Saint Sun is at the late Saint Lord realm, and he is already able to use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Lin Ming traced the patterns on the black cube, his mood extremely good. According to Lin Ming's own speculations, his ability to use the magic cube was not comparable to how the good fortune Saint Sun could use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. But as time passed, he would eventually catch up to him. After exterminating the soul-swallowing sacred spirit, there was no longer any obstacle to Lin Ming refining the essence spirit embryo stone. As for those twisted soul fragments, they weren't very useful to Lin Ming. Most of them were soul fragments of Divine Lord, Holy Lords, and at most World Kings. It was already rare if they had even an incomplete transcendent divine might. And to the current Lin Ming, only complete and peak transcendent divine mights were worthy of him spending the time to cultivate them. Lin Ming simply had too many peak transcendent divine mights right now. They included the inheritances of Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Primordius, and Empyrean Divine Mist, 3 great Empyreans. Moreover, there was also the heretical god force of unknown origin. All of them were peak transcendent divine mights. In addition, there was also the incomplete inheritance of Empyrean Divine Seal, as well as the first volume of the Ajura Sutra. This was already more than enough for Lin Ming to practice for thousands of years. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and his consciousness returned to reality from his spiritual sea. Slowly, pure brightness was restored to his eyes, and he saw Xiao Moxian standing not too far away from him. Xiao Moxian's face was pale and her hands were gripped tightly together. She appeared extremely tense. When Lin Ming's body was invaded by the sacred spirit, Xiao Moxian felt her own heart shrink within her. She feared that something would go wrong, and when Lin Ming's eyes were restored to clarity, they would be flooded with a greedy, cruel, and monstrous light. In this dark and lonely tragic death valley where killing intent was everywhere, she had lived with Lin Ming for 9 years. To her, Lin Ming was already someone she subconsciously relied on. If his body were to be wrested away by others, then she found it hard to imagine what the consequences would be. She would likely be hunted down by that soul-swallowing sacred spirit, and the exit to leaving tragic Death Valley would also be blocked by it. Even if she were to successfully escape the sacred spirit with some great stroke of luck, when she imagined her future of having to live alone in tragic Death Valley, facing the dark and arid days by herself and being the only one to watch over the endless skeletons here until her life faded away, she knew she would go insane. "I'm fine," Sorry for making you worry about me. In the dark and gloomy chamber, Lin Ming suddenly smiled. His smiling face was like the spring wind melting away the cold ice of winter. Xiao Moxian's heart shook and her nose burned as she almost started to cry. In a situation with nearly no hope, anyone would become vulnerable, let alone a young girl like Xiao Moxian. She nearly couldn't help but fly into Lin Ming's arms. However, as she approached him, her pace picked up and she viciously punched him in the chest. I was such an idiot for worrying about you. You already had a strategy to deal with that thing, Xiao Moxian said, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Her large eyes glistened, seeming as if tears would come tumbling down at any time. The battle within Lin Ming's spiritual sea had concluded extremely quickly, but a quarter hour had passed in the outside world. To Xiao Moxian, this quarter hour seemed as long as a year. Facing Xiao Moxian, who was revealing the demeanor of a disgruntled young girl, Lin Ming didn't know what to say. He looked back at her a bit sheepishly for a moment. Luckily, Xiao Moxian had no intention of further pursuing this. She said, well, hurry up and refine the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Of course. Lin Ming nodded. He glanced back at the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. At this time, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone had been completely unsealed and its consciousness had been erased. Now, it was a pure flesh and blood body, one containing the essence and strength of several hundred god beasts. The foundation of its mortal body had already reached an unimaginable level. This was the perfect avatar body described in the Ajura Sutra. The so-called perfect avatar body meant a complete body that was perfect, without any loopholes or weaknesses. Ordinarily, when a martial artist was fighting or meditating, the power of blood vitality within themselves would slowly flow out from them. But a perfect body would be completely sealed up, forming an independent world within the body. Inside and outside were two completely separate spaces. Lin Ming quietly revolved the Divine Mist Heart mantra he had learned from Empyrean Divine Mist for 7 years. He branched out a part of his own divine soul and poured it into the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. By separating a part of his own divine soul, this would cause Lin Ming's soul force to weaken by a great deal. But the advantage of this was that the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone would be forever under his control. It would become his absolute avatar, never being able to form the self-awareness required to betray him. Lin Ming's soul force poured into the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone like a gushing river, flooding into every nook and cranny of it. With a cracking sound, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone became increasingly small as more and more stone chips started to fall off. Lin Ming used the soul fraction he placed in the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone to control its flesh and blood. He began to revolve the astral essence contained within the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. In that moment, an incomparably vast and wild torrent of blood vitality rushed out, submerging Lin Ming's divine soul. What a terrifying strength! Lin Ming was shocked. The power of blood vitality within this Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was too strong. If his soul wasn't firm, then it would have been dashed into pieces. With a cracking sound, the divine stone completely shattered. Fragments of divine stone shot out all over, and the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone leapt out from the remains. At this time, it was still a mass of moving flesh. Its facial features were blurry, and it was impossible to see its true appearance. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He discovered that the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone had the seals of the Ajura Roadmaster within it, seals that contained all the horrifying power that the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone had absorbed from the God-Beast Array formation for the last several dozens of billions of years. There were a total of 3 seals, each one more durable than the last. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was impossible for him to unravel them all. However, he had the strength to undo the first 2. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. Then he decided to undo the first seal. With his understanding of the Ajura Sutra, doing this wasn't difficult at all. As the seal was undone, there was a thunderous explosion, as if countless god beasts were roaring from within the Spirit Essence Embryo Stone. A rich blood vitality and heaven and earth origin energy erupted like a natural disaster. There was no place for this strength to rush through. Once this strength flooded each and every inch of the Avatar's flesh and blood body, It hurtled towards Lin Ming's true self. The essence spirit embryo stone had now become Lin Ming's avatar. And the avatar's cultivation also followed that of the true form. The avatar and true form could freely exchange energy between themselves. Bang! Lin Ming's body shook. In that moment, a terrifying power rushed into his body. This was the power condensed by the God-Beast array formation, and now it was pouring into his body, breaking into his inner world. Lin Ming had already foreseen this change when he unraveled the seal, but he didn't expect the impact to be so wild and intense. His inner world seemed as if it couldn't withstand this strength and wanted to crack apart. If his inner world cracked open, then his fate could be imagined. In this life or death moment, Lin Ming had an obvious choice. He could open his inner world and let this tyrannical strength gallop outwards. In doing so, although it would make things safe for him, it would actually waste away a large amount of essence energy that the God-Beast array formation had accumulated. A sharp light blew up in Lin Ming's eyes. He didn't open his inner world. Instead, he relied on this ferocious strength to begin rapidly increasing the boundaries of his inner world. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and break into the Divine Lord realm. This was a crazy decision. Underneath the torrents of so much wild energy, if he couldn't withstand the pressure of this energy, then his inner world would develop cracks all over it, and it would be nearly impossible to recover from. The reason Lin Ming dared to do this was because he had absolute confidence in his own foundation as well as the intensity of his body. As energy filled him, Lin Ming's body emitted explosive crackling sounds. The blood vessels under his skin ballooned upwards, making it seem as if they would all collapse at any moment. In the 9 divine shifts, the Divine Lord realm was the last boundary. Divine Lord, the meaning of that was to truly become divine. Of course, this divine was relative to common mortals. A Divine Lord martial artist could hold a world within their body and enjoy the worship of mortals. To mortals, they would be a god. As for the true divinity boundary in the road of martial arts, this was a divine god of martial artists. A true divinity powerhouse could control an entire universe. To them, the title of true divinity was well-deserved. An ordinary Divine Lord powerhouse could already create their own clan or establish their own 8th-grade sect. They could create an inheritance that lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, become an ancient ancestor, and enjoy the devotion of countless disciples and followers. In the divine realm, a divine transformation martial artist could already wander the world. A Divine Lord realm martial artist was a true character. As for Lin Ming, once he became a Divine Lord, he could instantly kill a Holy Lord. To a certain degree, he could even contend with a world king. In the entire divine realm, besides in Empyrean heavenly palaces, world kings were extremely rare even in a great world. They were figures that countless martial artists respected and revered. There were many peak holy lands that had inheritances of millions of years, and yet they couldn't produce even a single world king. Thus, to Lin Ming, the Divine Lord threshold was extremely significant. However, for Lin Ming to break through the Divine Lord realm in this situation, the pain he had to withstand could be imagined. Underneath the tremendous pressure, Lin Ming's blood vessels ballooned up from beneath his skin, even breaking apart. Blood seeped out from all of his pores. This blood mixed with his sweat, making Lin Ming look as if he were being bathed in blood. And within Lin Ming's inner world, the crazy energy impacted towards him, strong enough to cause mountains and rivers to shake. His inner world was originally filled with spiritual energy, but now it was filled with a terrifying energy storm. Those spiritual plants within his inner world were smashed apart in this storm, turned into innumerable fragments. In his inner world, rivers changed course, lakes evaporated, and mountains collapsed. In his inner world, it seemed as if the end of times had arrived. Heretical God Tree, Lin Ming roared out. Within his inner world, the towering heretical God Tree stretched out its lush branches and vibrant leaves, stabilizing it. The massive root system held the earth of Lin Ming's inner world firmly in place. With this divine tree stabilizing Lin Ming's inner world, everything became much more stable. However, a powerful pressure caused Lin Ming's body to balloon. The blood vitality within him seemed as if it would burst out in the next moment. Lin Ming grit his teeth and opened the 8 inner hidden gates to the limit. With the dual support of his formidable mortal body and the heretical god tree, he forcefully withstood the impact of energy. Then, with a ka-ka-ka sound, the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world began to break open. As the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world opened, the void outside of the world was constantly fused with pure energy. Lin Ming's inner world was growing, evolving. Once his inner world opened up, there would be an avenue for the energy to drain out of. The pressure on Lin Ming began to rapidly reduce. Slowly, the bulging blood vessels beneath Lin Ming's skin began to shrink back down. Blood also stopped leaking from his pores. Like this, Lin Ming had crossed the most difficult stage. Following this, breaking through the Divine Lord realm was only a matter of time. However, because Lin Ming had withstood the terrifying pressure, nearly all of his blood vessels had burst open and even his inner world had been wrecked in the baptism of that ruinous energy storm. In addition to him having branched out a proportion of his divine soul into his essence energy avatar, he would be greatly weakened for a long period of time. Lin Ming, you're really too reckless. You always do things to the extreme. Anyone that follows you will have a permanent heart attack. Xianxia had been watching Lin Ming's entire breakthrough process from the side. She was left somewhat speechless by everything. From entering God-burying ridge then falling into tragic Death Valley, the two of them had survived demonic tides together and had even rushed into the God-Beast tomb array formation. After that, Lin Ming had risked his soul to refine the essence energy avatar. He was always making her heart race without end. Lin Ming's lips twitched and he laughed. I still haven't yet reached 60 years of age. From the time I was 15 years old, I've spent the following 40 years of my life struggling like this. I cannot compare to someone like you who comes from an Empyrean background. From birth you possessed an unachievable talent that mortals could only dream of, as well as the support of endless precious resources. I am simply a martial artist that came from the lower realms. Moreover, I am even a martial artist that originates from the most common stock of mortals. Although I encountered my own lucky chance in the lower realms that changed my fate, relying on that alone would not have been able to make up the difference between us. I had to risk everything I had. I had to risk my life on lucky chances and even risk my life to step further on the road of martial arts. Otherwise it would have been impossible for you to see me standing here. Because of his exhaustion, Lin Ming's words seemed a bit faint, as if they were lacking energy. But as these words fell onto Xianxia's ears, they caused her heart to shake. In truth, she had already heard that Lin Ming came from a common mortal birth. He wasn't someone who was taken in by an Empyrean-level character as a disciple, but he still managed to attain his current incredible achievements. This sounded like a fantastical bedtime story, and even Xianxia had been skeptical of it, half doubting it the entire time. Now, she had confirmed this from Lin Ming himself. Not only was he a common person, but he was even a common person of the lower realms. Within the entire divine realm, as well as the billion-plus worlds of the lower realms, there were countless common mortals, but their lives only lasted for a mere several dozen years. They were truly like ants, continuing generation after generation. For a common mortal of the lower realms to arrive at Lin Ming's current level and have his achievements, this was simply unbelievable. In comparison, Xianxia herself came from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and was the most beloved daughter of the monster race and demon race. Disregarding her resources and inheritances, she possessed a rare half-phoenix body, something that might not even occur in a billion years. Yet, for all that she had, her present achievements were no better than Lin Ming's. This caused Xianxia to feel a bit ashamed of herself. How could anyone live in the presence of such a freakish genius? 10 days later, within the God-Beast tomb, before Empyrean Divine Mist's cave dwelling, at this time, Lin Ming was already fully restored. His cultivation had reached large success and he had learned the Azura Sutra first volume. For the current him, entering and leaving the God-Beast tomb array formation was easy and simple. Senior Divine Mist, Jr. has returned. I apologize for having you wait a long time for me, Lin Ming said. Since he left, he had been gone for a year and a half. To the current Empyrean Divine Mist whose lifespan was near its end, This was an extremely long period of time. In the cave-dwelling, Empyrean divine mist was left speechless for a long time. Lin Ming could feel a weak divine sense spreading over his body, probing the changes in his body and cultivation that occurred in the last year and a half. This divine sense belonged to Empyrean divine mist. Since Empyrean divine mist had taught Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian his life soul arts, his situation became increasingly worse. He weakened by the day, and if this speed were to continue, then it wouldn't be too many years before he was like a lamp without oil, drying up and dying. For the current Empyrean divine mist, a martial artist at a relatively ordinary boundary could kill him. Praise the young. I really must praise the young. Empyrean divine mist deeply sighed with emotion. This god-beast tomb array formation that had been unbroken by others for numerous billions of years was actually solved by Lin Ming. Your cultivation has already reached the Divine Lord realm. Before, you told me that you have yet to cultivate for 60 full years. For you to break through the Divine Lord realm at this age and also to have such a solid foundation, your future achievements are hard to imagine. For me to pass on my life's divine mist heart mantra to you before I die, I can at least die peacefully. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. He said, Senior is too fatalistic. This junior has already found the exit and can lead Senior to leave this valley. Senior's life is not yet over. It's only that your soul force and blood vitality is lacking right now, but as long as there are enough soul medicines, then it will not be a problem for Senior to continue living for millions of years. Lin Ming held a deep sense of gratitude towards Empyrean divine mist. The reason that Empyrean divine mist had weakened so much in these 9 years was that he had used a secret skill to temper Lin Ming's divine soul. No matter what the original reason was for Empyrean divine mist helping him, this was a great graciousness to Lin Ming. Lin Ming would never forget this graciousness in his life. It's useless. I am well aware of my own situation. I should have around a mere 100 years of life remaining. Empyrean divine mist sighed, his voice filled with gloom. Lin Ming said, Senior, as long as you leave the valley, then I can help Senior seek out soul-nourishing medicines. As long as there is medicine, then although Senior cannot be restored to your peak strength in the past, with 100 years of training, stepping back into the Great World King boundary shouldn't be a problem at all. Moreover, Senior is an Empyrean and there should be the influence that you established in the past. If Junior leads you to that influence, then they can help Senior find soul medicines. There shouldn't be a problem at all. During these years that Lin Ming studied the Divine Mist Heart Mantra, he gained a deep understanding into the cultivation system and physical state of the Spiritas. In his opinion, Empyrean Divine Mist's situation absolutely wasn't as bad as he thought. It was just that he had consumed too much energy and had been stranded in this forsaken land for tens of millions of years, suffering in this suffocating environment and slowly being overwhelmed with despair. Not just that, but at the end he had even passed on his secret techniques to himself and Xiao Moxian, thus the reason why Empyrean Divine Mist was the way he was now. As long as they all left here, then with the tough vitality of an Empyrean Divine Mist could definitely slowly restore himself. Empyrean Divine Mist shook his head and said some words that surprised Lin Ming. I will not leave. Why? Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were both shocked. In this hellish land, facing endless nights of darkness, facing the limitless loneliness and countless skeletons, how could anyone endure that? If Xiao Moxian were to stay in this land for just a year on her own, she would want to go insane, and yet Empyrean Divine Mist didn't want to leave? This was as if Empyrean Divine Mist simply didn't want to continue living on and wanted to cut off his life. In Xiao Moxian's opinion, even if one knew they would die, it was better to die outside in a proper grave than to be buried here. Senior, is your mind all right? Why would you choose a dead end and live out the rest of your life in this lonely place? Xiao Moxian couldn't help but ask, as she thought of a top character of his generation, a peak Empyrean who commanded the winds and seas, passing away in this miserable hell hole filled with countless corpses and without anyone to bury him. She felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Empyrean Divine Mist faintly smiled. There is no need for you to feel sorry for me. In my life, I once enjoyed limitless glory and killed people as if I were cutting wheat. For me to end up in such a state, that is the plan that fate has for me. Do you remember when told you why I entered tragic Death Valley? Empyrean Divine Mist's words caused Lin Ming's thoughts to race. Indeed, he had asked Empyrean Divine Mist this question 9 years ago. Senior said that it was because of enmity. Yes, because of enmity. I have enmity with a person and that person has enmity with you. Between the two of us, we can resonate our souls and do not need a tracking mark to find each other. Regardless of how much space or time separates us, he will be able to find me. If I leave tragic Death Valley, he will discover me. It isn't a problem for me to die, but you will likely be dragged into my mess. Soul resonance? Could it be that he was the one who forced Senior into tragic Death Valley? Lin Ming asked, bewildered. Xianxia also found this hard to accept. She asked with amazement in her voice. Senior was an extreme Empyrean. Just who could force you into tragic Death Valley? True divinity. Empyrean Divine Mist's voice became thin and ghostly. He sighed. The one hunting me down is a soul emperor of my soul race, as well as my blood brother. Soul Emperor. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This was a top-level character equivalent to the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. This was an absolutely genuine true divinity. Moreover, he had the ability to command his entire race. If Empyrean Divine Mist were being hunted by this sort of character, being forced into tragic Death Valley was also reasonable. Empyrean Divine Mist continued to say, because us brothers can sense each other's souls, I was forced onto a road of no return. I desperately thought to enter tragic Death Valley, setting myself in a death trap and using that to seek a path of survival. Unfortunately, I was not the successor that the Azura Roadmaster chose, and thus I wasn't able to obtain the inheritance of tragic Death Valley. Instead, I exhausted my life here. Since he is your blood brother, why would the Soul Emperor wish to kill Senior? Xianxia asked, finding this incomprehensible. However, Empyrean Divine Mist did not answer this question. Empyrean Divine Mist fell into a deep silence. Lin Ming knew that Empyrean Divine Mist didn't want to speak about this subject. This was the pain that forever haunted his heart. In the world of martial artists, there were far too many sad and tragic stories. Because of the Soul Emperor's existence, it was impossible for Empyrean Divine Mist to leave the valley. If he were to leave, he would immediately die, and the fate he would suffer might even be worse than his current situation. As Lin Ming thought of this, he quietly said, Senior, although you cannot leave the valley, I will be sure to return within 10 years. I will bring you back soul-restoring medicines. Senior gave Junior the graciousness of bestowing upon me your inheritance, and I will definitely return this. Only doing that will be the bare minimum to suit my heart of martial arts. As Lin Ming spoke, he examined the array formations around Empyrean Divine Mist's cave dwelling. These array formations were laid down by Empyrean Divine Mist in the past to resist the tides of demonic power. Currently, it appeared that these array formations could still last for some time. Let's go, we're leaving the valley. Lin Ming looked towards Xianxia. Xianxia glanced back at Empyrean Divine Mist, finding it hard to bear leaving him here. Then, she nodded. Like this, the two of them left Empyrean Divine Mist and entered the God-Beast Tomb array formation once more. Now that Xianxia had cultivated the Azura Sutra first volume, she also had the ability to break through the God-Beast Tomb array formation. The two of them used several hours to return to the ancient bronze temple. There, the portal remained, slowly spinning in place. Let's leave. Lin Ming grabbed Xianxia's hand and decisively stepped into the transmission array. After 9 years, they were about to leave this place. Cha-dash! A light flashed and Lin Ming and Xianxia felt their environment rapidly change. In the next moment, they saw that they had arrived in a green and lush forest. There were fields of flowers with fresh life everywhere. Lingji and spirit herbs were all around, green and beautiful, making it seem as if this was a paradise. In God-Burying Ridge, there were lands of life and lands of death. This was one of the rare areas which lacked fatal dangers. Lin Ming turned around and saw that not too far away was a red mountain range that rose to a terrifyingly high degree. The main body of this red mountain range winded its way through, spanning across the entire God-Burying Ridge like a vast red dragon. The many mountain peaks resembled dragon claws and dragon horns, extremely lifelike. Without a doubt, this was the Red Dragon mountain range, and the entrance to Tragic Death Valley was the maw of this red dragon. They had truly come out. Moreover, they weren't too far away from Tragic Death Valley. After confirming this point, Xianxia didn't know what she was feeling in her heart. She thought that she would have to stay in that dark and dreary Tragic Death Valley for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even for the rest of her life. Now, she had weathered that disaster and had returned to the outside world. So how could she not be excited? She couldn't help but pick up a spirit flower and inhale a deep breath of its scent. This sort of long-lost fragrance moved her heart and caused her eyes to be slightly wet. In Tragic Death Valley, she had to face endless piles of bones that left the scent of decay and rot all over her. Just when had she been able to experience the fragrance of such flowers? Only by experiencing despair could one understand the value of life. At this time, even a green leaf, even a falling flower petal, could fill a person's heart with joy and hope. Wonderful! Xianxia closed her eyes, intoxicated and in love with the abundant and fragrant spring scenery all around her. However, Lin Ming was quiet this entire time, as if he didn't see the beautiful scene around him. He closed his eyes, casting out his sense. Lin Ming, what are you doing? Xianxia felt her heart go cold as she saw Lin Ming. She raised her guard and carefully sensed everything around her. Then, she discovered that an invisible strength had locked onto them. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Did you also feel that? This is one of the few life zones in God-Burying Ridge, so there shouldn't be any dangers here. But there is actually something monitoring us. If I'm not wrong, then this area already has an array formation placed around it, and the person who arranged it was likely Tianmingzi. As Lin Ming and Xianxia were speaking, several hundred miles away, in a mountain valley of shattered stone, several people were meditating. At this time, a handsome black-clothed man with a youthful appearance suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like two blood moons, bright and red. They really came out? The young man licked his lips. A devilish smile touched his face. This young man was Tianmingzi. Around Tianmingzi, 3 martial artists stood up. These 3 were Imperial Prince Naki's subordinates and had half-step World King cultivations. Besides them, there were also 2 other people sitting. They were the Spider Brothers, the God-Burying Ridge guides who had led them here. The Spider Brothers were currently in the employment of Imperial Prince Naki and were standing guard here for Lin Ming. In their opinion, this was a pointless endeavor, but the rewards that Imperial Prince Naki gave them were extremely rich, so they didn't mind doing boring work like this. Sage Tianmingzi, who did you say came out? The Spider Brothers casually asked. This crushed stone mountain valley was a life zone they had chosen based on their previous experiences, and there shouldn't be any dangers here. Thus, they weren't too alarmed at hearing Tianmingzi's words. I am speaking of Lin Ming. He has emerged from Tragic Death Valley. As Tianmingzi spoke, a thick killing intent shined in his eyes. He extracted a black sword from his spatial ring. Underneath the dim light of God-Burying Ridge, it shined with a cold sheen. Upon hearing this, the Spider Brothers nearly jumped out from where they were sitting. Lin Ming? The Lin Ming that you said entered Tragic Death Valley? He came out? Are you joking with us? Tianmingzi clearly didn't want to answer such inane questions. Do you think that someone like me decided to wait here for 10 months just to relax? In Tianmingzi's opinion, someone like Lin Ming with such a massive destiny upon his body wouldn't easily die. Now, he had confirmed his initial suspicions. The Spider Brothers found this hard to accept. Are you sure that he really entered Tragic Death Valley? I saw it myself, Tianmingzi coldly responded. With that, he flew up and soared towards the direction where Lin Ming was. Behind Tianmingzi, Naki's 3 subordinates glanced at each other before crumbling up a sound transmission jade slip to send this astonishing news to their master. Lin Ming had been in Tragic Death Valley for 9 years, but only 10 months had passed outside. Imperial Prince Naki naturally couldn't wait outside for Lin Ming to appear in the surroundings of Tragic Death Valley. If ever. He needed to make the best use of his time and adventure as much as possible. Thus he and his retinue had parted ways with Tianmingzi. Seeing the brilliant flash of the jade slip sound transmission with their own eyes, the Spider Brothers felt this was all unbelievable. Naki's 3 lackeys began preparing to leave. They looked at the Spider Brothers and said, "You two need to hurry." The Spider Brothers were still in a stunned shock, but the sudden shout of the 3 people seemed to wake them up from their dream. "This is impossible," the Spider Brothers whispered. At this time, Naki's 3 lackeys also soared up into the air, leaving the 2 Spider Brothers behind. The 2 Spider Brothers prepared to leave. They found it hard to imagine that tragic Death Valley, the legendary land of doom that no one had ever emerged from in 10 billion years, had been broken today by a little baby boy. At this time, 1,000 miles away, a flame lit up in front of Naki. This was the light of the sound transmission jade slip. After listening to the sound transmission, Naki's complexion turned gloomy. The incoming message says that the array formation Tian Mingzi laid down has detected Lin Ming's trail. He has emerged from tragic Death Valley. What? Besides Naki, Mr. Zhou was panic-stricken. That boy, he really came out. In these last 10 months, Mr. Zhou became increasingly aware as to how terrifying tragic Death Valley really was. He had looked up some past texts and had confirmed that the rumors of Empyreans perishing in tragic Death Valley long ago were true. Even Empyreans couldn't leave tragic Death Valley, and yet Lin Ming was able to. This was simply incredible. Whether or not he really entered tragic Death Valley and then left, or if he used some concealment technique and didn't really enter at this time, we cannot let him run away. Imperial Prince Naki clenched his right fist as if he were squeezing Lin Ming in his palm. Naki could feel a growing threat from Lin Ming. Originally, Lin Ming's 100-year challenge towards the good fortune Saint's son had been a joke to scoff at, but now, he could faintly feel that if Lin Ming were given 100 years to grow, he would reach an unimaginable boundary. At that time, he would surely become a great threat to the Saint race. As for himself, he definitely would not be Lin Ming's match. Imperial Prince, Your Highness, we must be careful. We do not know what sort of lucky chance he obtained after entering tragic Death Valley. If we misjudge his strength, then we might meet with unexpected failure. Mr. Zhou said, thinking it absurd himself that he would say such words. As a world king powerhouse, he actually dreaded a divine transformation realm martial artist. If this were known, he would be the greatest laughingstock in the world. I know, but no matter how heaven-defying his lucky chance is, it still won't change the disparities in cultivation. He was 3 great boundaries lower than us to begin with. I don't believe that he can overcome this no matter what he does. Now that he's left tragic Death Valley, we must kill him no matter what the cost is. Otherwise, if he escapes, then it will be far more difficult to hunt him down in the future. Imperial Naki shot up into the sky, soon followed by Mr. Zhou and the others. As for Tian Mingzi, he was already flying towards the mountain valley where Lin Ming was. To him, this several hundred-mile distance took nothing but the blink of an eye. Here, Lin Ming was already waiting with his arms crossed behind his back. Floating behind him was Primordius Heavenly Palace. Xiao Moxian had already retreated into Primordius Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming sneered as he saw Tian Mingzi. Your patience has not disappointed me. I'm glad you waited this long. As Tian Mingzi saw Lin Ming, his eyes suddenly widened, inexplicably shocked. In his caution, he hadn't missed a key change that had occurred to Lin Ming. That was, Lin Ming's cultivation had reached the Divine Lord Realm. The Divine Lord Realm. How is that possible? In just 10 months you broke through from the late Divine Transformation Realm to the Divine Lord Realm? Tian Mingzi knew that when Lin Ming entered tragic Death Valley, he hadn't stepped into the late Divine Transformation too long ago. In any case, it was impossible for a late Divine Transformation Realm martial artist to step into the Divine Lord Realm so quickly. For a normal martial artist, they often needed 1,000 years to break through to the Divine Lord Realm from the Divine Transformation Realm. Some needed 10,000 years to cross this hurdle, and there were even those that never managed to surpass it in their lifetime. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, using even 20 years would have been considered a heaven-defying level of skill. But now, he had only used 10 months. This was even more panicking than Lin Ming emerging from that death trap known as Tragic Death Valley. You must have eaten some heavenly material. Tian Mingzi's eyebrows shot up. He would never have imagined that there was a unique time enchantment in Tragic Death Valley that allowed a martial artist to cultivate in a completely normal state. The only explanation he could come up with for this change was that Lin Ming had encountered some unrivaled lucky chance in Tragic Death Valley and had eaten some heavenly material to allow him to complete this transformation. But no matter how good a heavenly material was, it still wasn't one's own cultivation that they trained themselves. It would cause their foundation to be shaky. This was a rash and dangerous choice that geniuses normally wouldn't consider. So, in order to deal with me hunting you down, you didn't hesitate to eat up a heavenly material that would ruin your foundation in order to forcefully break into the Divine Lord realm? Tian Mingzi's eyes flashed as he stared at Lin Ming. In order to survive, you really are reckless, HM? But what a pity. It doesn't matter even if you break through to the Divine Lord boundary, much less with such an unstable foundation. Even if you were to train for another 10 years at the Divine Lord realm, you would still be nothing for me to deal with. Tian Mingzi sneered and stroked the front of his blade, his body bursting with flaming killing intent. Aren't you going to run back into your little turtle shell? Or do you plan on confronting me directly? Ha ha ha! Lin Ming bellowed out. Trying to provoke me is useless. With your great world king cultivation, you want to deal with a little junior like myself. You even diligently guarded this land for 10 months and try to goad me into fighting you. It seems as if you are more desperate than I thought. It's true, I cannot directly fight with you right now. But, do you have the courage to continue chasing me? As Lin Ming spoke, he drew backwards, instantly sinking back into Primordius Heavenly Palace. Primordius Heavenly Palace flew into the air. With a loud rumbling sound, violent sonic booms spread through the sky as rocks shattered below, and the palace flew off into the distance. At this time, Tian Mingzi didn't immediately give chase. Lin Ming's final words had caused him to grimace. He couldn't help but admit that Lin Ming's threat truly made him feel a degree of fear. Tian Mingzi's character was to be naturally suspicious of everything, and Lin Ming had deliberately put forth some sort of lure in front of him. This brat is a crafty one. If I chase after him, I am likely to encounter some real dangers, but for me to not chase after him is impossible. Tian Mingzi's eyes sparkled with a cold light. However, he immediately grinned. You have your tricks, but so do I. You have never understood the limits of my strength. If you presumed that I am an ordinary great world king, then you are greatly mistaken. Today is my life's greatest lucky chance. Once I kill you, all of your secrets, including the secrets of Tragic Death Valley, will belong to me. Tian Mingzi's eyes turned a deeper blood red. He grasped his sword and chased straight after Lin Ming. Deep within Primordius Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming was sitting in meditation in the main hall. He already felt a sense lock onto Primordius Heavenly Palace. Tian Mingzi had really given chase. Moreover, Lin Ming expected that not only would it be Tian Mingzi, but Imperial Prince Naki and his followed would soon join the hunt. Lin Ming saw Imperial Prince Naki and his group in Heaven Devil City. They had a World King powerhouse in their ranks as well as 2 half-step World Kings. Once Tian Mingzi was added into this mix, he would have to face at least 2 World Kings and their subordinates. Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing? Xiao Moxin glanced at Lin Ming. In her opinion, even though Lin Ming had broken through to the Divine Lord realm, it was still impossible for him to simultaneously contend with so many powerhouses. The difference between a Divine Lord and World King was simply far too great. I must lure them deeper. In God-Burying Ridge there are 7 death zones. I will choose the most dangerous one and wait for them there. As Lin Ming spoke, his eyes shimmered with a deep killing intent. He knew that whether it was Tian Mingzi or Imperial Prince Naki, neither one of them would give up on chasing him down here. This was similar to Lin Ming not giving up on a lucky chance even if the situation was dangerous. His advantage was that he understood the Dao field of God-Burying Ridge. With it, he could use the terrain to his benefit. Xiao Moxin's heart skipped a beat as she heard this. Although God-Burying Ridge's Dao field was far less dangerous than Tragic Death Valley's God-Beast Tomb Array formation, it was still extremely terrifying. In the legends, it was said that even great world kings perished here. If Lin Ming chose the most dangerous death zone of them all, then it was unknown just how brutal the battle would be. Do you plan on even killing Tian Mingzi? Xiao Moxian gasped. Tian Mingzi's cultivation was simply far too different from their own. Lin Ming had just stepped into the Divine Lord realm. For him to kill the great world king Tian Mingzi, this was an unimaginable feat. Lin Ming said, Tian Mingzi is an extremely deep and secretive individual. In the past, when he was a direct disciple of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, he came into contact with the Saint race and became their spy. Finally, by relying on his own strength and plots, he was able to undermine the entire Verdant Feather Holy Lands. Even the great world king of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was killed off by him. If I want to kill him, I have no assurance of being able to do that at all. According to Mo Eversnow, Tian Mingzi was a dreadfully talented individual, no worse than Mo Eversnow herself. If his plans hadn't been ruined at the Sky Spill planet and he also lost a hand, then he would have become an Empyrean sooner or later. Moreover, Tian Mingzi had no background to speak of. He was nothing more than a common mortal martial artist. For him to arrive at this level with his talent and schemes was already astonishing enough. Lin Ming would certainly fear such a ruthless character. In truth, if it were possible, Lin Ming didn't want to toss himself into a life-or-death battle with Tian Mingzi right now. To face someone that he didn't know the full strength of and was also 2.5 large boundaries higher in cultivation, this was a truly unwise decision. However, if Lin Ming didn't face Tian Mingzi, then his only choice was to hide away in Tragic Death Valley, once more to seek out protection, and then nothing would change. Tian Mingzi would keep guard outside Tragic Death Valley, and as for Lin Ming, he would have to go into seclusion there. In the dark and desolate land of Tragic Death Valley, it would be nearly impossible to make another breakthrough. Lin Ming's cultivation in seclusion had already reached a bottleneck. He needed to continue tempering and sharpening himself through tribulations and battles in order to walk further down the road of martial arts. Primordius Heavenly Palace shot forwards like a meteor. In a situation where he was speeding forth without any consideration for the massive amount of energy consumed, everything passed by in a flash. Soon, Lin Ming arrived at his destination. 100 miles in front of him was a land of absolute darkness, a void of chaos. This entire land was covered in black fog. In the midst of this swirling fog was a massive tear in the void. The tear revealed endless darkness, and this darkness seemed as if it led to a different time and space. This was the most dangerous death zone of God-Burying Ridge, Chaos Prison. Here, time and space were incomparably chaotic, as mixed up and crazy as a labyrinth. If a Divine Lord or Holy Lord realm martial artist were to enter, they would instantly lose themselves in the chaotic spacetime and be forever unable to leave. Even for a World King powerhouse, once they entered deep into Chaos Prison, they would have to face the terrifying force fields and spacetime storms within. They would have to consume a massive amount of energy, and if they couldn't escape in a short period of time, then they would also die there. This place is... Seeing this black fog that emitted a horrifying aura, Xiao Moxian was startled. She knew that Lin Ming was about to fly into this land. In these past years, Xiao Moxian had perceived the Azura Sutra first volume and also had the basic ability to judge and determine the God-Burying Ridge Dao field. She could instantly see that this place which Lin Ming chose could be called the riskiest and most deadly place of the entire God-Burying Ridge. This is Chaos Prison, Lin Ming said without turning around. To the speeding Primordius Heavenly Palace, 100 miles took nothing more than several blinks of an eye. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, Primordius Heavenly Palace broke into Chaos Prison like a comet crashing into the earth. Xiao Moxian held her breath. She believed that Lin Ming could easily flit through Chaos Prison normally, but to do so when being chased by two world kings, this was a true life-or-death struggle. Even though Lin Ming was familiar with the God-Burying Ridge Dao field, the force fields and space storms in Chaos Prison were the same to everyone. If Lin Ming was sucked into one of them, he would die like everyone else. Lin Ming's one advantage here was that he could follow the Dao field within Chaos Prison and avoid these fatal storms. Ka. As Primordius Heavenly Palace entered Chaos Prison, the entire structure shook. In the center of the array formation, 3-9 Sun Jades immediately shattered, turning into ash. It was obvious that Primordius' heavenly palace had just been struck by the force fields and storms here and consumed a massive amount of energy to defend itself. Lin Ming said, "If we stay within Primordius' heavenly palace, then there is no way for us to avoid the force fields and storms. We must leave this place. Enter my inner world and let me handle the rest." Lin Ming said without further explanation. He began to take back Primordius' heavenly palace, and in the next moment he and Xiao Moxian were teleported outside. This place was like a universe filled with a thick and sticky black space. There were wild storms everywhere and also terrifying raging currents of energy. Space and time was muddled and killing intent shot out in all directions. Many dangers were invisible and unable to be sensed. If one were to die here, there would be nothing left of their corpse. As Lin Ming drew Tian Mingzi to this danger zone, in order to guarantee that he could be as flexible as possible, his only choice was to put away Primordius' heavenly palace and place himself in the midst of absolute danger. Xiao Moxian deeply stared at Lin Ming. There seemed to be many words she wanted to say reflected in her eyes, but she also knew that now was not the time to talk. She grit her teeth, stamped her feet and plunged into Lin Ming's inner world. Xiao Moxian was well aware that before breaking into the Divine Lord realm, it would be impossible for her to assist Lin Ming in any way. If she carelessly interfered, then she would instead drag him into harm's way. Hiding out in his inner world was the best choice in the current situation. This was also the same as handing her life over to him. If Lin Ming died, she would perish with him. After several breaths of time, Tian Mingzi arrived outside Chaos Prison like ghosts and gods. He looked deeply at the terrifying void of fog beneath him, his complexion gloomy and uncertain. "This boy, he wants to lure me inside." Tian Mingzi knew that this was a danger zone. However, he had no choice but to enter. Could Lin Ming have something he can rely on to survive in this danger zone? Tian Mingzi knew that there was a reason for Lin Ming leading him here. The most logical explanation was that this danger zone suited Lin Ming the most. With a deep breath, Tian Mingzi revolved his protective true essence to the limit. In the next moment, he shot into Chaos Prison like a falling star. When Tian Mingzi laid an array formation down outside of Tragic Death Valley, he had left a tracking mark in the array formation too. Afterwards, when Lin Ming stepped into the array formation, this tracking mark was naturally kept on his body. This was one of the things that Tian Mingzi was relying on to hunt down Lin Ming. Otherwise, if he were to fly into Chaos Prison, then it would be difficult to find him. Arriving soon after Tian Mingzi was Imperial Prince Naki and his group. Before they neared Chaos Prison, the god-burying Ridge Guides, the Spider Brothers, quickly changed complexions. "Stop! Stop! Slow down. We cannot go any further. That is a danger zone in front of us. Anyone who enters will die." The Spider Brothers anxiously cried out. Imperial Prince Naki frowned. He glared at the Spider Brothers, his vision fierce and swift. At this time, the two brothers were paler than paper. They absolutely didn't want to take another step forwards. "That is an extremely perilous land before us. In these years, there has never been a god-burying Ridge Guide who dared to fully enter. I fear that even if a World King powerhouse were to enter, they would still suffer fatal dangers and be unable to leave." The Spider Brothers had no information about Chaos Prison. Of those that entered Chaos Prison, very few survived. Even for those surviving, they had no reason to share any information about such a danger zone with the Spider Brothers. But, just by surveying the surrounding environment and using their own intuition, they knew that this place couldn't be casually entered. Otherwise they might suffer the fate of total annihilation. An extremely perilous land where even world kings would perish? As Imperial Prince Naki looked at Chaos Prison, he cracked his knuckles, explosive sounds echoing out from them. "This boy wants to lure us into a trap." Naki's vision was gloomy as he stopped his steps. "Imperial Prince, Your Highness, perhaps the Spider Brothers fear death and are intentionally exaggerating the dangers," Naki's follower said with a true essence sound transmission. Naki pondered for a moment. Then he said, "That Lin Ming is a lunatic. He really might be thinking to fight us to the death in that danger zone. If he dies, he thinks he can drag us down with him. I don't know what he's relying on, but what I can confirm is that he has a very deep understanding of God-burying ridge, and he also understands how to use the terrain to avoid disaster. For him to find this danger zone here shouldn't be by accident. Although Naki dreamt of killing Lin Ming, he still hadn't lost his calm. Mr. Zhou said, "Your Highness is right. As long as we remain cautious, we shouldn't have any problems. Let me take the others ahead first, and Your Highness can remain outside. We contacted Ash Murder a while ago, and he should catch up to us any time now." Naki hesitated for a moment. Then, he looked towards Mr. Zhou and said, Old Zhou, remember to be careful. This Lin Ming has a tough life. Luckily, you had the foresight to contact Mr. Ash Murder ahead of time. As long as he arrives, then everything will be fine." Naki looked towards Chaos Prison, not planning to enter and show off his strength. Even if the Spider Brothers were exaggerating, he wouldn't recklessly enter a place like that. His strength was below Lin Ming's to begin with, and within such a danger zone, the chance he would perish in there was too great. "Me and some others will stay out here to wait for Mr. Ash Murder. The rest of you enter to chase Lin Ming," Naki ordered. As the Spider Brothers heard this, they began to panic. "Chase Lin Ming? Imperial Prince, you are asking us to die. If you don't want to go in, then you can die now. The choice is yours," Naki icily said. He hadn't put forth such a high service fee for nothing. The Spider Brothers blanched. They glanced at Mr. Zhou, who had currents of astral essence flowing around him, and also glanced at the Chaos Prison, which was exuding killing intent all over. As they did, their hearts surged with a deep sense of despair. What the Imperial Prince said was true. With Mr. Zhou's strength, he could instantly kill the both of them. If they didn't enter Chaos Prison now, then they would die. There was simply no alternative for them. Mr. Zhou didn't even give them the chance to hesitate. He reached out his hand, and a terrifying strength covered the two Spider Brothers, holding them tight and dragging them along into Chaos Prison. As soon as they entered Chaos Prison, the environment around them suddenly changed. As they entered that originally pitch-black space tear, they saw that everything became a spiritual land rich with origin energy. Although there were no world treasures here, they could feel a heaven and earth origin energy so thick that it nearly substantialized. In the skies, dense origin energy clouds formed, as if it would rain down droplets of origin energy at any time. A faint green aura covered the ancient land, as if some divine treasure was hidden here. Within Chaos Prison, space and time were jumbled up. Although the entrance was the same, Lin Ming and Mr. Zhou had ended up in completely different spaces. Feeling the surrounding aura, Mr. Zhou's eyes brightened. He could faintly feel that within this Chaos Prison, there existed some rare treasure. As he turned around, he saw that the entrance had already vanished. He was now trapped in a sealed-off space and time. However, because he had just entered Chaos Prison, the hindrance of space and time here wasn't too intense, so it wasn't yet able to block him. He sent out a summary of his speculations to Imperial Prince Naki in a sound transmission. "Treasure." Imperial Prince Naki's eyes brightened. There were many treasures in God-burying ridge, and Chaos Prison was known as a danger zone that even world kings could die at. It would be normal if there was a shocking lucky chance there. High risk also meant high rewards. Imperial Prince Naki clenched his fists, an excited color flashing in his eyes. If he could kill Lin Ming and obtain the treasures in Chaos Prison, then that would be a great lucky chance. With such a lucky chance placed in front of him, how could he not be excited? However, no matter how eager he was, he still didn't lose his calm. His guess was that Lin Ming had a certain understanding into Chaos Prison and the environment within, otherwise there was no way he would have placed himself in such a death zone. If Naki followed him in without any reassurance, then with his cultivation not only would he not be able to help Mr. Zhou, but he might even become a burden to him. At that time, not only would he not obtain any treasures, but his life might be taken by Lin Ming. As Imperial Prince Naki thought of this, he suppressed the desire for this lucky chance in his heart. An icy light glimmered in his eyes. "Lin Ming, you brought me to this place and even showed me such lucky chances. I must thank you for that." But do not think I am an idiot you can fool around with. Even a lion must use its full force to capture a rabbit. Although your cultivation hasn't yet reached the Divine Lord realm, I will still gather the strongest force possible before killing you with everything I have. With 2 world kings as well as Ashmurder who was rushing here, there were many masters hunting down the mere divine transformation realm Lin Ming. This could be called an absolute victory. Oh! At this time, in Chaos Prison, Lin Ming had already flown deep into the depths of this land. Here, he could feel a terrifying pressure. This pressure affected not only his body but also his soul. If a martial artist was lacking in cultivation, then even flying would be difficult here. Lin Ming silently revolved the Asura Sutra, using the laws within to resist the pressure. He immediately felt much more relaxed. The Asura Sutra was the inheritance of the Asura Roadmaster. In a sense, it could be called the heavenly Tao laws of the Asura Road itself. Lin Ming had only studied the general outline and first volume of the Asura Sutra. Although he couldn't be said to possess the ability to control the Asura Road's heavenly Tao laws, he at least understood how to follow them. With the support of the Asura Sutra, the pressure on Lin Ming became less and less intense. Gradually, he managed to acclimate himself to this pressure and return to his normal flying speed. This chaos prison was flooded with deep killing intent everywhere. But as long as Lin Ming was a bit more careful, he could freely move wherever he wished. As he passed through a space crack, Lin Ming arrived in a strange hall he had never seen before. This place is... Lin Ming's vision sharpened. At this time he could see a massive black altar in front of him. Around this altar were rows of sculptures. These sculptures were all carvings of martial artists from different races. They held wild and dangerous weapons in their hands and all wore the same patterned armor. Their bodies emitted a dense demonic power. It's this demonic power again. Demonic power flooded all the inheritances of the Asura Roadmaster. Many of his cultivation methods were dominated by this demonic power, using it as their lead. Lin Ming counted the sculptures. There were a total of 108 of them. 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers. They seemed to be guarding something. Lin Ming looked at the altar. He could faintly feel that there was a great power buried within the altar, as if some unrivaled powerhouse had suppressed a dreadful existence there. Was the one who arranged this altar the Asura Roadmaster? Lin Ming thought. He began to probe the altar's array formation. Compared to the God-Beast Tomb's great array formation, this one was far inferior. Even if the Asura Roadmaster had arranged this, he should have done so casually. But even if he did so casually, it should still contain a horrifying power. Lin Ming slowly advanced forwards. The ground was covered with lines, and these lines were the same as God-burying ridge. They were divided into paths of life and paths of death. If he stepped onto a path of death, he would activate a disastrous sequence of events. Lin Ming made his way onto the altar. As he looked around, he could see Tao patterns inscribed all over the altar floor. These Tao patterns came from the same origin as the Asura Sutra. As Lin Ming looked around, he spotted several ancient words. What was written was, Asura Roadmaster's 3rd-generation disciple. Blue Throne by Qi. Blue Throne by Qi? Lin Ming was startled. So the one who left behind these ancient words was the disciple of the Asura Roadmaster. Blue Throne by Qi. Blue Throne should have been his title, and by Qi was his name. Throne might be the title of a position in the influence that the Asura Roadmaster established in the past, similar to an elder, or it could be something else altogether. This was another character who had existed billions of years ago. Now he was likely dead. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's mind stirred. He carefully looked over the Tao patterns on the altar. These Tao patterns, in addition to the essential protective measures, also possessed soothing and calming properties. After a martial artist died, if their body and soul were intact, if they were too powerful, and if they were also sealed in an enclosed space, then the force field of their body would not dissipate for an extremely long time. After tens of thousands of years, it was possible for this force field to evolve into ghosts and evil spirits. It was even possible for the martial artist's corpse to rise up, gaining a certain sentience of its own. But, if there were calming Tao patterns carved onto the tomb, then this situation wouldn't occur. If so, then this altar was in fact a grave. Lin Ming suddenly became aware. If he wasn't wrong, then this was the grave of the Azura Roadmaster's disciple, Blue Throne by Qi. It was even possible that each of the 7 great death zones of the God-burying ridge had a disciple of the Azura Roadmaster buried within it. When these disciples of the Azura Roadmaster were nearing the end of their lifespan, they must have chosen to be interred in graves surrounding Tragic Death Valley, creating a 7-star formation to stabilize and protect the potential of Tragic Death Valley with it in the center. Perhaps this was their way of expressing their respect towards their master, or perhaps they were protecting something. God-burying ridge, God-burying ridge. So that's how it is. I thought that this God-burying ridge meant that even gods would be buried if they entered, but in truth I was mistaken. The original meaning of God-burying ridge was that divine gods were buried here, and these divine gods were the disciples of the Azura Roadmaster. Lin Ming didn't know what boundary the disciples of the Azura Roadmaster had reached. If he were to think they were true divinities, that simply seemed far too exaggerated. After all, there was an extremely small number of true divinities even within the entire 33-layered heavens. However, calling them Empyreans was the bare minimum. They might have even been extreme Empyreans. As Lin Ming was thinking, his mind stirred. He had already sent out his sense and had felt that some people were approaching. The ones hunting me down have finally arrived. They aren't too slow, but I wonder just who came. Lin Ming licked his lips, his eyes blazing with a brilliant fighting spirit. He had waited for this battle for a long time. During the 9 years within Tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming had spent most of that time in seclusion and hadn't fought a single battle. Now that he finally left Tragic Death Valley, he felt his blood boil over at the thought of the powerful opponents he had to face, as if he had suppressed the raging strength within himself for far too long and needed to erupt. Bang! A dreadful explosion burst out from the endless black void, accompanied by faint pained screams. In the next moment, a space crack opened and several wounded people were pushed through, in an extremely distressed and miserable state. They were part of Mr. Zhou's group. There were originally 7 of them, but now only 5 were left. The other 2 had died. The ones surviving were only Mr. Zhou, a half-step world king martial artist, a late divine lord martial artist, and the 2 Spider Brothers. Even in this chaos prison where killing intent was everywhere, the Spider Brothers' experience and intuition were able to be displayed to a great effect. It was the reason their group had managed to survive until now. What place is this? Mr. Zhou looked at the magnificent ancient altar in front of him. They had just been in a chaotic space storm, but in the next moment they had arrived within a grand hall. It could only be said that the space-time within Chaos Temple was far too chaotic. Besides this ancient black stone altar, there were also 108 stone sculptures surrounding it. The altar was covered in Tao patterns that exuded a deep killing intent, as if there was some incomparably powerful strength sealed within it. There is a treasure here. Mr. Zhou's eyes brightened. The aura all around was definitely not because the origin energy here was too rich, but because there were some rare treasures sealed away here. Mr. Zhou didn't recognize these Tao patterns that originated from the same source as the Azura Roadmaster's Tao patterns, and thus he definitely didn't know that it was a grave. But, just based on his many years of experience, he was able to conclude that there were some great treasures beneath the altar. His judgment was not wrong. Whether or not Blue Throne by Qi's corpse was interred beneath the altar, there would definitely be a massive number of funeral objects buried with him. These funeral objects would hold an unparalleled attraction towards a world king powerhouse. Old Zhou, what do we do? Do we continue chasing after Lin Ming, or should we dig up the treasures here? The half-step world king said from beside Mr. Zhou, a bit of uncertainty in his voice. As they arrived here, they had encountered many dangerous situations. Even though they saw a treasure in front of them, they still didn't dare to recklessly act. No matter what it was, anything in Chaos Prison wouldn't be easy to take. Mr. Zhou thought for a moment. We must chase after Lin Ming, but we also cannot give up these treasures. It was said that God-burying ridge is related to the Azura Roadmaster, so perhaps these treasures were left behind by him. Just what sort of character was the Azura Roadmaster? Let alone an ordinary world king like Mr. Zhou. Even an Empyrean powerhouse would greedily covet the Azura Roadmaster's treasures. For all martial artists, if they didn't struggle for a lucky chance when it was placed in front of them, then they simply didn't need to cultivate the martial path. And hearing Mr. Zhou's words, the Spider Brothers grimaced, their complexions changing. In their eyes, this black stone altar was a danger zone amongst danger zones. They couldn't even run in time, much less think of digging for treasures here. You, the older Spider Brother gulped. Do you know what place this is? Demonic power, black stone altar, and also 108 puppet guards. This is an absolute death zone. Once the Great Array formation is activated here, then all of us will die. As the older Spider Brother spoke, his face paled and his lips shivered. He was well aware that even if they dug out some treasure here, there would be no share for them. For them to come here was simply asking to die. I beg you to let us brothers go. The younger Spider Brother fervently begged. The deeper they ventured into Chaos Prison, the lower the chances that the two of them would emerge alive. What long-winded nagging! Mr. Zhou's eyes turned cold. If you continue babbling nonsense, then I'll kill you both here. Mr. Zhou's voice was filled with killing intent. At this moment, from beside Mr. Zhou, the half-step World King said with a sound transmission, Old Zhou, we should use these two as Pathfinder stones. Let's make them step on the altar floor first to see if there is any danger. As this point was suggested, Mr. Zhou's thoughts stirred. Your suggestion is good, but now isn't the time for that. We should wait for Mr. Ashmurder to arrive here. His Highness the Imperial Prince has our tracking mark, and with Mr. Ashmurder's strength, they should definitely be able to find us even in this absolute death zone. When we've all gathered together, then it won't be too late to have these two cannon fodders explore the way for us. Old Zhou, you're right, haha. We should wait for Mr. Ashmurder to arrive. Once he does, all of the treasures will be ours. The two martial artists beside Mr. Zhou were elated. If the Azura Roadmaster had buried treasures here, then although they couldn't eat the meat, they could still have a bit of the soup. Perhaps they might even stumble into their own lucky chance here. Like this, Mr. Zhou and his group sat down and began to meditate. Hidden within the array formation, Lin Ming frowned. These people weren't foolish enough to rush into the array formation to dig for treasures, but instead seemed as if they were waiting for others. Lin Ming noticed that their group was missing Imperial Prince Naki and Tian Mingzi. His first thought was that they must be coming to reunite with Mr. Zhou. Lin Ming had Tian Mingzi's tracking mark on him. Even if he was hiding in this array formation, Tian Mingzi would still sense him. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't idly sit by and allow all of his enemies to gather together in one place. If you don't want to move into the array formation, then I'll help you. Lin Min sneered. Like this, he emerged from the shadows of the array formation. As he stepped out from the shadows of the array formation, his aura was no longer isolated by it. He was immediately sensed by Mr. Zhou and his group. Mr. Zhou's eyes shot open. Who is it? He leapt up, his eyes focusing on Lin Ming. At this time, the light within the hall was extremely dim, and Mr. Zhou's eyes were like bolts of lightning in the dark skies, piercing through the layers of gloom to see Lin Ming. Lin Ming? It's you? Mr. Zhou looked at Lin Ming with incredulity. Lin Ming had actually appeared here and even presented himself in front of them. He simply didn't know the meaning of life or death. Around Mr. Zhou, everyone began taking out their weapons. Several senses locked tightly onto Lin Ming. You little beast, you are courting death, the half-step World King Saint said, a diabolic grin crossing his face. In his opinion, Lin Ming was simply a cunning brat, as slippery as a cockroach. Once someone grabbed onto Lin Ming, killing him would be extremely simple. I'll kill you in 3 moves, the Saint martial artist said, about to attack. However, Mr. Zhou blocked him. Don't be impulsive. This is a trap. Mr. Zhou didn't believe that Lin Ming was an idiot. If he dared to appear in front of them even when he wasn't their match, then he must have something he was relying on. The best explanation would be that there were traps here. Ha ha! Lin Ming laughed. Are you all so gutless? Weren't you chasing after me? Now the 5 of you are all standing there and each of you have a cultivation higher than mine. and yet you're too scared to attack me. You lot are nothing but little turtles. Ha ha ha. Lin Ming loudly shouted. Mr. Zhou and the two martial artists besides him immediately developed ugly complexions. They had a world king and a half-step world king on their side, and yet they were being taunted by a junior like this. I must say, old man, what is your name again? When I was leaving Heaven Devil City, I ran into you. At that time, I was surrounded by you all and saw you riding some stupid-looking monster beast. Your eyes were closed shut and you were wildly waving your arms around like a dumb clown, mumbling crap like some ridiculous side street con artist. I must ask, what were you doing at that time? Were you acting? Were you pretending to be a clown? If you were pretending to be a clown, then good job, you even fooled me. Lin Ming said. The time he spoke of was when he followed Fatty Zhou to leave for God-Burying Ridge. At that time, at the city gates, he had bumped Imperial Prince Naki and his group. Mr. Zhou had been using his heaven-spying art to seek out Lin Ming's trail, but because Lin Ming was using the bodily rebirth technique to conceal his appearance, Mr. Zhou wasn't able to discover him at all. Now being mocked by Lin Ming like this, Mr. Zhou was livid. Before this, he had openly bragged that as long as Lin Ming was within 50 miles of his heaven-spying technique, he could immediately find him through any appearance-concealing technique. No matter how well hidden he would still be able to grab Lin Ming. But now, Lin Ming was telling him that he had waltzed away from right in front of him and he hadn't even noticed. Everyone beside Mr. Zhou looked at him. Indeed, Lin Ming's description just now was truly the period when Mr. Zhou was entering the city. In other words, Lin Ming had truly avoided them at the city gates. Mr. Zhou, a world king powerhouse, had used his special secret technique and yet couldn't sense a divine transformation youth. If this matter were to spread out, then it would shame him to no end. You little beast, I'll smash you in half. Mr. Zhou's eyes flooded with an ominous light. He stepped forwards, nearly wanting to attack. Lin Ming laughed out loud. You think you can? I'm standing right here right now, and yet all you can do is talk? Do you have any guts at all? With so many world kings and divine lords, all you can do is stand there and blabber on? In the future, sooner or later there will be a day when I kill my way into the saint race and exterminate all of your people. Whether they are men or women, I will waste away their cultivation and make you all into slaves. Lin Ming was too arrogant. This simply wasn't the way he had acted in the past. Mr. Zhou felt blue veins bulging out from his forehead. In his life, he had never been so aggrieved before. A junior that was several cultivation boundaries lower than him was actually cursing him to his face, and yet he was completely helpless to do anything about it. I think you are all little turtles. I will give you all 10 breaths of time. If you aren't going to do anything, then I'm going to leave. I don't have the time or patience to chatter with you. You can either come over here, wash your necks and prepare to die, or you can hurry up and get the hell out of my way. Go return to your grandmother's home. If all of you are such cowards, then why did you enter this place to try and join in on the fun? You shouldn't have bothered coming here to begin with. I'm going to start counting now. 10-9. Lin Ming became increasingly arrogant, just like a wastrel scumbag young master of a noble family, looking down at everyone as if they were worth nothing at all. The more Lin Ming's current personality diverged from how he was in the past, the more suspicious Mr. Zhou became and the less willing he was to move half a step forwards. This brat is too conceited. Old Zhou, I will go myself and kill him in 3 moves. From beside Mr. Zhou, the half-step world king powerhouse was nearly crazy with rage. In his eyes, humanity was nothing but a lowly race that only deserved to be slaves of the saints. But now, this human that he could kill as easily as turning his palm was insulting them to their faces. If he could tolerate this, what else could he tolerate? Lin Ming laughed, continuing to count. 8, 7, 6. I must say, you talk so much and yet you do nothing at all. If you think you can kill me in 3 moves, then I'll eliminate you in 3 moves instead. Perhaps I'll just trample you to death with 1 foot. Mr. Zhou's complexion became so dark and gloomy that it seemed water could be squeezed out of his face. His killing intent burst out with an unprecedented intensity, all of it falling onto Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming remained unmoved. He carelessly said, 3, 2.5, 2. 1.5. Hey, I've already counted to 1.5. Aren't you guys gonna come and die yet? Lin Ming was purposefully trying to anger them. As he spoke to hear, he suddenly noticed that the Spider Brothers seemed to be wanting to sneak away. He laughed, saying, "Hey, you two imp race turtles. Where do you think you're running off to? You haven't even fought me yet. Just how sad is that?" The Spider Brothers felt that the situation was spiraling out of control. Once these people were provoked into doing something by Lin Ming, they would definitely be dragged into their deaths. They were thinking to quietly escape, but Lin Ming's words immediately caused them to freeze in place. At this time, they didn't have any thoughts of even trying to bother Lin Ming. Mr. Zhou was like a powder keg ready to blow up at any moment. The slightest action that caused Mr. Zhou to be unhappy could set him off, causing him to kill them both out of shame and anger. However, Mr. Zhou seemed as if he didn't care about the Spider Brothers at all. He continued to stare at Lin Ming, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Ha ha ha, if you keep staring your eyeballs might pop out. Really, how boring of you. There are only 2 numbers left. 1, 0. Lin Ming finished counting down from 10 and then waved his hands, saying, "I'm not going to wait here for you. I'm leaving first. If we have another chance, then let's meet again in the future." Lin Ming turned with a flourish, swaggering away as he left. This caused the 2 Saint Race martial artists beside Mr. Zhou to become so angry that fires seemed to fan out from their eyes. "That brat, he must be faking things," someone shouted. The truth was that Mr. Zhou was also suspecting this. This was possibly some play that Lin Ming was putting on to run away. If they watched helplessly as Lin Ming managed to escape like this, then not only would this become the greatest shame of his life, but he would also become the laughingstock of the entire Saint Race. He would even be punished by the rules of his people. But to really run over and grab Lin Ming, he didn't have the courage to do so. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhou suddenly roared out loud. He reached out a hand and grasped towards the Spider Brothers. The Spider Brothers weren't Mr. Zhou's match at all. They cried out in fear as a golden hand made of astral essence grabbed them both. "Ah! Forgive us!" the Spider Brothers shouted out with pale faces. However, Mr. Zhou didn't care about their objections at all. He grabbed both of them and his muscles bulged out as he threw them towards Lin Ming with all his strength. In that moment, the Spider Brothers felt as if their bodies were being torn apart by a tremendous strength. The terrifying speed they were sent hurtling forwards struck them like a bolt of thunder. Mr. Zhou himself was a body transformation martial artist. Once he erupted with all his strength. His steps could shatter the earth and his fists could sunder mountains and rivers. The Spider Brothers were tossed forwards like sandbags, so hard that even a tiny planet could be crushed. As for a Divine Lord Realm martial artist, they would be smashed to death. He wanted to use the Spider Brothers to smash Lin Ming to death. At the same time, he could also use them to investigate the mysteries of the Black Altar and see if this was a trap laid down by Lin Ming. Ah! The Spider Brothers hurtled forth like a meteor. Their sad and miserable cries were torn apart by the tremendous currents of astral essence. Upon seeing this, Lin Ming's arrogant smile immediately vanished, instead replaced by a cold killing intent. He sneered, "So you finally started to do something, although you think you are just probing me with some cannon fodder. This killing array isn't as simple as you think it is." Lin Ming used a true essence sound transmission to rapidly speak. Before he finished speaking, the black altar in front of him suddenly shook. Then, 100,000 rays of black divine light shot out from the altar, piercing through the void like divine swords. The Spider Brothers were struck by these divine swords and were instantly split apart, turned into nothing but minced meat. Pong! At nearly the same time, an even thicker beam of black divine light struck the Spider Brothers, reducing their minced meat to ashes. Finally, their corpses didn't even remain atop the altar. This was blue throne by Cheesegrave. No one was allowed to blaspheme it. What? Mr. Zhou's pupils contracted. The Spider Brothers being split apart and reduced to ash by the 100,000 rays of divine light was horrifying, but also within his expectations. However, What shocked him the most was that when those black beams of divine light were randomly shooting about, he could see Lin Ming clearly standing atop the altar, not moving at all within the storm of black divine light. Even so, those black beams of divine light seemed to have eyes, all of them avoiding Lin Ming, not even touching the hem of his robes. He can control the great array formation here? Mr. Zhou was panic-stricken as he thought of this. If this were true, then that was truly dangerous. That's not right. If he can control the array formation here, then he should have been able to use it to directly attack me. There should have been no reason for him to provoke me into doing something. No, he shouldn't be able to control the array formation, but he should be able to see through it. The area where he is standing should be the life zone of this array formation, where no divine lights are able to attack him. Mr. Zhou instantly thought. This situation was slightly better. However, Lin Ming was already in an invincible position. It would be impossible for them to kill him. We're withdrawing. Mr. Zhou was decisive in his decision. Seeing that it was impossible to kill Lin Ming, he needed to convene with Mr. Ashmurder and further consider the situation. He believed that with Mr. Ashmurder's strength, combined with Tian Mingzi, they would have the ability to kill Lin Ming. After all, this chaos prison was only known as a danger zone where world kings died. If one was strong enough, they could still break through the array formation. However, Lin Ming only laughed. You still think you can run away now? It is too late. This is the tomb of blue throne by Qi. You want to walk away like nothing happened after disturbing Senior by Qi's grave? Keep on dreaming. Lin Ming's eyes were icy cold. At this time, the 108 sculptures around the altar began to shake. Their eyes opened, revealing sparkling red lights. These sculptures were actually alive. Seeing this scene, Mr. Zhou felt all the hairs on his body rise. These puppets were emitting a dreadful aura of demonic power. It was hard to imagine how strong they were. To deal with several of these sculptures was manageable, but if he wanted to simultaneously face 108 of them together, he would be hacked apart in the onslaught of attacks. Mr. Zhou couldn't bother with saving his subordinates. He turned around, wanting to flee alone. But as he turned, he saw something that left his entire body cold. The entrance to this hall, the narrow space crack that they had traveled through, had vanished. The exit had been blocked. Damn it all! Although Mr. Zhou had already guessed that this was an absolute killing zone, he didn't think it would be dangerous to such a degree. He originally thought that the only danger in this hall was the altar and that it would have many traps hidden within it, thus the reason he had used the Spider Brothers to probe it. In the worst-case situation, the Spider Brothers would die a miserable death and the rest of them could safely retreat. However, he didn't expect that just probing the altar would trigger the absolute killing array here. Break for me! Mr. Zhou punched his fist against the sealed space barrier, wanting to shatter through the void and escape. However, the space barrier remained motionless. There was no path for them to escape. Attack together. Risk everything. In this life or death moment, Mr. Zhou's eyes turned blood red. He joined forces with the other two to attack together. But at this time, the iron-armored spectral soldiers had come alive. Their bodies emitted crackling, ka-ka-ka, sounds as stone chips peeled off from their bodies, fluttering onto the floor. These iron-armored spectral soldiers had glowing red eyes. Their bodies were withered, and from these withered bodies one could faintly see visible skin texture. As Lin Ming saw this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. These iron-armored spectral soldiers weren't sculptures at all, nor were they puppets. They were true people that were molded over and sealed in black stone to form sculptures. It was impossible for a living person to be sealed for billions of years. But a corpse, if sealed away using some secret technique, had a possibility of being preserved for 10 billion years as an iron-armored spectral soldier. These people might have been killed by Qi before his death and then kept here as funeral objects to accompany him. But none of that was important. What was important was that in Lin Ming's eyes, he could see that these people had all been World King-level existences before their death. 108 World Kings. It could be imagined that all those billions of years ago, during the era when the Azura Roadmaster ruled the world, the martial arts civilization of that time had been at least 10 times more prosperous than it was now. 108 World Kings. although they had already died and had even been weakened over billions of years. When they joined together, they were still a force that Mr. Zhou wasn't able to deal with. Bang! Mr. Zhou and the two other Saint martial artists attacked with all their strength. They released their strongest moves, barraging the space barrier in a vicious onslaught. However, even though the three of them joined together, they only managed to cause the space barrier to gently vibrate, without a single dent at all. Like this, a deep sense of despair surged in Mr. Zhou's heart. Although he knew that this was an absolute killing zone before he entered Chaos Prison, he didn't think the risks would be so bad. Even the cowardly Spider Brothers who feared death had only described Chaos Prison as a place where world kings might perish. But in Mr. Zhou's opinion, the Spider Brothers had never entered this place and had exaggerated their description to serve as a deterrent from entering. So, Mr. Zhou wasn't too afraid of entering Chaos Prison. But now, he knew that the Spider Brothers simply weren't able to see the killing intent here, and what he thought was their exaggerated description was actually far lacking compared to the truth. This place was not just a danger zone that a world king might die in, but even for a great world king, this absolute killing zone was an extremely ominous land filled with fatal perils and little hope of surviving. You little beast, your plan was good, but since you want to harm me, then I'll drag you to the grave with me. Mr. Zhou erupted with a roar. Together with his two followers, they all rushed towards Lin Ming. They wanted to attract those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers to Lin Ming so that they would all perish together. However, the moment that they hurtled towards Lin Ming, the saber of a spectral soldier immediately chopped towards the waist of the weakest late Saint Lord Realm martial artist. Although this iron-armored spectral soldier no longer understood laws, the arcane skills used to refine its corpse made its bodily strength several times greater than it had been before its death. It was invulnerable, immune to fire and water. Kacha! With a loud shattering sound, the Saint martial artist's protective astral essence instantly exploded. With a keening shriek, his body contorted at an incredible angle. He wanted to use his powerful mortal body to resist the saber light and then use a secret body transformation skill to twist and avoid the saber blade. However, the iron-armored spectral soldier was far too horrifyingly strong. All of that Saint race martial artist's efforts were wasted. Just a single saber strike broke through the Saint Lord Realm martial artist's protective astral essence, and at the same time continued to cut through his spine, tearing apart all his organs. In the meantime, he had been split apart at the waist. In that moment, the late Saint Lord Realm martial artist felt the heavens and earth spin around him in a dizzying fashion. Like this, only the upper half of his body continued shooting towards the altar. But during this time, several hundred divine lights shot out from the altar, scorching his remains to ash. The scene of such a wretched death was truly eerie. As for Mr. Zhou and the other half-step world king powerhouse, their cultivation was far deeper. By relying on the horrible death of the Saint Lord Realm martial artist as well as the slow speed of the iron-armored spectral soldiers, they circled around and rushed up the altar. They had already prepared themselves. The moment that black beams of light exploded towards them, they forcefully twisted their bodies to avoid fatal wounds. Puff, puff, puff. Black divine light pierced through the half-step world king's arm and thigh. After all, his cultivation was lower and he couldn't compare with Mr. Zhou. Because of this, he was pierced in several places. Although he avoided being hit in any vital zones of his body, to be so heavily injured on this dangerous altar was the same as dying soon after. Only Mr. Zhou flitted left and right, dodging beam after beam of black light as he rushed towards Lin Ming like a lively cheetah. See, black light wove around him. Mr. Zhou didn't understand these Tao patterns beneath him. Thus he stepped on a death zone of the array formation. As this death zone was activated, several hundred black divine lights shot towards him, sealing away any direction he could escape in. No matter how he twisted his body, he would have to withstand this strike. "Ah!" Mr. Zhou roared out, erupting his astral essence to the limit, forcefully resisting two beams of black light. However, the black light was far too terrifying. With a loud rumbling explosion, it was like an iron hammer on glass as it struck Mr. Zhou's protective astral essence. With a resounding crack, Mr. Zhou's protective astral essence shattered to pieces. The weakened black light continued forwards, piercing through Mr. Zhou's shoulder and thighs. So fierce. I have no idea how long the great array formation of this tomb has been here, but it still has such unstoppable might. Even a world king saint martial artist with a powerful body was immediately pierced through. Seeing Mr. Zhou continuing to fly towards him, an excited light shined in Lin Ming's eyes. All of the strength percolating within his body suddenly erupted to the limit. The phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind him, and in the bough of this tree, a dark blue divine dragon was slowly flying around. Ra dash! A resonant dragon roar rang through to the highest heavens. Lin Ming took a step forwards, stepping onto a life zone of the array formation. He waved the phoenix blood spear, releasing the 8 inner hidden gates to their limits. He actually had no plan to avoid Mr. Zhou's strike. Rather, he intended to face it head-on. You little beast, die! The current Mr. Zhou was covered in blood. Although his present condition was extremely poor, this was a desperate life-or-death strike made by a world king. The might behind it was extremely terrifying. Mr. Zhou poured all of his remaining strength into his fist and punched out at Lin Ming. Facing Mr. Zhou's fist, Lin Ming held his spear in both hands and brought it pounding down. Azura Heavenly Tao, Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. In that instant, a dreadful demonic power poured into the phoenix blood spear. This demonic power burned like divine flames, transforming into a winged Azura phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms. This Azura phantom's 6 hands each held different weapons, and behind it also spun the Wheel of Samsara. This Wheel of Samsara had similarities to the Wheel of Destiny Lin Ming saw at the City of Discord. It was one of the secret techniques located within the Azura Sutra, the inheritances of the Azura Roadmaster. This was the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. Lin Ming had trained for 9 years, and after breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm, a powerful strength was contained within his body, needing to be released. Thus, he chose to directly confront a World King powerhouse. This would also be his first time doing so. Bang! The Phoenix Blood Spear collided with Mr. Zhou's fist. In his haste, Mr. Zhou hadn't used a weapon. But to the saint race that were skilled in body transformation, their body was their best weapon. A dreadful explosive sound flooded the area. Mr. Zhou felt a titanic strength shoot up his shoulder. His arms went numb and a deep pain enveloped his fists. A trace of blood shot out from his hands. What? Mr. Zhou was shocked. He thought that his all-out desperate attack would kill Lin Ming, but the result had completely surprised him. Lin Ming had directly resisted this strike. Him, a World King powerhouse, was actually blocked by a human junior who was only several dozen years old. This was simply a fantastical fairy tale. Although this was a hasty strike and he also didn't use a weapon, he couldn't believe that a junior several cultivation realms below him could possess such a terrifying combat strength. You! Mr. Zhou's pupils shrank. As he looked at Lin Ming, a deep fear threatened to overwhelm him. This boy had only grown for several dozen years, and yet he had reached this level of ability. If he were given several hundred years to grow, just what would he become? At this time, Lin Ming also felt his blood tumbling within him and his true essence in chaos. After all, a world king was still a world king. Even though this world king was exhausted, this was still his desperate life or death attack. With this strike, his fist had still been able to suppress Lin Ming's spear light. Rumble, rumble. Energy exploded outwards like a tide. In the ruinous shockwaves of that energy, Lin Ming was forced backwards. However, he had already calculated what path to take. The Tao field of the Black Stone Altar had long since been carved into his memory. Every time Lin Ming stepped backwards, he would step on a life zone of the Black Stone Altar and evade the Black Divine Light. But Mr. Zhou did not have the ability. As he was forced backwards, he bumped into another absolute death Tao pattern. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several incomparably thick beams of divine light shot towards Mr. Zhou, blocking all directions that he could dodge in. At this time, Mr. Zhou had yet to recover himself. Thus it was impossible for him to avoid this attack. Black light howled forwards. A blazing hatred and unwillingness flooded Mr. Zhou's eyes. Pung 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 pung. With a series of explosive sounds, Mr. Zhou's protective astral essence exploded to pieces. His mortal body was torn apart by the black light and his head flew off. Dimly, Mr. Zhou could see as his body became increasingly far away. Then he saw Lin Ming retreat again and again, but those black beams of light all missed him, none of them even touching his clothes. How can this be? Mr. Zhou's pupils gradually lost focus. He found it impossible to imagine that a world king powerhouse like himself had hunted down a junior only several dozen years old, and the result was his current grim fate. Not only would he perish here, but his last desperate attack hadn't been able to harm Lin Ming. Amidst the whistling black light, Mr. Zhou's torn-up body was completely scorched to ash. Like this, a world king powerhouse was turned to ash in front of Bai Qi's grave. This was the first world king powerhouse that Lin Ming had slain. Although Lin Ming hadn't directly killed him, he was the one who brought about his death. A world king powerhouse died by my hands. At this time, Lin Ming's blood was still tumbling within his body. He had yet to fully recover from that violent collision just now. This was the first world king that Lin Ming had killed, but it wouldn't be the last. This was because before long, he would have to face the next world king. That would be a truly savage battle. Either they would die or he would perish. Old Zhou. Not too far away from where Mr. Zhou had miserably died, the half-step world king that was barely managing to live watched helplessly as everything occurring around him. His two eyes were already dull and glazed over. When he saw Lin Ming block Mr. Zhou's all-out strike, he felt as if he were living in some sort of dream. In that maniacal clash of energy, Lin Ming and Mr. Zhou had both been sent flying backwards. However, Lin Ming had avoided the murderous black divine light, and as for Mr. Zhou, he had died a horrible death. This Lin Ming is simply a demon. This was the half-step world king's last thought. Within a breath of time of Mr. Zhou's death, the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers rushed over to the altar and hacked him to meat sauce. Like this, the squad that Mr. Zhou led here had been completely annihilated. However, Lin Ming didn't relax at all. He looked over to those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers that were approaching. Chick chick chick. After the iron-armored spectral soldiers killed the last Saint Race martial artist, they turned in unison to Lin Ming and pointed their weapons at him. Lin Ming's heart tightened. He slowly retreated, but the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers continued to press down on him. He had expected this situation from the very start. Every time he took a step, he was able to step on a life zone of the black stone altar's Tao patterns in order to avoid that terrifying black light. But these iron-armored spectral soldiers were different. Once they were activated, it was hard to say whether or not they would attack him. In order to minimize the danger, from the start Lin Ming had never disturbed the grave of blue throne by Qi. Instead, he used words to provoke Mr. Zhou into action. Otherwise, if he only wanted to activate the Great Array formation here, Lin Ming wouldn't even have tried to goad his enemies but would have directly attacked them. The iron-armored spectral soldiers approached closer, step by step. Lin Ming held his breath, his palms wet with sweat. Azura Heavenly Tao, Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. Lin Ming lifted his hands. Behind him, a brilliantly red wheel appeared. This wheel was engraved with innumerable demons and Azura phantoms. Runes covered its surface, just like the runes that covered the surface of the ancient bronze coffin in the God-Beast Tomb Array formation. This wheel was thick with the smell of blood and slaughter. The so-called Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel was the 10,000 life and death samsaras experienced by 10,000 demons. The pain that these demons suffered in their 10,000 samsaras, their sins, the heavenly tribulations they faced, all of their karma was carved into a wheel and condensed into infinite demonic power. This was an offensive and defensive technique. However, the reason Lin Ming used the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel was not to attack or defend. He was well aware that with his limited strength it was simply impossible for him to oppose these 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers. Even if he were to hide within Primordius' heavenly palace, he would have to face the barrage of attacks from the Great Array formation. Sooner or later, Primordius' heavenly palace would run out of energy and he would be in the same dead end as before. The only way out of this predicament for Lin Ming was to use the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao and obtain the approval of Blue Throne by Chi's array formation. The myriad demon karmic will slowly spun. In the moment that a tide of great demonic power surged out, the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers froze. The weapons in their hands also slowed down. Their blazing red eyes all focused on the myriad demon karmic wheel above Lin Ming. Those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers had been demons before their death, and they had a natural sense of awe and subservience upon seeing this myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming held his breath, keeping completely still. This sort of feeling was just like a common mortal facing 108 vicious tigers. A single careless move would mean a fate where he didn't even have bones remaining. This stalemate lasted for a dozen-some breaths of time. To Lin Ming, this time was as long as hours. Then, from the black stone altar, beams of black light shot out. Black lights each struck an iron-armored spectral soldier, and these iron-armored spectral soldiers that were struck immediately returned to being black stone sculptures. In a short period of time, the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers completely transformed into black sculptures and gathered again around the black stone altar. The sealed-off space crack also reopened. One difference was that these 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers were in different positions from before, and the blazing red light in their eyes hadn't yet gone out. This proved that the array formation was still in an active state. "I'm safe for now." Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief, his body dripping with sweat. To face such a close encounter with death, the pressure on him had been great. Stepping on the life zone Tao patterns, Lin Ming stepped off the black stone altar. He used black flames to eliminate the pieces of meat and blood on the ground. After that, he removed all traces of combat and also received Mr. Zhou's spatial ring and treasures that he dropped. Then, like a ghost, he flitted back to the shadow of the great array formation, waiting in ambush yet again. He was like a wolf hiding in the dark, waiting for his prey. He also summoned Primordius' heavenly palace. This heavenly palace contained the laws of space and time and was able to shrink and grow as he pleased. Currently, Primordius' heavenly palace was only the size of a table. Lin Ming placed it atop a life zone of the black stone altar's Tao patterns. And then with a flash, Lin Ming's figure submerged into it. As soon as Lin Ming entered Primordius' heavenly palace, he relaxed his body. He immediately began to swallow down pills, sitting down in meditation to control his breathing. He was fully aware that the battle he experienced just now was only the appetizer. Soon, he would have to face more battles in addition to the extremely deep Tianmingzi. Lin Ming felt a sense of dread when he thought of Tianmingzi. He had to adjust himself to his peak condition to face him. After an incense stick of time, Lin Ming opened his eyes from meditation. He saw Xiao Moxian sitting not too far away from him. When Xiao Moxian had entered Lin Ming's inner world, she also entered Primordius' heavenly palace within him. At this time, Xiao Moxian was leaning back in a chair, her long legs propped up on a stone bench. Her snow-white thighs were vivacious, filled with the vitality of youth. "I didn't imagine you would also have this kind of move." Xiao Moxian chuckled. For a time, it was like spring had arrived. She was referring to when Lin Ming had stood atop the black stone altar and had mercilessly taunted and enraged the Saint race martial artists. This sort of Lin Ming was simply far too different from how he was normally. The situation required it. Lin Ming wryly smiled. "Well, nice acting." Xiao Moxian leapt down from her chair. "What are we going to do next?" "Wait." Lin Ming didn't have any better methods. Bai Qi's tomb was an extremely dire and ominous place, but not every spot in this hall was dangerous. The black stone altar was likely to be where Bai Qi was buried. If Bai Qi's corpse was really interred there, then that black stone altar was undoubtedly the most important place in the entire tomb as well as the most dangerous place. To wait, there was the wisest and safest choice. The absolute killing array here can identify my myriad demon karmic wheel. Moreover, those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers are not a force that Tianmingzi can deal with. If we're here, we can control the battlefield. However, There's just something I'm worried about. Lin Ming faintly frowned as he spoke. What are you worried about? I'm worried that Tian Mingzi might have some hidden card in hand, or perhaps he might be plotting something else. When we left Tragic Death Valley, we stepped into the tracking array formation that he laid down, and we have his tracking mark within us. The area outside of Bai Chi's grave isn't too dangerous. By all rights, with Tian Mingzi's strength, he should have caught up to us by now. If so, then the first ones to come here shouldn't have been that one called Mr. Zhou, but Tian Mingzi. Besides Tian Mingzi, there is also Imperial Prince Naki. Imperial Prince Naki wasn't with that Mr. Zhou fellow, so there can only be two possibilities. Perhaps he never came to God-Burying Ridge, or perhaps there is someone even stronger protecting him. That person might be Tian Mingzi, or it might be someone else. In Lin Ming's opinion, Imperial Prince Naki had an extremely important role in the Saint race. Generally speaking, Imperial Prince Naki should also be the most closely guarded. Tian Mingzi was a great world king. In terms of strength, he was much better than Mr. Zhou. However, he wasn't a saint after all, and anyone would find it hard to trust in others that weren't of their race. With the saint race's naturally arrogant and suspicious minds, Imperial Prince Naki most likely wouldn't seek out protection beneath the wing of Tian Mingzi. But with Mr. Zhou. However, he didn't do this. This caused Lin Ming to suspect that during his time in Tragic Death Valley, Imperial Prince Naki had found an even stronger helper. As Lin Ming was thinking this, the warning array he left outside of the black stone altar was touched. At this time, the warning array was directly shattered. Lin Ming's thoughts turned cold. Someone had come, and they were apparently much stronger than Mr. Zhou. At this time, outside of Bai Chi's tomb, for Saint race martial artists were floating in the endless starry skies. Among these four people was Imperial Prince Naki. Of the three people, one was Imperial Prince Naki's subordinate, Manyu, a half-step world king. The other two wore gray capes, their bodies emitting a horrifying aura that was mysterious and dangerous. One of these two gray-robed people was faintly in the lead. This person was Mr. Ash Murder, the person Naki had invited here. Ash Murder was a saint, and had once been shown graciousness in the past by the first-ranked disciple of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Now, by helping Naki, this was the same as returning the favor he owed from the past. Mr. Ash Murder's sense is truly sharp. Even such a secretive warning array formation was easily discovered by you, Imperial Prince Naki praised from his heart. He didn't know that he had unknowingly stepped into a warning array formation. Even with Mr. Ash Murder reminding him, he still wouldn't have been able to see it. Only when Mr. Ash Murder destroyed the array formation had he been able to sense it. This warning array formation shouldn't have been laid down by that brat Lin Ming, right? Imperial Prince Naki rubbed his chin. If Lin Ming was somewhere ahead of them, laying down a warning array formation so that he could ambush them or escape ahead of time was a highly likely possibility. The only problem was that Naki didn't believe this. He found it hard to imagine that Lin Ming's attainments in array formations had reached such a high degree, to a degree that he couldn't sense it at all, and only someone like Ash Murder could do so. This disparity was simply far too great. He admitted that he was lacking in certain aspects when compared to Lin Ming, but he wouldn't be lacking to such a degree. Ash Murder hesitated for a moment and then said in a deep and icy tone, "It shouldn't be him. This warning array formation comes from the same lineage as the killing array formations here. The Dao patterns and array symbols are very similar. It's unlikely that they stem from the hands of a junior." When Lin Ming laid down the array formation, he had used the exclusive Dao patterns of the Azura Heavenly Dao. This was also the reason why Imperial Prince Naki, as well as Mr. Zhou, hadn't been able to sense the warning array formation. So that's how it is. If it was part of the killing array formation here, then it's not surprising that I wasn't able to discover it. Imperial Prince Naki immediately became aware, feeling that this argument was fair. He laughed. Mr. Ash Murder is too fierce. All the dangers that we encountered along the way weren't able to hinder Mr. Ash Murder at all. Speaking of it, these so-called killing zones must be nothing but fun little danger games to Mr. Ash Murder. Perhaps even calling them games is too high a word. Ha ha ha. Imperial Prince Naki laughed out loud. His subordinate Manyu also followed in kind. Your Highness is right. Although this god-burying ridge is risky, that also depends on the person. With Mr. Ash Murder's strength, coming in and out of here should be extremely easy. Ash Murder only faintly smiled at the flattering of these people. His strength had already reached the level of a half-step Empyrean, and in these past years he had also studied ancient arrays. Thus he didn't fear the killing array formations too much. Although he couldn't freely wander about, he wouldn't meet any dangers as long as he was a bit more careful. In the past, the Saint Sovereign's disciple, Empyrean Saint Mountain, gave me a great graciousness. And now, today I shall help you eliminate this future disaster to the Saint race. This can be considered as returning the favor. As for breaking through array formations, that's just something I happen to be an expert at. In this god-burying ridge, the only place I somewhat fear is Tragic Death Valley. As for the other places, they can't be considered much at all. Even for that Tragic Death Valley, once I break into the Empyrean realm, I will also go in to take a look. Ash Murder's words were calm and plain but filled with a high degree of confidence. He truly did want to go to Tragic Death Valley. Haha, Mr. Ash Murder, I think perhaps the rumors of Tragic Death Valley are overly exaggerated. Even that brat Lin Ming was able to enter Tragic Death Valley and also safely leave. I think that this Tragic Death Valley is far too mediocre. Imperial Prince Naki coldly coughed. If Lin Ming had truly traveled into Tragic Death Valley and then safely left, he would become the sole person in 10 billion years to do so. Naki naturally refused to accept this no matter what. Thus he had to disparage Lin Ming at any given opportunity. Mr. Ash Murder coldly sneered. Tragic Death Valley is indeed extremely dangerous. Although you say that Lin Ming safely emerged from Tragic Death Valley, I can't believe that at all. Imperial Prince Naki was stunned. This is something that Tian Mingzi saw with his own eyes. Does he have some reason to lie? Anything is possible. A contemptuous light flashed in Mr. Ash Murder's eyes. Words could be unreliable. Only seeing was believing. If someone were to say that a divine transformation realm youth had entered Tragic Death Valley, a place where even Empyreans perished, and had then safely emerged to become the first person to do so in 10 billion years, then he found that impossible to believe. Moreover, Ash Murder had also studied Tragic Death Valley in the past and knew that Empyreans had indeed died there. For a junior like Lin Ming to do something as ridiculous as breaking out of Tragic Death Valley, Ash Murder wouldn't believe it even if he saw this happen with his own eyes, much less believe it based on someone else's account. It's either Tian Mingzi is being untruthful, or that Lin Ming in truth never entered Tragic Death Valley to begin with and was only camouflaging himself. Mr. Ash Murder said with absolute confidence. Naki was startled, but he felt this was also extremely likely. At the time, besides Tian Mingzi, no one else had seen Lin Ming fly into Tragic Death Valley. And afterwards, none of them had seen Lin Ming emerge from Tragic Death Valley with their own eyes. They had only heard about his whereabouts and had caught up to him here. Who knew if Lin Ming was simply making circles around Tragic Death Valley? A bystander can see the situation clearly. What Mr. Ash Murder says is right. I was far too ready to believe in the words of others. This is mainly because I subconsciously believed that Lin Ming had an unbelievably great destiny upon his body. Thus it was likely that anything incredible could happen to him and not be strange at all, so I believed everything I heard. Naki frowned as he spoke. He needed to reconsider everything that Tian Mingzi had told him. It wasn't because he thought that Tian Mingzi was lying to him on purpose, but as Ash Murder said, if Lin Ming with his divine transformation realm cultivation was really the first person to leave Tragic Death Valley safely in 10 billion years, then this was simply too unbelievable, no matter who heard it. Naki believed that because he had been defeated miserably by Lin Ming in the past, he subconsciously thought that it was possible for Lin Ming to create any miracle afterwards. This sort of thinking was the same as being mentally defeated before he even fought Lin Ming. Once a martial artist developed this sort of thinking, it was nearly impossible for them to surpass the other party. Tragic Death Valley is a place where even Empyreans will be trapped forever. If you say a divine transformation realm junior can break out, then you are simply taking the world as a joke. Ash Murder snorted in scathing disdain at Tian Mingzi's opinion. Imperial Prince, In the future you will be a leader of the saint race and your achievements might be no worse than the good fortune saint's sons. You must not let a human junior throw your heart into confusion. Ashmurder looked at Naki and meaningfully said. Naki respectfully said, "This junior is truly ashamed. In these past years, during the battle at Chaotic Blood Continent as well as leaving my name upon the Emperor Stone, I have been defeated twice. Those events have really left this junior impatiently angry. In truth, when I fought Lin Ming in the battle on Chaotic Blood Continent, I wasn't any worse than he was, and when we left our names upon the Emperor Stone, that wasn't a true contest of our strength. I will restore my confidence and kill Lin Ming, so that my heart of martial arts will achieve perfection. It's commendable that you can realize this. Let's continue forwards now. That human junior shouldn't be too far away." They had temporarily lost track of Mr. Zhou's trail. But they weren't worried about this because in Chaos Prison, there were many space barriers and space-time storms, so it was normal to lose contact with tracking marks. Like this, the four people passed through a space crack and then arrived in a grand hall. Within this grand hall was a magnificent black stone altar. It immediately attracted the attention of the four. The black stone altar was covered in dense layers of Tao patterns. 108 fierce sculptures surrounded it, flooding the hall with a terrifying demonic power. This place is... Imperial Prince Naki's eyes brightened. He could immediately sense that this place was extraordinary. Interesting. Ashmurder traced his beard, laughing. He had used his sense to investigate just now and discovered that there were likely some treasures buried beneath the black stone altar. The heavens truly help me. If I'm not wrong, then there are treasures in this place, and there must be a buried divine trove of some sort. I have come to God Burying Ridge several times before, but I never imagined that there would be such great treasures buried in this danger zone. This is a tremendous lucky chance. Although I first came here to hunt down some human junior, this is a perfect coincidence. Ha ha ha! Buried treasure. Imperial Prince Naki was immediately enthused by these words. He and Ashmurder were traveling together and Ashmurder also owed a favor to his good fortune Saint Palace. By all reasoning, a part of the treasures should be divided to him. Moreover, it was said that this God-burying ridge was connected to the Azura Roadmaster. If so, then perhaps this buried treasure was also related to the Azura Roadmaster. The value and rarity of the Azura Roadmaster's treasures could be imagined. However, being enthused was only being enthused. Imperial Prince Naki still didn't lose his calm. Mr. Ashmurder, the aura of demonic power here is too thick, and those 108 sculptures are each concealing a deep killing intent. This is a danger zone, and although there is buried treasure here, obtaining it will not be easy. Of course. Ashmurder easily responded, his face filled with confidence. This divine trove is guarded by layers upon layers of protections, so how could it be easy to obtain? Even someone like me must use some effort, but that is only some effort and eventually I will obtain the treasures. These array formations have already existed for billions or even 10 billion years. If the might of the array formations in the past were at a 10, then their present state can only be called a 1. Ashmurder wasn't blindly confident in himself. No matter what array formation it would be greatly weakened over 10 billion years of time. Moreover, he possessed a half-step Empyrean cultivation as well as an understanding into ancient array formations. He was confident he could eventually break through the array formation here. Guard me. I will study the Tao patterns first. Upon saying this, Ashmurder carefully stepped forwards. The step he took avoided the Death Zone's runes. Although he didn't understand the Azura Heavenly Tao, by relying on his experience of ancient arrays, he could faintly feel his way through 1 or 2 steps. Although Ashmurder didn't step on any Death Zones, because of Mr. Zhou's previous invasion, the great absolute killing array within Bai Chi's tomb was already activated. Now, this step of his had become the fire that lit the fuse. Those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers began to restlessly stir, the red light in their eyes becoming increasingly bright. A bright red light began sparkling within the eyes of the 108 sculptures, causing a deep sense of fear to stir within Ashmurder. Their bodies were emitting a horrifying demonic power. These sculptures, Naki looked at the 108 sculptures, frowning. He could sense a dangerous aura from them, one that made him feel sick and uneasy. Mr. Ash Murder. Naki couldn't help but call out. It's no problem. Ash Murder waved his hand. The situation is still well within my hand. Ash Murder took a step back, turning towards those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers. Astral essence revolved all over his body as he maintained an air of calm around him. Seeing Ash Murder's appearance, Naki felt slightly relieved. Within this absolute killing zone of God-burying ridge, he was far too weak. He needed the protection of powerhouses to survive here. These 108 sculptures are guarding the divine trove. For such a divine trove, it would actually be more strange if there weren't guardians. Ash Murder raised both his hands together, drawing Tao patterns in the air. We first must handle them, otherwise it will be extremely troublesome once we are digging up the treasures. As Ash Murder spoke, he formed thousands of Tao patterns in the air with his hands. 33 heavens, the gods of life and death, by the name of Ash Murder, seal away all existence. Ash Murder's body shook as he shot out a gray chaos light. This chaos light was actually a little similar to the black hole from the Divine Seal art. Of course, it was immeasurably far from reaching the realm of the Divine Seal art. The Divine Seal art was a cultivation method created by a true divinity, whereas Ash Murder's sealing technique was only from an incomplete transcendent divine might. However, as a half-step Empyrean, Ash Murder's cultivation was able to make up for the difference in levels. Several thousand array symbols shot out, instantly blocking the void all around him. He actually wanted to seal away the 108 puppets. As this sealing technique was shot out by Ash Murder, these 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers violently trembled. The red light in their eyes became increasingly savage and cruel, and stone flakes shed off from their bodies. They had come back to life. The strength of these 108 spectral soldiers gathered together. For a time, the entire hall was flooded in a storm of their potent demonic power. Bang! The void shook and the earth trembled. The space crack behind the group suddenly closed as the black stone altar sealed away all exits once more. Mr. Ash Murder. Naki nearly lost his voice crying out as he saw the space crack disappear. Don't worry. The situation is still under my control. Ash Murder clenched his teeth as he spoke. At this time his face was extremely ugly. The strength of these 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers had far surpassed his imagination. These are guard puppets formed by some sage. Moreover, they were all world kings before their death. Ash Murder's eyesight was outstanding. He could immediately see through a part of the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers' array formation. If this was really a true battle array formed by 108 world kings, then Ash Murder would die without a shadow of doubt. But currently, this was only an array formation composed of 108 world king corpse puppets. With this, he still had the strength to fight. Although Ash Murder thought highly of himself and seemed overly arrogant, he truly did possess a certain level of ability. With his half-step Empyrean cultivation, he was much stronger than Mr. Zhou. Whoosh! 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 The gray chaos light that Ash Murder shot out formed gray ropes that wrapped around the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers. These ropes were covered with shimmering runes. In Lin Ming's eyes, these runes were extremely crude, but with so many of them connected together in addition to Ash Murder's half-step Empyrean cultivation, they were extremely effective. Just 3 of these ropes could bind a celestial body. But at this time, the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers completely recovered. They raised their various weapons and chopped down at Ash Murder's sealing array. Kacha! 108 weapons slashed down at these gray ropes. This attack caused Ash Murder to pale. Luckily, these iron-armored spectral soldiers had limited intelligence. The force of their attacks was spread all throughout the ropes. If they had joined together to attack one spot on the rope, then it would have been immediately cut in half. I can't divide my attention. Come and lend me a hand. These 108 puppets form a battle array. If we can kill a few of them, then the situation will become much easier to handle. Ash Murder bellowed. At the same time, he waved his hand and tossed out 2 human-shaped puppets from his inner world. as well as a blue wolf the size of an ox. Ash Murder himself also refined puppets, and that blue puppet was his contract beast. 2 puppets, a blue wolf, in addition to Imperial Prince Naki and 2 others. There were now 7 fighters gathered on Ash Murder's side. By himself, Ash Murder was using a sealing technique to prevent a frontal collision with those 108 iron-armored soldiers. He was well aware that if his sealing technique broke and those iron-armored spectral soldiers rushed towards them, the consequences would be inconceivable. Seeing Ash Murder holding up the sealing ropes by himself and reaching his limit, Naki and the others didn't hesitate. All of them joined forces to attack the iron-armored spectral soldiers. Their ultimate attacks composed a simple battle array. With the 3 people, a beast, and 2 puppets joining their attacks, a raging torrent of energy erupted outwards. "Attack!" Naki shouted out loud, ready to release the tyrannical energy of their attack. The iron-armored spectral soldiers in Bai Chi's tomb were formidable, but after billions of years, their bodies had inevitably deteriorated. As long as they could land this attack, killing several of them shouldn't be a problem. But just as he was about to attack, he felt a cold chill shoot up his back and into the heavens. A profound killing intent had locked onto him. Someone was sneak attacking him. This was the first thought that raced through Naki's mind. He had experienced countless life and death battles, and his body had been conditioned to reflexively respond to dangers in a time of crisis. He didn't think about anything else and immediately leapt forwards. As he rushed forwards, Naki caught a glimpse of the person who was sneak attacking him. Then his mind shook. "Lin Ming, it's you." A blazing anger ignited in Naki's eyes. He watched helplessly as Lin Ming appeared from the shadows like a ghost, grasping the phoenix blood spear in his hand. Behind him, the phantom of a massive true dragon had appeared. The power of fire and thunder, heavenly tribulation gathered onto the phoenix blood spear. Howling flames and churning thunder wove together, forming a sea of red and purple. Kacha! A spear thrust forwards with unstoppable momentum, exploding towards Imperial Prince Naki and the others. The temporary combat array they formed immediately exploded to pieces, and the energy they gathered was also blown up by Lin Ming's spear. A terrifying wave of energy blew outwards. The 2 puppets that Ash Murder released were caught up in this detonation of energy and broke into pieces. Ash Murder's puppets shouldn't have been so weak. But something like a puppet depended on their energy to fight, and at this time the 2 puppets had gathered all of their energy to attack the iron-armored spectral soldiers. The puppets simply hadn't reserved any energy to protect themselves, and had instead been struck down by Lin Ming. After the puppets were instantly destroyed, Lin Ming's spear potential didn't end. He attacked once more, and the one he chose to attack this time was Imperial Prince Naki. Out of everyone here, Naki was not some strong and mighty figure, but he was an extremely important person. This was because his status was extremely special. If Naki died, then this would ruin the mentality of everyone here as well as cause tremendous losses to the Saint race. At this time, Ash Murder was using all of his strength to hold back the iron-armored spectral soldiers. He simply didn't have time to help. Naki had to face Lin Ming directly. Naki drew backwards, using a halberd to block the waves of energy. Lin Ming, despicable villain like you, can only ambush others. At this time, Naki's eyes as he glared at Lin Ming could nearly spit out fire. "You are calling me a despicable villain? I am younger than you, and yet to hunt me down you actually brought a half-step Empyrean as well as 2 world kings. Yet you still call me a despicable villain? Do you have any face at all? If you have the courage, then come and fight me yourself. If you are too scared, then you are even less than a turtle." Lin Ming shot out his spear straight towards Naki's chest. "Hey turtle, why aren't you running? Are you planning on meeting my strike head-on?" Lin Ming's imperious attitude enraged Naki. "Do you think I really fear you? During the battle on Chaotic Blood Continent, you only won because of a magic tool that wasn't your ability at all. Take my halberd." The hate and anger within Naki's heart erupted like a volcano. Facing Lin Ming's spear, he no longer evaded but instead struck out his halberd in an open welcome. Naki's halberd was like a falling mountain. Golden light radiated outwards. Seeing Naki's strike falling down, Lin Ming fiendishly laughed. He simultaneously released the 8 inner hidden gates and heretical god force to the limit. The phoenix blood spear in his hands emitted a keening cry. For a time, his spear light howled out like a true dragon. Imperial Prince, be careful. Ash Murder shouted out from behind Naki. However, this warning was too late. Naki's all-out strike, that dazzling and thick golden spear light, was actually instantly torn into pieces by the true dragon phantom formed by Lin Ming's spear. This true dragon seemed all-powerful, undefeatable as it roared towards Naki. Just the aura of that dreadful true dragon caused Naki's protective astral essence to shake, as if it would collapse at any moment. Naki was panic-stricken. Just how was this possible? He never thought that he was much worse than Lin Ming. Even though he lost to Lin Ming in the contest of the Emperor's Stone, that was only the difference in talent and potential. Something like potential only slowly translated to strength over a long period of time. In terms of current strength, Naki didn't think he would lose to Lin Ming. At least not by much. Imperial Prince, Your Highness. Beside Naki, the half-step world king, Man Yu, rushed forwards, slashing his saber down at the true dragon phantom. However, even after being cut by the saber, the true dragon phantom continued with unstoppable force. Explode! Lin Ming shouted out. All of the strength poured into the true dragon phantom instantly erupted. That half-step world king was blown away. As for Naki, he bore the brunt of this attack. Lin Ming's spear smashed into his chest. Kacha! Naki's protective astral essence shattered to pieces along with the treasure armor he wore. His ribs broke apart and he spat out a great mouthful of blood. His organs ruptured and he was sent flying backwards like a torn-up sack. How could this be? He is not at divine transformation. He is a divine lord. Naki's eyes were blurred and empty. The moment that he was struck by Lin Ming, he also determined Lin Ming's cultivation. At that time, it was like someone had pulled out his spine. Lin Ming's spear strike not only crushed Naki's ribs and organs, but it also completely annihilated his confidence. He couldn't believe that a mere several years ago, Lin Ming had only been at the middle divine transformation realm and now he had grown into the divine lord realm. As for Naki himself, during the Battle of Chaotic Blood Continent, he had only been at the late Saint Transformation realm. And even now, he was still at the late Saint Transformation realm. Although his strength had grown, his cultivation remained stranded where it was. Compared to Lin Ming, this was the same as the heavens and earth. This is because of the approval of the Emperor's Stone? How can I ever surpass such potential? In that moment, Naki's physical wounds were not as great as the wounds of his mind. He had completely lost all courage to face Lin Ming. Seeing Imperial Prince Naki grievously injured by his spear strike, how could Lin Ming give him a chance to recover? Taking advantage of his weakened state, Lin Ming stepped forwards, slashing out the Phoenix blood spear to take Naki's head, to finish off his opponents without any reservation. This was how Lin Ming fought. Your Highness! Beside Naki, Man Yu cried out in panic. If the Imperial Prince died, then it would be because of his protection being flawed. Once he returned to the Saint race, he would suffer extreme penalties. You dare to injure the Imperial Prince of my people? I'll take your life. Man Yu grabbed a saber and cut out at Lin Ming's waist, wanting to use this attack to force him back. Lin Ming shouted out loud and a broad and ancient stone gate appeared beside him. This stone gate was as stable and still as a mountain, completely blocking Man Yu's saber strike. Kacha! The saber slashed down on the stone gate. The stone gate only trembled a little, but not a single mark was left behind. Out of my way! Lin Ming struck his palm out on the stone gate. The stone gate howled out, suppressing Man Yu. This brat! Man Yu was shocked. Lin Ming's strength had far exceeded his imagination. By himself, he actually faced all of them together and had taken the upper hand. Although it could be said that Lin Ming took advantage to sneak attack them the moment they were all focused on dealing with the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers. For him to accomplish this was nearly unbelievable. After all, he only had an early Divine Lord cultivation. Man Yu didn't have time to think about how Lin Ming broke into the Divine Lord realm in just a few years. he had to face off against this incomparably heavy primordius gate. This area was an absolute killing zone. Although Lin Ming was able to recklessly dash about, Man Yu definitely didn't have the courage to do so. He slashed out several hundred saber lights, all of the saber lights crashing onto the primordius gate and releasing a dazzling explosion. At the same time, he roared out loud and used his fists to punch against the primordius gate. He wanted to use his powerful Saint Race body to forcefully resist the primordius gate. His entire body swelled with blood vitality, some of it even leaking out the corners of his mouth. He turned around and what he saw left his body icy cold. Lin Ming had already arrived in front of Naki. Naki's face was pale. Right now, his life hung on the thinnest thread. Lin Ming's attack was merciless. With a sharp thrust of his hand, the phoenix blood spear whistled forth, howling towards Naki like a raging red dragon. As long as the spear struck, Naki would die without a burial ground. But as soon as the phoenix blood spear was about to strike Naki, a gray rope whipped outwards and wrapped around Naki, immediately carrying him away. Bang! The phoenix blood spear heavily smashed into a space barrier. The space barrier trembled and divine light shot out, but the space barrier didn't even have the tiniest crack. This was the space barrier that held by Qi's grave. Not even a great world king was able to break through it. Just a little bit more. Lin Ming darkly sighed in regret. Just a little more and he would have killed Naki. As he turned around, he saw Naki wrapped in the gray rope and shooting towards a gray-robed man. Naki entered his inner world, vanishing from sight. This gray-robed man was that mysterious Mr. Ash Murder. So you are Lin Ming. To think that you would ambush us here. You little beast. I will take your life. Ash Murder was so angry that his insides were gurgling within him, seething with rage. Lin Ming had chosen the time when his concentration was completely focused on other matters to sneak attack him. Before this, he didn't even know that Lin Ming had been hiding here. Lin Ming's sudden appearance had left Ash Murder startled. The battle array that Imperial Prince Naki and the others formed had been shattered by Lin Ming, and the two puppets were also crushed apart by him. Not just that, but Lin Ming had made him lose his concentration in order to save Naki. This caused the pressure of those 108 puppets to be even greater on him. This brat was already long waiting in ambush here. He was waiting for us to break out of the array formation before he sneak attacked us. Ash Murder wasn't an idiot. He was able to immediately understand what was happening. A junior that was only several dozen years old was able to freely move within a danger zone of God-burying ridge, a place where even world kings could perish. Not just that, but he was able to keep guard in this ancient array formation and ambush a half-step Empyrean. This boldness and these methods caused even Ash Murder to feel a cold chill run down his spine. Lin Ming glanced at Ash Murder and simply didn't bother him with. He turned around and immediately attacked Man Yu. Although Ash Murder had invested all of his strength into sealing away the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers and was unable to divert his attention, he still possessed a half-step Empyrean cultivation and likely had many terrifying abilities. Lin Ming found it hard to contend with an ordinary world king right now. If he approached Ash Murder, a simple strike would severely wound him or even kill him. The most intelligent plan would be to wait until Ash Murder was completely exhausted by the iron-armored spectral soldiers, and then Lin Ming could wait for a chance to deal with him. Brat! You really do not know the meaning of death or danger. Man Yu was already enraged by Lin Ming. He had been caught off guard by Lin Ming's sneak attack, and now that he saw Lin Ming continue to attack him, he roared out loud, grasped his saber and slashed out at Lin Ming. All of his strength was poured into this saber strike without any held back. He had already seen Lin Ming's strength with his own eyes, but he didn't believe that Lin Ming had the strength to kill a half-step world king in frontal combat. A saber cut out, the saber light piercing through the dark like a bolt of lightning. At this time, the Phoenix blood spear was still covered with the interwoven power of thunder and fire, but it was different from the previous red and purple spear light. This time, Lin Ming's spear also contained a gray light, one that seemed to swallow all of existence. This gray light was concealed in the spear light, seeming common and humble, something that no one would notice. After all, It wasn't strange for a martial artist's attack to cause an eruption of multicolored lights. These lights were the colors of the various laws. Kacha! An explosive whistling burst out and Lin Ming's figure suddenly came to a stop. His spear crashed into the saber and the power of thunder and fire erupted, surging outwards. A terrifying impact spread through Lin Ming's body, causing him to fly away. He didn't lose his balance because of Manyu's attack, but had used the attack to swiftly bounce away like a bird. As for Manyu, his body shook for a moment before he stabilized himself. Manyu, join forces with my contract beast and delay Lin Ming. I just need you to buy me some more time. Ash Murder shouted as blue veins stuck out all over his face. In that collision just now, Lin Ming had been forced back and Manyu had only shaken a bit. This allowed Ash Murder to let out a breath of relief. As long as Manyu could suppress Lin Ming, then all he had to do was seal away these iron-armored spectral soldiers. Once he did so, killing Lin Ming was only a matter of time. Wu! With Ash Murder's order, the silver-blue wolf contract beast let loose a howl as it hurtled itself towards Lin Ming. In that explosion just now, the silver-blue wolf had also been injured. But the life force of an ancient vicious beast was extremely tough. Even if it were severely wounded, it could still stubbornly continue fighting. The silver-blue wolf flanked Lin Ming and leapt at him. At Ash Murder's order, Manyu should have joined in to attack from Lin Ming's right. However, as the blue wolf rushed forwards, Manyu remained motionless as before. During his collision with Lin Ming just now, when Manyu broke through the thunder and fire heavenly tribulation, an all-swallowing black light had shot into his spiritual sea. This black light was a soul attack that came from the inheritance of Empyrean Divine Mist. This was Empyrean Divine Mist's transcendent divine might. Empyrean Divine Mist's soul attacks were completely different from all other soul attacks that Lin Ming knew of. Most soul attacks used one's own soul as the weapon, and if the attack failed, one would receive a backlash to the soul. But Empyrean Divine Mist's soul attacks could actually use energy to directly strike an opponent's soul, without any need for using one's own soul as the attack medium. As long as one fused this energy into their attack, then this attack would have both a material attack as well as a soul attack. This was a nearly unstoppable strike. What is happening? Seeing Manyu remain motionless, Ash Murder was confused. Manyu hadn't died, but his mind had entered a state of utter chaos, one that he was unable to rid himself of. And at this time, Lin Ming welcomed the silver-blue wolf. With a loud shout, he opened the 8 inner hidden gates to their limits. The phantom of a true dragon reappeared behind him. Celestial Tyrant Manual 100-layered waves. In an instant, 100 spears thrust out and fused as one. Lin Ming's bodily strength suddenly increased by several times, reaching several billion genes of strength. After losing Manyu's pincer attack, the silver-blue wolf had to face Lin Ming alone. Bang! Lin Ming's spear crashed into the silver-blue wolf's skull. An impact force of several billion genes erupted. With a loud cracking sound, the silver-blue wolf's skull caved in and its 2 eyeballs were popped out by the pressure. Wu! The silver-blue wolf emitted a sorrowful howl. Its magnificent body was directly pounded into the ground by Lin Ming's brutal and absolute strength. Fresh blood and pieces of meat were sent flying out. Lin Ming's attack was ruthless, giving no chance of reprieve. He stepped forwards, thrusting his spear out at the silver-blue wolf's throat. The phoenix blood spear pierced through, and with a twist, the silver-blue wolf's throat and neck were torn apart as the spine was completely severed. Like this, the silver-blue wolf died a miserable death. Silverback. Seeing Lin Ming kill his own contract beast, Ash Murder's eyes turned red with rage. His blue wolf wasn't strong. Although the blue wolf was an ancient vicious beast, ancient vicious beasts normally grew at a slower pace than the mortal races. He had tamed the blue wolf far too early, and although Ash Murder was at the half-step Empyrean realm, the blue wolf was only equal to a mid to late Saint Transformation realm martial artist. At this point, the blue wolf was no longer able to provide much help to Ash Murder, but Ash Murder had always felt an extremely deep sentimentality towards this contract beast that he had raised for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, this contract beast of his had been killed by Lin Ming's spear strike. How he could not hate! Brat! I will pull out your soul and tear you to pieces, Ashmurder angrily roared. He felt like a lion that had been wrapped in chains and was now being played around with by a mouse. As for Lin Ming, he simply didn't care about Ashmurder's threat. He turned around and rushed towards Manu, who was still frozen by his soul attack. At the same time, Ashmurder's body burnt all over with gray flames. His face turned as red as fresh blood. Then, he suddenly bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out blood essence. This blood essence began to brilliantly burn. Ashmurder had been pushed to the brink by Lin Ming. Without any hesitation, he burnt his blood essence to use an arcane skill. He vowed to kill Lin Ming here and now. Piki-paka! Ashmurder's entire body erupted with astral essence. His upper robes tore apart, revealing a vibrant and thickly muscled body as strong as diamonds. These muscles were completely covered with blue veins that stuck out like worms, continuing to inflate. As his muscles inflated, Ashmurder also increased in size. His skin split apart and massive bone spikes stretched out from his body, shining with a cold light. Many Saint race martial artists were capable of body metamorphosis, and Ashmurder was no exception to this. With an enraged half-step Empyrean burning his blood essence and then metamorphosing his body, it could be imagined just how dangerous he was. Chila! All of Ashmurder's clothes split apart. Behind him, a pair of dripping wings stretched out, similar to a bat. Ashmurder's arms also grew to 7 or 8 feet long as an adult was high. His arms were covered with blue veins and had claws that were sharp and fierce. After transforming his body, Ashmurder resembled a savage demon. As Ashmurder transformed his body, the gray ropes he formed with his sealing technique also burst apart. With Naki's combat array broken, it was no longer realistic for Ashmurder to think of sealing away these 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers, especially in the face of Lin Ming's assault. With this being the case, he no longer bothered with sealing away the spectral soldiers. Instead, he chose to fight. He wanted to tear apart Lin Ming and then break through this array formation of iron-armored spectral soldiers. Although these spectral soldiers were strong, once he ripped apart a corner it would be possible to escape. You little beast! Give me your life! After burning his blood essence, Ashmurder's face was blood red. He completely ignored the iron-armored spectral soldiers and crazily threw himself towards Lin Ming, wanting to kill this human brat who he hated to the extreme. Seeing Ashmurder hurtle towards him, Lin Ming remained calm. For Lin Ming to face Ashmurder in this condition would be a hopeless battle. Then, a table-sized gray palace shot out from Lin Ming's inner world, rapidly spinning about. Lin Ming sank into this palace, vanishing from sight. This was Primordius' Heavenly Palace, an escape route that Lin Ming had kept in place all this time. Seeing this, Ashmurder sneered. You want to hide away in your abode, but you will die all the same. I will crush your turtle shell. Kacha! With a terrifying sonic boom, Ashmurder's claws struck Primordius' Heavenly Palace. The grand array formation within the Heavenly Palace violently trembled. However, although the array formation shook, there wasn't the slightest crack in its defenses. Primordius' Heavenly Palace had solidly withstood Ashmurder's attack. According to Empyrean Primordius, as long as Primordius' Heavenly Palace was given enough energy, no force below that of an Empyrean would be able to break through it. Although Ashmurder had transformed his body and burnt his blood essence, he was still a half-step Empyrean. Moreover, he couldn't be considered an outstanding existence amongst half-step Empyreans. Between him and a true Empyrean, the difference was immeasurably vast. It was absolutely impossible for him to break through the defenses of Primordius' Heavenly Palace. What? That strike just now had caused Ashmurder's arms to go numb. He didn't think that his all-out strike would actually be blocked by such a common-looking palace. With his strength, he could crush thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and yet he couldn't even break apart this table-sized palace. Is this an Empyrean spirit treasure? Ashmurder immediately thought. An Empyrean spirit treasure wasn't too rare. Even he possessed them. But most Empyrean spirit treasures were weapons and armor. In their life, an Empyrean ordinarily refined 2 or 3 Empyrean spirit treasures, and with the countless Empyreans that had appeared in the 33 heavens through the billions of years of history, there were many weapons and armors left behind by them. As for other categories of Empyrean spirit treasures such as accessories, flexible armors, pill furnaces, or other such treasures, they were mostly ignored. These types of objects had extremely harsh requirements in terms of materials and array formations needed. An Empyrean wouldn't normally refine such items, thus not many of these types of Empyrean spirit treasures existed. And, if there was a category of Empyrean spirit treasure that was rarer than those, that would be an immortal abode spirit ship. A weapon could be refined from a piece of divine iron, but a dwelling was different. It required far too many complex structures and array formations, making it so that it would inevitably be shaky and weak. But now, Lin Ming's Empyrean spirit treasure was such a rare immortal abode spirit ship. And, if it could block his attack so easily, then it likely wasn't just an Empyrean spirit treasure, but the highest peak of Empyrean spirit treasures. All of these thoughts passed through Ashmurder's mind like a bolt of lightning. But at this time, his complexion immediately changed. He could feel a massive killing intent lock onto him. He had stepped onto a death zone Dao pattern. Damn! Ashmurder cursed in his heart. This wasn't a coincidence at all, but a plan Lin Ming had thought of from the start. Lin Ming had deliberately stood behind this death zone Dao pattern. When Ashmurder attacked Lin Ming, he had stepped into this trap. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of black divine lights shot out from all directions, blocking all directions for Ashmurder to dodge in. In that moment, Ashmurder was so enraged that his hair almost flew straight up and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. His intestines hurt from anger so much that they twisted in his body. In this encounter with Lin Ming, he had been suppressed and controlled at every turn, suffering loss after loss. How could he not be infuriated? You little bastard, you remember me. Underneath the net of black lights, dodging was no longer possible. Ashmurder roared out loud and closed his 2 wings around himself. He stimulated his astral essence to the limit, forcefully resisting this strike. This was an absolute killing zone that Lin Ming had carefully chosen. It was at least 100 times more dangerous than normal danger zones. Since Lin Ming wanted to kill Ashmurder, he naturally had to choose the riskiest place. Pong! Thick beams of black light crashed into Ashmurder's protective astral essence. They pierced through his wings and smashed into his body. Ashmurder's muscles tore and his blood vessels burst apart. However, Ashmurder was indeed worthy of being called a half-step Empyrean powerhouse. In addition to the powerful mortal body of a saint, he had abruptly withstood this barrage of black lights. Of course, this was also because Bai Chi's tomb had existed for far too long. Too much of the array formation's energy had faded away, making it much weaker than it was at the start. Otherwise, if it were at full power, then even a true Empyrean might have perished if they entered here. After being tricked by Lin Ming, Ashmurder's entire body was wet with blood. His wings had nearly been torn in half and he looked wretched. As for Lin Ming, he was calmly hiding in Primordius' heavenly palace, watching all of this occur. Haha, old man Ashmurder, your defensive capabilities are quite good. You lived through such an attack, but your wings are torn and you seem a bit pathetic. You continue fighting out there. I'm going to take some pills and restore my condition. After I'm better, I'll come back out to play with you. Lin Ming's words could be called angering someone to death. He purposefully said this to provoke Ashmurder and disrupt his rhythm. He could see that this Ashmurder was extremely strong and also had a certain understanding of array formations. As for the great array formation of Bai Chi's tomb, it had undergone far too long a time. In the case that it wasn't able to kill Ashmurder, the consequences would be disastrous. However, breaking through these Dao patterns required a calm mindset. If Ashmurder wildly stumbled around and stepped onto several more killing zone Dao patterns, the results could be imagined. Disturbing Ashmurder's mindset was the exact effect that Lin Ming wanted. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Ashmurder felt his eye sockets nearly split open. He took a deep breath, glaring at Primordius' heavenly palace with utter hate. His burning gaze seemed as if it could pierce through the heavenly palace and kill Lin Ming. He was well aware that Lin Ming was deliberately angering him, but even though he knew this, it was hard for him to calm down his heart. After all, once he transformed his body, his personality became even more crazy, savage, and hard to control. Ash Murder knew that the dwelling Lin Ming was hiding in was an Empyrean spirit treasure. As long as he continued to attack, he would slowly exhaust the energy of the palace. Then, he could seize Lin Ming and do whatever he wished with him. However, he didn't have this chance because at this time, those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers had already rushed forwards. The moment that he attacked Lin Ming, the remaining other two people, Man Yu and his own follower, had already been hacked to pieces by the spectral soldiers' weapons. Thus, except for Naki who had been received into Ash Murder's inner world, everyone else had died. The iron-armored spectral soldiers roared out loud and hurled themselves towards Ash Murder. Ash Murder broke into the midst of the spectral soldiers, slamming his claws atop one of their heads. Kacha! That iron-armored spectral soldier was smashed away by Ash Murder's claws like a flimsy chicken, crashed into the space barrier, causing cracks to tear through its body. Ash Murder's strike had cracked the spectral soldier's body. This was simply because far too much time had passed and its body had eroded over the years. If Ash Murder only faced a single iron-armored spectral soldier, then he could easily win. But unfortunately, he had to face 108 of them. Pitch-black ghostly sabers chopped down on Ash Murder's body. All of these iron-armored spectral soldiers were covered in a thick aura of death, as if they were evil ghosts that rushed out from the depths of hell. Old idiot Ash Murder, you're quite fierce, but I don't think you'll be able to last much longer. This place is quite peaceful. It would be perfect for your tomb. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. Lin Ming began making a ruckus from within Primordius' heavenly palace once more. Ash Murder's eyes blazed red. He forcefully held back the cruel and savage personality he gained after transforming his body. If he could just grab a hold of Lin Ming right now, he would tear him to strips. Whoosh! A burning arrow shot towards Ash Murder. Ash Murder punched out, blowing up the arrow. Then, with a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 nearby spectral soldiers were sent flying back by him. Amazing! Lin Ming clapped. Splendid! You are truly splendid. This is extremely entertaining. How come it feels like I'm watching a monkey dance around? Lin Ming tried to anger Ash Murder some more. In front of Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian traced her chin as she sized up Lin Ming. You're too naughty, Lin Ming. I think that old man Ash Murder, even if he isn't killed by the army of those iron-armored spectral soldiers, would still be angered to death by you. Lin Ming shook his head, saying, It would be great if I could anger him to death. This person is extremely fierce. Normally, it is very difficult to control your personality after undergoing body metamorphosis, but even after being mocked by me, he is still managing to suppress the negative thoughts in his heart so that he doesn't step into some danger zone. As Lin Ming spoke, he was continuously keeping track of Ash Murder's steps. The Tao patterns in Bai Chi's tomb were in all directions and at all heights. Whether it was flying in the air or walking on the ground, one could touch them. As for Ash Murder, it was impossible for him to remain still while fighting these iron-armored spectral soldiers. And if he were to be forced all over, then he would inevitably fall into a danger zone. After all, he wasn't like Lin Ming, who had a true understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao. Ash Murder only relied on his intuition and the experience he gained through numerous life or death dangers to feel his way between the life zones and death zones. These iron-armored spectral soldiers are being destroyed by him, but once he steps into another death zone, I want to see just how he'll hide. As Lin Ming looked at Ash Murder, his eyes blazed with a brilliant light. In the fierce combat, Ash Murder stepped onto a death zone once more. Ash Murder wasn't like Lin Ming and didn't understand the Azura Road's array formations. It was inevitable that he would step into a death zone. When Ash Murder's foot fell down, the ground of the entire hall shivered. An indescribable killing intent enveloped Ash Murder's heart, causing him to be shocked. He instantly realized that he had stepped onto a death zone Tao pattern. No matter how much he calculated things, It was impossible for Ash Murder to avoid all the death zones. He would touch one sooner or later. Without thinking, Ash Murder immediately drew backwards. But at this time, an extremely strong power of space bound his steps. Then, a life-reaping black light howled towards him. This black light wasn't enough to take Ash Murder's life. But in his current condition, he had already been injured and had even burnt his blood essence as well as a massive amount of astral essence. If he was struck by this black light, then that would be adding wounds upon his wounds, making it difficult for him to continue facing these iron-armored spectral soldiers. In this life-or-death moment, Ash Murder exploded with a thunderous roar. Sacred Soul Primal Spirit. As Ash Murder roared out loud, there was an explosive crackling sound. From within Ash Murder's body, it seemed as if something had been freed. A crazy wave of demonic power surged forth, forming the phantom of an ancient beast behind Ash Murder's body. This ancient beast had two wings, with the body of an animal and the head of a man. This ancient vicious beast had an illusory body, but the aura it emitted was beyond terrifying. As that black light came crashing down, it erupted an incomparably dreadful power that smashed apart all the surrounding space. The space within Bai Chi's tomb had already been locked down by the array formation. Once the killing array began, the space barrier would be closed, sealing away all paths of exit. However, when Ash Murder summoned this ancient vicious beast phantom, he forcefully broke open a crack in space. Within Primordius' heavenly palace, Lin Ming was bewildered. Although the grand array formation of Bai Chi's tomb had greatly weakened through the billions of years, it still wasn't something that an ordinary half-step Empyrean could break through. He could feel that this man-faced ancient vicious beast wasn't a part of Ash Murder's soul. Rather, it was the soul and flesh-blood essence of an ancient beast that had been sealed within his body. In this crucial moment, Ash Murder released this power, causing his strength to instantly rise. Whoosh! 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 Several beams of black light shot forwards. That sacred soul primal spirit savagely roared out, its body immediately bulging outwards, wrapping around Ash Murder to resist that black divine light. Puff puff! All of the black light rained down in a dreadful deluge, sounding as if a thunderstorm was rolling past. A dreadful atmosphere filled the entire hall. In this crazy explosion, the sacred soul primal spirit phantom was torn to pieces by the black light. Ash Murder's entire body was covered in blood. He was nearing his limit. "Break for me!" Ash Murder cried out. He burnt 10% of his blood essence. A ghostly red sheen began shining over his body. As he struck the space barrier with all his strength, 3 surrounding iron-armored spectral soldiers were sucked into the shockwaves, their bodies cracking apart and then exploding into fragments. God's stranding rope. Ash Murder linked his fingers together. 7 or 8 masses of chaos energy gathered together into gray ropes that flew towards Primordius' heavenly palace, instantly tying it down. Lin Ming immediately understood what Ash Murder was trying to do. He didn't plan to fight this iron-armored spectral soldier array formation. Rather, he wanted to break through the void and then escape from Bai Chi's tomb, dragging Lin Ming and Primordius' heavenly palace along with him. As long as he escaped here, then Primordius' heavenly palace would eventually run out of energy. At that time, both he and Xiao Moxian would die without a doubt. "Lin Ming, what do we do?" Xiao Moxian felt her heart tighten as she saw those gods stranding ropes wrap around Primordius' heavenly palace. Although Primordius' heavenly palace was large, if it was sealed away by Ash Murder using his special sealing technique and then taken into his inner world, then carrying it through a small space crack wouldn't be a problem. Ultimately, even though Primordius' heavenly palace was a peak Empyrean spirit treasure, Lin Ming's cultivation was the limiting factor. He was simply unable to activate its movement and could only depend on the great array formation that already existed within Primordius' heavenly palace. This placed him in a completely passive situation. "We can't just wait here to die. We must risk our lives." In that moment, a sharp light flashed through Lin Ming's eyes. This Ash Murder that had come from nowhere had far exceeded his expectations. This was the strength of a half-step Empyrean, someone only inferior to an Empyrean existence. Looking at the entire divine realm, There were likely no more than 1,000 such characters. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A ghostly battle chariot rolled toward Ashmurder. The spectral soldier standing atop this chariot grasped a dark axe as it chopped down at Ashmurder's head. Gray flames burned all over it, emitting a thick aura of death. Ashmurder didn't turn around. He bent his body at an incredible angle to evade the attack, and then his arms stretched out to wrap around that spectral soldier's neck. With a cracking sound, Ashmurder forcefully twisted off that spectral soldier's head. Like this, Ashmurder had already destroyed 30-some iron-armored spectral soldiers. The fewer spectral soldiers there were, the easier it was for Ashmurder to handle them. But at this time, Ashmurder had repeatedly used arcane skills and had even combusted his blood essence. He wouldn't be able to last for much longer. If he continued to fight, then it was possible that he would perish together with these iron-armored spectral soldiers. "Break for me!" Ashmurder roared out in his heart. At this time, he was resisting the onslaught of dozens of iron-armored spectral soldiers. Behind him, the severely damaged Sacred Soul Primal Spirit was breaking apart the space barriers of this hall. The iron-armored spectral soldiers were only lifeless objects with no wisdom of their own. They would first attack things that threatened them, and as for the Sacred Soul Primal Spirit, it was only smashing the space barrier. Because of this, all of the iron-armored spectral soldiers had focused their attacks on Ashmurder, and just a bit less than half of the space barrier had been ripped open by the Sacred Soul Primal Spirit. This fight was becoming increasingly intense. Ashmurder's eyes were red from fury and slaughter, and he had already burnt over 20% of his blood essence. Wounds covered his entire body, and his 2 wings had been completely torn off. His chest and back both had bones exposed, and there were even some that revealed his damaged organs. He had already neared his limit. And at this time, behind Ashmurder, the Sacred Soul Primal Spirit had forcefully withstood the barrage of black lights, and was now using its remaining strength to break open the space barrier. It was nearly exhausted of power. Ashmurder grit his teeth. Today's battle had cost him serious losses. He glared towards Lin Ming's direction with brutal hatred in his eyes. Everything that he lost today would be made up for by Lin Ming's body. Thus, even if carrying away Lin Ming caused his own chances of escaping to be that much lower, he would still do it with no regrets. If he didn't kill Lin Ming, then his thoughts would never flow smoothly for the rest of his life. Something's wrong. Looking towards Primordius' heavenly palace, Ashmurder felt a foreboding premonition in his heart. Out of the god's stranding ropes he used to bind Primordius' heavenly palace, someone had torn up a small section of it. This was proof that someone had taken advantage of the chaos of battle to secretly escape. This brat. Ashmurder felt a profound restlessness surge in his heart. He cast out his sense like a tide, searching for Lin Ming. However, he wasn't able to find him at all. Damn it all! Ashmurder was sure that this wasn't just Lin Ming's plan to distract him and lead him away. During his short contact with Lin Ming, he could feel that although Lin Ming was young, the way he handled his affairs was decisive and crafty. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would just sit here, waiting for his death. Where is he? The longer Ashmurder couldn't find Lin Ming, the more uneasy he became. But in the moment that he had diverted his concentration to search for Lin Ming, an iron-armored spectral soldier had grasped a spear and stabbed Ashmurder's back. The ghostly fires burnt his flesh. Blood shot into the wind. "Ah!" Ashmurder roared. He turned and smashed his palm against the iron-armored soldier's head, breaking it open. Now, he had killed over 40 iron-armored spectral soldiers. All this time, Lin Ming had been hiding in the shadow of the Black Stone Altar's array formation. The moment that Ashmurder shattered the head of this iron-armored spectral soldier, he rushed out like a cheetah. He stepped on the space laws, his speed reaching incredible levels. As he hurtled out from the shadow of the array formation, he had already calculated his path to avoid all the Death Zone Dao patterns. Lin Ming gripped his spear in both hands, his bodily strength climbing to the peak. His target was actually the Sacred Soul Primal Spirit Phantom that was trying to break through the space barrier. Lin Ming's goal was obvious. He wanted to kill the Sacred Soul Primal Spirit Phantom that was already injured, and then trap Ash Murder in by Chi's tomb and strangle him to death here. Lin Ming, you really came out. Did you think I wouldn't be ready for this? Ash Murder demonically grinned as he saw Lin Ming shoot towards his sacred soul primal spirit. Lin Ming's plan was extremely vicious, but what a pity, a half-step Empyrean was still a half-step Empyrean. Even though he was severely wounded, his combat strength was still terrifying, so how could he be successfully sneak attacked by a junior like Lin Ming? You are hopeless. The severely wounded Ash Murder forcefully spat out another mouthful of blood essence, burning it away. This was the limit of blood essence he was able to burn. A half-step Empyrean far surpassed Lin Ming in strength to begin with, and now by burning his blood essence, he became even stronger. Could only be said that Ash Murder feared and hated Lin Ming too much. Even though victory was in his hands, he still had to ensure against all possibilities, so that Lin Ming didn't have the tiniest chance to recover. Once you leave the protection of this hall's array formation, you are nothing at all. I can pinch you to death with my hand. Since you seek death, then let me help you on your way. A grim light burst out from Ash Murder's eyes. With a roar, he punched away the iron-armored spectral soldiers in front of him and reversed himself to hurtle towards Lin Ming. At this time, Ash Murder was already desperate. He didn't hesitate to spend any price to kill Lin Ming. With Ash Murder's half-step Empyrean cultivation and also having burnt his blood essence, killing the Divine Lord Lin Ming would only take an instant. Lin Ming was extremely fast, but Ash Murder was even faster. Even though Lin Ming distorted space, he was unable to avoid the eruption of energy coming from Ash Murder. The shackles of the power of space were stiffly torn apart by him. Die! Ash Murder punched out. In that moment, this fist locked down the space around Lin Ming, making him unable to avoid the strike. A terrifying fist potential erupted forwards like an avalanche. Not to mention Lin Ming, even a World King powerhouse would be pulverized to nothing by this strike. Lin Ming suddenly froze. He was unable to break through the space that was locked down by this fist potential. You're finished. The bloody Ash Murder wildly cackled as his fist solidly smashed into Lin Ming's chest. Kacha! With a resounding crack, Lin Ming's protective true essence exploded as Ash Murder's fist smashed into him. In that moment, his ribs collapsed and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. However, Ash Murder was the one who was surprised by his fist's damaging effects. He thought that his fist strike would tear Lin Ming apart, and yet it only caused him to vomit blood? When his fist struck Lin Ming's body, Ash Murder felt like he had struck an ancient bronze bell that had been refined for an extremely long period of time, making his fist shake to the point of pain. Even he didn't possess such a bodily intensity. This was simply incredible. He was a half-step Empyrean who also specialized in body transformation, and Lin Ming was only an early Divine Lord powerhouse who took the body transformation as his subclass of martial arts. When comparing the both of them, how could there be any comparison at all? What a durable mortal body. This boy must have had some strange fortuitous encounter. Ash Murder was inexplicably shocked as Lin Ming crashed into the black stone altar. Although Lin Ming was coughing up blood, his life force remained as vibrant and blazing as before, without seeming as if it would die down the least bit. It could even be said that his wounds weren't heavy at all. This is impossible. Ash Murder was completely dumbfounded. This fist strike had come after he burnt his blood essence, and yet he hadn't been able to kill Lin Ming with it. In fact, he hadn't even been able to severely wound him. Moreover, what shocked Ash Murder the most was that when Lin Ming was sent flying backwards, he didn't touch any death zones at all. Instead, he safely landed on the black stone altar, without triggering any traps. Besides the shaking wounds he had received, he was relatively fine. How could this be such a coincidence? Just as Ash Murder thought of this coincidence, he felt his entire body go cold as if he were dropped into an icy lake. Something was wrong. This wasn't a coincidence at all, but a path that Lin Ming had already calculated when he was sent flying backwards. The speed Lin Ming rushed forwards with, as well as the angle of collision, was already calculated well in advance. Thus why he didn't touch any death zone runes. This also meant that Lin Ming had intentionally been struck by him. From the start, He had never imagined that his attack would work out, but was planning on being struck instead. Just why would he do such a thing? An intense feeling of unrest surged in Ashmurder's heart. He turned around to look at his own sacred soul primal spirit. But the moment Ashmurder turned around, 7 or 8 iron-armored spectral soldiers already rushed towards him from behind. They grasped their ghostly sabers and dark spears, striking at him. However, from between the gaps of these iron-armored spectral soldiers, Ashmurder was clearly able to see another Lin Ming flying towards his sacred soul primal spirit. This Lin Ming was wrapped in thunder and flames, a deep red long spear in his hands. A terrifying vortex of energy swirled around the spear point, drawing in all the origin energy within by Qi's tomb. This was the black hole seed. At this moment, Lin Ming had used his strongest strike, gathering the power of essence, energy, and divine into one. He used the gate of life to burn his blood essence and fused the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation into a soul attack. The 8 inner hidden gates and heretical god force were released to the limit. Underneath his strongest state, he struck out with the divine seal art's eternal darkness. No! As Ashmurder saw this happen, his eyes widened so much that blood flowed out. However, with the iron-armored spectral soldiers blocking him, there was no way for Ashmurder to stop Lin Ming. He could only watch helplessly on as all of this occurred. How is this possible? Ashmurder roared out in unwillingness. At this time, 7 or 8 spectral weapons slashed out towards him, not giving him any time to attend to other matters. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Whether it was the ghostly weapons that were swinging at him or Lin Ming who was attacking with his strongest strike, everything became extremely slow. Ashmurder felt as if all the strength in his body was being sucked out. He grit his teeth and raised his claws that were dripping with blood, and then fired into the group of iron-armored spectral soldiers. Get out of my way! 2 iron-armored spectral soldiers bore the brunt of Ashmurder's attack and were swept away, their necks broken. But at this time, a ghostly spear and saber stabbed into his body. Beneath the impact of this tremendous strength, Ashmurder's organs were twisted to pieces. The pitch-black ghostly spear forcefully punctured through Ashmurder's body and came through the other side, carrying with it a rain of blood. At the same time, the black hole seed atop Lin Ming's spear point burst out with a black brilliance. In that moment, it was like a black sun had risen within this sealed-off hall. The sacred soul primal spirit wasn't without intelligence. Even though it was severely wounded, it still counterattacked Lin Ming. Its human-faced beast body spread its tattered wings and plunged towards Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming's attack was too sudden and his methods too ruthless. At his first strike, he released the limit of his strength and had even burnt his blood essence. As he collided with the sacred soul primal spirit, a dreadful detonation erupted. Energy brutally surged outwards. Shock waves of energy spread out like countless sabers. The sacred soul primal spirit that was already completely spent of energy was instantly shattered by Lin Ming's strike. However, Lin Ming was caught up in this wild explosion. He was sent flying away like a rag doll. As Lin Ming flew backwards, he revolved the space laws to avoid the killing zone Dao patterns. Xianxia! Lin Ming shouted out. Xiao Moxian had already been waiting in advance. She revolved Primordius Heavenly Palace's Grand Array formation according to Lin Ming's direction, commanding it to receive him within it. Bang! Just as Lin Ming was about to crash into Primordius Heavenly Palace, a gray light shot out and wrapped around him. In the next moment, Lin Ming felt himself tumbling into a soft form as an enchanting scent filled his senses. In the final moment, Xiao Moxian had caught Lin Ming. After being struck by those energy shockwaves and now being caught in the embrace of a beautiful young woman, Lin Ming felt much better than before and his nerves even relaxed a bit. He had succeeded. Underneath the gaze of a half-step Empyrean powerhouse, had sneak attacked the sacred soul primal spirit and had succeeded in doing so. This had been an extremely risky plan. Lin Ming was far from being Ashmurder's match. If Ashmurder grabbed onto him, he would have suffered the fate of instant and immediate death. Bang! Ash Murder's bloodied body fell onto the ground. Two cruel weapons were thrust into his chest and stomach. Not too far away, the sacred soul primal spirit had already been exploded into pieces by Lin Ming. In such a condition, the sacred soul primal spirit had fallen into an everlasting sleep. Without a transcendent divine miracle pill, it would be impossible to awaken it. And at this time, Ash Murder himself was a lamp without oil. His hopes of leaving this hellish place had now become extremely slim. Without the sacred soul primal spirit, it was impossible for him to have any free time to attack the space barrier. Moreover, Ash Murder was no longer able to resist the attacks of the remaining spectral soldiers. He looked towards the direction of Primordius' heavenly palace, his eyes blazing with hatred and despair. In this battle, every choice Lin Ming made had been upon the precipice of life or death. In this battle, he had faced an enemy over 10 times stronger than he was, but had used the array formation here, as well as all sorts of guerrilla tactics to instead kill those who had come here to kill him. Especially in this final strike, he had calculated his escape route ahead of time, had lured the tiger out of the cave, and had then used diversionary tactics to strike down Ash Murder's last hope. To lose to such an opponent, to lose to a mere junior that was only several dozen years old with a divine lord cultivation. Ash Murder felt frustration and depression fill his heart. At the start he had indeed underestimated his enemy, but later, he had lost even after he dropped any contempt he had. Ash Murder looked towards the black stone altar. The Lin Ming that was struck by him had already shakily stood up. This Lin Ming looked at him, a hint of pity in his eyes. Then this Lin Ming flew towards Primordius' heavenly palace. At this time, Ash Murder was no longer capable of stopping him. Up until now, he still couldn't understand why there were two Lin Mings. Based upon the manners and movements of these two Lin Mings, it was impossible for one to be a puppet. If so, it could only be an avatar. How could Lin Ming have such a powerful avatar? Ha-dash! The array formation of Primordius' heavenly palace revolved once more. Then, another Lin Ming rushed in. This Lin Ming was not the Lin Ming that was being held by Xiao Moxian. But there wasn't any difference in their auras. It was only that this new Lin Ming was holding not the Phoenix Blood Spear, but a red spirit artifact that appeared similar. Just then, this Lin Ming had been the one to withstand the frontal attack of Ash Murder's fist. This Lin Ming's chest had been pounded in by Ash Murder's strike, and he had even spat out blood and had his organs break apart. Even so, his life force remained as vibrant as before despite his combat strength having dropped by a great deal. As Xiao Moxian saw this new Lin Ming appear, she shouted out in praise. Fierce! Too fierce! A mortal body equal to the Saint Lord realm was able to receive the frontal strike of a half-step Empyrean and only be severely wounded. Moreover, this wound is... Xiao Moxian looked towards the chest of the new Lin Ming. The muscles of his chest were slowly creeping together, visibly regenerating. Such a terrifying defensive ability and such a terrifying resiliency. This was something that not even Xiao Moxian with her half-god beast body could hold a candle to. This is indeed worthy of being the essence spirit embryo stone. I must say, Lin Ming, your true self is too pitiful. You're so much worse than your avatar. Lin Ming ruefully smiled. How can I possibly compare with him? The life that is bred from an essence spirit embryo stone is no worse than a god beast's body to begin with. And not just that, but even if you ignore perception, his mortal body was similar to yours from the start, and in addition, he has been nourished by the Azura Roadmaster's god beast tomb array formation for billions of years. In terms of the intensity of his mortal body, he is far superior to you and me. In the Bronze Temple, after Lin Ming had divided a portion of his soul to occupy the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, this Essence Spirit Embryo Stone had become eternally marked by Lin Ming's soul. Like this, his facial appearance, his limbs, his hair, his bloodline, everything was completely similar to Lin Ming. His energy was inherited from Lin Ming, and his cultivation realm was also similar to Lin Ming's. Could only be said that this Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was a perfect clone of Lin Ming. The only difference was that this Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was focused in mortal body intensity and the body transformation system. It had no combat strength in the Essence Gathering system. With this sort of essence spirit avatar, Lin Ming's combat capabilities had more than doubled. It was only because of this avatar's formidable defensive abilities that Lin Ming dared distract Ash Murder to launch a sneak attack. Awesome! Doesn't this avatar have 2 more seals that aren't undone yet? If you undo those seals, just how strong will it become? It's truly worthy of being called the Azura Roadmaster's masterpiece. How could any inheritance that he left behind be bad? Otherwise, he'd probably be too ashamed to put it out. Xiao Moxian patted the strong mortal body of Lin Ming's avatar, grinning as she spoke. Lin Ming's avatar had an intelligence of his own. But, because the avatar's soul was a part of Lin Ming's soul, this avatar's intelligence was the same as Lin Ming's. With Lin Ming in front of his avatar, he naturally didn't control it. Xiao Moxian was extremely keen on Lin Ming's avatar. She pinched the avatar's muscles, feeling that they were as solid as rubber. Lin Ming, this avatar grows through the myriad demon karmic wheel, right? Xiao Moxian had also studied the first volume of the Azura Sutra. Although she hadn't refined her own avatar, she had many understandings into them. Yes, by absorbing the demonic power that filters through the myriad demon karmic wheel he can evolve. But that boundary of my avatar is limited by my own. It cannot be much higher than mine. At most, his cultivation will be 1 or 2 small boundaries higher. Perhaps, after I reach large success in the Azura Sutra first volume, he will be able to rise 3 small boundaries above me. Concerning the boundary of his avatar, Lin Ming couldn't be sure. After all, the avatar that the Azura Roadmaster refined in the past did not use the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone as the material, but he had instead divided his own flesh, blood, and soul similar to the relationship between Frost Dream and Divine Dream. The myriad demon karmic wheel can hold 10,000 demons and have them undergo 10,000 samsaras of life and death. Starting from today, I will begin collecting 10,000 demonic souls for my karmic wheel. This Ash Murder will be the first one. The first soul Lin Ming chose was that of a half-step Empyrean. For those with low cultivation, weak strength, or pitiful talent, Lin Ming wouldn't even glance at them. Not even Mr. Zhou from before was able to arouse Lin Ming's interest. As Lin Ming looked out from Primordius' heavenly palace, he saw Ash Murder engaged in fierce combat with the iron-armored spectral soldiers. His wings had been sliced off and his arms were shattered, with his entire body covered in blood. His bones and organs were revealed in open wounds. He was already well past his limit. But in this condition, Ash Murder still hadn't died. Just how tenacious was he? Kacha! An iron-armored special soldier's head was blown apart by Ash Murder's fist. But at this time, 5 ghostly spears pierced towards Ash Murder's chest from 3 different angles. Ash Murder grasped out his hands, forcefully grabbing hold of 4 spears. However, the last spear thrust into his chest. Ash Murder's chest was already bloodied and gruesome, revealing his ribs. This ghostly spear thrust through the gap between the ribs, twisting apart Ash Murder's heart and lungs to pieces. Puff! Ash Murder coughed out a mouthful of blood. In the final throes of his life, he waved his hands, sending those 4 iron-armored spectral soldiers that he held the spears of flying far away. Using this momentum, Ash Murder kicked the chest of the 5th iron-armored spectral soldier, impacting its chest so hard that it completely caved in. At this time, Ash Murder felt a cold shadow cover his head. Before he could respond, he felt his head shake. With a loud bang, a vibrating force passed from his head to his ears, blowing out his eardrums and causing blood to leak out from his ears. Like this, a black 10,000 gene hammer smashed into Ash Murder's head. At this moment, Ash Murder's eye lost focus. He felt the entire world blur, everything seeming to fade far away from him. He fell to his knees, the blood leaking from his head covering his eyes. This was also the final moment of Ash Murder's storied life. He never imagined that he, with his half-step Empyrean cultivation, who had lived a revered life, would actually be played to death by a Divine Lord Jr. in the end. What a joke. He looked towards the direction of Primordius' heavenly palace. His consciousness began to fade away. Ash Murder died. A half-step Empyrean had died in by Chi's tomb, underneath the assault of the Grand Array formation here and Lin Ming's planning. 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers. Of them, 52 had been destroyed by ash murder. Now only slightly more than half were left. From this alone, one could see just how terrifyingly strong a half-step Empyrean was. As ash murder died, the iron-armored spectral soldier array formation also calmed down. Many of the iron-armored spectral soldiers returned to their statue-like state. In this battle, the array formation had consumed far too much energy. If this grand array formation was said to be able to persist for several billion more years before this, now it could only last for several 100 million more years, and it would also be much weaker than it was originally. "You stay inside. I'm going out to take a look," Lin Ming said to Xiao Moxian within Primordius' heavenly palace. Xiao Moxian pursed her lips, but she didn't argue with Lin Ming. There were layers upon layers of dangers in Bai Qi's tomb, and with her current strength she was simply far too weak to go out right now. Lin Ming slowly floated out from Primordius' heavenly palace, landing on the black stone altar. He looked towards the characters that were carved onto the black stone altar, blue throne Bai Qi, and deeply bowed, gripping his fists together. "Senior Bai Qi, this junior was helplessly forced today. Thus I was only able to lure the enemy here to engage in a life-or-death battle. I hadn't known before that this was Senior's tomb, so I apologize for any offense that I committed. Within 1,000 years, Junior will surely re-enter this land and repair this array formation for Senior, so that it is even stronger than before and Senior may rest in peace for billions of years more." Lin Ming didn't know why Blue Throne Bai Qi was buried here. In the end, he could only say that it was his own fault for having disturbed Bai Qi's tomb. The only way he could compensate for this was to repair the array formation in the future. "Unfortunately, I have no idea what Senior Bai Qi's last wish was. Otherwise, I could have helped him accomplish it." This time, Bai Qi could have been said to have given Lin Ming a life-saving grace. With Lin Ming's personality, he didn't like owing favors to anyone. After bowing to Bai Qi, Lin Ming turned to ash murder. He didn't walk over first, but instead used his avatar to investigate. After making sure that ash murder was completely dead, only then did he walk over himself. Lin Ming had thoroughly and completely won this battle. At this time, Lin Ming seemed to remember something. A playful smile graced his lips. His avatar lifted up his foot and then stomped down, brutally crushing Ash Murder's left hand. "Kacha!" With a loud sound, Ash Murder's hand was pressed into the ground. And on Ash Murder's middle finger, the spatial ring that had lost the protection of its master's energy exploded into pieces. After the spatial ring exploded into pieces, a chaotic flow of space energy surged outwards. A massive amount of pills, weapons, armor, and talismans were thrown out. With a miserable cry, a distressed Saint Youth was flung out too. This youth's clothes were torn up. His body was covered in blood and his chest was caved in. His injuries were extremely heavy. Although he was able to rely on his powerful mortal body to slowly restore himself, he hadn't been able to recover much. He only had 10 to 20% of his original combat strength remaining. This Saint Youth was Imperial Prince Naki. At the start of the battle, Imperial Prince Naki had been extremely wounded in his collision with Lin Ming. Afterwards, Lin Ming had followed up his attack, wanting to sever Naki's life. But just as Lin Ming was about to do so, Ash Murder had stuck his hand in and rescued Naki, placing Naki into his spatial ring. Now that Ash Murder had died, Naki naturally lost his protection. Naki's lips leaked blood. He had wounds added atop his previous wounds. Within the spatial ring, he had been meditating, restoring himself. But then, with the sudden rupture of the spatial ring, a ruinous space storm had formed and sucked him in. If Naki was in his peak condition, then a space storm of this degree wouldn't have been anything to him. But Naki had been in deep meditation to recover from his wounds. He should have had someone guarding him so that no one was able to disturb him, and now that he was swept into the space storm, he actually suffered a grievous backlash. He had no idea what had happened outside. After Naki entered the spatial ring, he had completely invested his focus into meditating, wanting to restore himself just that much faster. Only then would he be safe again. But now he had been tossed out by Lin Ming onto the floor, unable to even tell what direction was what. "Lin Ming, you little bastard. Naki reflexively jumped up as he saw Lin Ming. He grasped his halberd and pointed it towards Lin Ming. Facing Lin Ming, his eyes gleamed with killing intent, his entire body on high alert. But at this time, Naki could see pity in Lin Ming's eyes, like the mercy someone showed to their inferior. This sort of pity and faint contempt stoked a furious rage in Naki's heart. There is no need to look. They've all died. Moreover, you will also die. Lin Ming's voice was indifferent, like the judgment of a death god. What? Naki's mind shook. He instantly used his sense to investigate the situation around him. Then he saw a scene that caused his courage to crack. He turned around and saw that just a step behind him was Ash Murder's ruined body, leaking blood. Ash Murder's bones were all shattered and his organs were a ruined mess. His corpse was covered with blood and all life had faded from his body. Ash Murder's empty eyes were still staring in the direction of Primordius' heavenly palace, their lonely gaze filled with unwillingness and despair. He had died with everlasting regrets. And Mr. Ash Murder? Naki's heart shriveled as he saw Ash Murder's corpse. He didn't dare to believe, and was unable to believe, that the half-step Empyrean Ash Murder, someone far stronger than Mr. Zhou, had died here and in such a miserable way. As for Lin Ming, he was safely standing in front of him. Just how was this possible? For a time, Naki's entire body went icy cold, as if he had been plunged into the nine-nether abyss. I'm impossible, Naki despaired. He looked towards Lin Ming, his body shaking. Lin Ming had actually managed to kill Ash Murder. This was simply unthinkable. And Ash Murder was Naki's final pillar of hope. With Ash Murder dead, his fate could be imagined. You're over. This will be your grave, or perhaps your grave will be my myriad demon karmic wheel. Although your cultivation isn't high, your talent is in the highest echelons of your race. That gives you the qualifications to enter my myriad demon karmic wheel. As Lin Ming spoke, his right hand drew a circle in the air. The energy path left behind by his fingers formed a spinning gray wheel. The wheel had images of countless demon phantoms, ghosts, and monsters filling it, their expressions filled with anger, hatred, pain, and cruelty. This gray will slash down at Imperial Prince Naki. After listening to Lin Ming's words and seeing this myriad demon karmic wheel, Naki's complexion completely changed. He immediately understood that Lin Ming wanted to seal his soul away within this myriad demon karmic wheel to strengthen his devil arts. However, what was pitiful was that he didn't have any ability to resist, let alone the fact that he was severely wounded right now. Even if he were in his peak condition, he wouldn't have any hope of defeating Lin Ming. You think you can seal my soul? You can keep on dreaming. Naki's eyes turned blood red. He was fully aware that once his soul was sucked into Lin Ming's terrifying gray wheel, he would be forever enslaved by Lin Ming, his soul never finding peace. This was a fate countless times more miserable than death. He would rather die than be sucked into Lin Ming's grand array.